dear U.S. Consul General in Thessaloniki, dear representative of the European Commission in Greece, dear presenters, dear participants, good morning and welcome to the final day of the second international conference organized by the Perrotis College Krinos Olive Center. Over 1,000 participants have registered and are attending the conference. Thank you all. Today, presenters from 6 different countries, Greece, the US, Australia, Spain, Israel, and Belgium, will discuss topics such as nutritional and health aspects of the olive products, waste management and bioeconomy, the use of information technology and sustainable production and traceability, exports and branding of olive products. I remind you all to visit the posted session on the conference website for additional work on the above subject areas. The day will end with a speech by and award to Dr. Antonia Trichopoulou, the President of the Hellenic Health Foundation, Professor Emeritus at the University of Athens Medical School. And now I would like to invite Ms. Elizabeth Lee, U.S. Consul General in Thessaloniki, for her remarks. Ms. Lee.
Good morning, and thank you very much for having me here to attend the second International Olive Conference organized by the Krinos Olive Center of the American Farm School. I can think of very few things that are more emblematic of Greece than the olive tree. As many of you know, in ancient Greece, olive trees were said to have been created by the goddess Athena, and Homer called olive oil liquid gold. These stories illustrate the importance of olives to Greek culture, economy, and life, and this importance has carried over to the modern day. But even ancient crops that have formed the basis of great civilizations can be produced in better, more efficient, and sustainable ways. Therefore, I'd like to applaud the Krinos Olive Center for aiming to establish a forum of olive growers interested in new and sustainable production methods, as well as providing consulting services in entrepreneurship and export marketing to Greek olive producers and businesses. I'm also very proud that there's an American angle to this story. A few years ago, the consulate brought over Dan Flynn, the executive director of the UC Davis Olive Center, to Thessaloniki. And the American Farm School has continued to have fruitful collaboration with this prestigious American university that's also in my home state of California. I'm pleased that a memorandum of collaboration with the UC Davis Olive Center at the University of California at Davis was signed for joint full spectrum research and teaching activities from cultivation to processing, marketing, and byproduct applications. Over the past 5 years, the center has tried to focus on best practices, cooperation, and synergies between the academic and business sector, including university students, producers, academics, and other stakeholders. This conference today on pursuing innovation and exploring trends in the olive sector fit very well with what the Farm School does best, which is also what the city of Thessaloniki does very well: innovation. Again, I'd like to congratulate the American Farm School for continuing to innovate and for taking this initiative. This conference presents ideas worth sharing with the world as it helps the development and greater productivity methods for a fruit that, again, is central to Greek culture. Before I close, I'd like to recognize and welcome the American speakers participating in this event. Professor Doug Mashuk from the Department of Medicine and Biochemistry at the University of Minnesota, which also happens to be an alma mater, Professor Vasilis Vasiliou, and Susan Dwight Bliss, Professor of Epidemiology at the Yale School of Medicine, Dr. Michael Braverman, Manager of Biopesticide, Organic, and International Capacity Building Programs, the Department of Plant Biology, School of Environmental and Biological Sciences at Rutgers University in New Jersey. Alexandra Devaren, the CEO of Extra Virgin Alliance, And of course, last but not least, Dr. Athanasios Gertsis, the director of the Center and chair of the Master's in Science program, Sustainable Agriculture and Management at Perrotis College. So welcome all of you to Thessaloniki, kalos ήρθατε, and to the second iteration of this amazing conference. Congratulations and thank you once again for having me here, and I wish you the best of success for an outstanding conference and many more to come.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Lee. And I ask Ms. Klementili Diakomanoli from the representation of the European Commission in Greece for her comments. Ms. Diakomanoli, please.
Good morning. Good morning to all. I would like to thank very much and very warmly the Perrotis College and the Krinos Olive Center, as well as the Europe Direct of Central Macedonia, for inviting the European Commission to be present in this conference today. It is a great honor. It is also with great interest that I am in a nice position to greet this conference for one particular reason that, if you allow me to share with you, it's personal. I was born in an olive yard. I was born in maybe the biggest Greek olive yard in the shadow of Delphi in Amphissa, which counts about 1 million olive trees and has a long tradition of cultivating the olives. So you understand, maybe it is with emotion that I would like to share with you your insights in this liquid gold, as Mrs. Lee mentioned, and very correctly, that has developed generations and generations in Greece and has fed for years and difficult years Greeks. So this is a product that is very dear to the hearts of Greece. But I would like to share with you now another insight, a European insight, and this is the Green Deal, the European Green Deal, which I assume that you have more or less heard. So allow me to say a couple of things about the European Green Deal, which affects, of course, all cultivations. The European Green Deal is an action plan produced by the Commission, produced in Brussels, and its target is to make the EU economy sustainable. This can be done by turning climate and environmental challenges into opportunities and making the transition just and inclusive for all. Among the actions of the action plan, which I would like to share with you, is to move to a clean and circular economy, restore biodiversity, and cut pollution. This affects all sectors of the economy, including environmentally friendly technologies, supporting industry to innovate, but of course not only industry, rolling out a cleaner, cheaper, healthy forms of private and public sector, decarbonizing the energy sector, ensure buildings that are more energy efficient, and improve global environmental standards. Maybe the target that affects more the topic of this conference today are targets that are close to the agriculture, and I would like to mention some of them, the most important. So this plan, the action plan of the European Green Deal, targets the following sectors. Pesticides. The aim is to reduce the use and risk of chemical pesticides. To reduce also the nutrient losses by at least 50%, and to reduce the fertilizer use by at least 20%. The antimicrobial resistance, which is another problem, as you might very well know. The aim is again to reduce antimicrobials for farmed animals and in aquaculture by 50%. And last, to further enhance organic farming, which you all know it's a very dear issue. The overall aim of the European Green Deal is to make agriculture and forestry in the EU socially, economically, and environmentally sustainable. With this last comment, I would like again to thank you for hosting the European Commission in the opening of this day. Wish to all of you a fruitful exchange of ideas on how to best cultivate this gold, this liquid gold. I have liked this expression. And maybe invite us again next year, invite the Commission to be present and maybe share with you our insights on how to best cultivate olives. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Diakomanoli. Now, I would like to invite our keynote speaker, Professor Doug Mashek from the Department of Medicine and Biochemistry at the University of Minnesota in the US. It is an honor for me to host Professor Mashek for my alma mater, and I truly want to thank him for enthusiastically accepting our invitation.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Doug Mashek. I'm a professor at the University of Minnesota, and I am pleased to be with you today to talk about some new mechanisms through which olive oil promotes health. And before I begin, I would just like to thank the organizers for this great opportunity. So when we think about disease in general, we often think of diseases as an individual entity. So what I mean by this, if we compare individual diseases as a branch of a tree, okay? And if we get a particular disease, such as heart disease, we treat that local little branch. So we see a specialist, a doctor, that is a cardiologist that treats specifically that disease. If we get cancer, okay, being another branch of a tree, we see a specialist that treats the cancer. But what we're beginning to realize is that many of these diseases have common risk factors and common roots to those diseases. For example, we know that obesity increases the risk for many of the diseases. And we know that various things that we can and can't control, such as genetics, how much we exercise, our diet, etc., all contribute to the development of these diseases. But the one thing that we often forget and is underappreciated is that almost all of the diseases we face as a society are aging-related diseases. In other words, as we get older, the chance of these diseases increases. And so there's a lot of push in the scientific community right now of trying to understand what are the common aging-related roots of all these diseases, and can we slow the aging process down as a means to treat diseases as a collective. So if we think about getting older and living a long, healthy life, how do we do that? And perhaps the most visually apparent mechanism behind this is this particular study here. And what we see are two monkeys here. And you may look at these and say, oh, this monkey looks pretty old and this monkey looks pretty young. Actually, these monkeys are the exact same age. The difference between these two is this monkey on the right ate 30% fewer calories as an adult than this monkey on the left. In other words, this monkey was calorie restricted, okay? Not starved, but limited calories. And we know from many, many, many studies that limiting calories appears to be the one true mechanism which can increase how long we live and increase how healthy we live. Now, one of the questions is it limiting calories or is it actually fasting? Because when you limit calories, you typically put your body in a state of fasting where you're not eating for a while. And while studies clearly point out to pure calorie restriction as being beneficial, more and more work is showing that it actually might be fasting, which is even more beneficial. And this is important because if we think about society today, we're constantly in a fed state, right? We're almost never fasting. We have food around us at all times. And maybe this is part of the reason we see the development of so many diseases going up in our current society. So this concept of fasting has not been around, or the benefits of fasting has been known for quite some time. You know, there's quotes from Gandhi, from the Swiss physician Paracelsus, talking about fasting being the physician within. And you know, not to leave out some great Greek philosophers too, talking about how fasting is really a way of improving physical, mental efficiency and being used as medicine. So in addition to when we're eating and how much we're eating, it's also what we eat is important, okay? And when it comes to diets, of course, as all of you well know, the Mediterranean diet is really the gold standard as far as preventing diseases and maintaining health throughout life, okay? And there's lots of components, of course, clearly to this diet, but the one that has gotten a lot of attention is the red wine. And part of this attention is due to the fact that it was discovered quite some time ago that red wine contains this compound called resveratrol. So resveratrol is a little molecule that is enriched in grapes and several other foods, but it's very high concentrations of red wine. And since its discovery, there's been a lot of studies, a lot of magazines and books written, all sorts of things talking about the health benefits of resveratrol and red wine. Now, the way resveratrol works is it turns on a specific pathway in your cells called the sirtuin pathway. And it's not that important that you understand this pathway, but this pathway is also known to be regulated by energy. And so when we have a low energy state, which you would when you're fasting or caloric restriction, it turns on this pathway, okay? And what this pathway does is it improves our metabolism and it makes us become more resistant to stresses, and it helps us, makes the cells in our body repair themselves easier, and it really just makes us more youthful, okay? And ultimately, all of these things lead to an increase in lifespan and reduce aging-related diseases. So this pathway is particularly important in mediating the effects of resveratrol and the fasting and calorie restriction that I talked about. Now, the problem is that the doses of resveratrol, while still high, are not adequate to actually turn on this pathway under normal conditions. And you would need about this much red wine per day to actually get the amount of resveratrol you need to turn on this pathway. Okay, many people see this as a problem. I see it more of a challenge. And given the last year of being stuck at home and living through a pandemic, I think people's consumption of red wine has definitely increased. But I think we're all in agreement that it hasn't increased to the point where we're getting the amount of resveratrol that many people think we need. Nonetheless, you can buy resveratrol as a supplement and take it, which has become quite popular. So what my lab is really interested in is how we metabolize fat and why why fat is good or bad for us. And if we look at an obese individual here, we can see all this white stuff is adipose tissue. That's fat tissue, okay? And that's really what defines obesity. And if we look under a microscope, we can see the individual cells, which are full of fat. They're full of these fat droplets. But what most people don't realize is that in obesity, one of the common hallmarks is we see fat accumulating in places where it's not supposed to be. So fat becomes accumulating, shown here, in the liver, which leads to fatty liver disease. Fat can accumulate in the heart, which leads to heart disease. It can accumulate in muscle and all sorts of other tissues. And when it does so, it causes those tissues to become dysfunctional and lead to disease, okay? And if you look at this image, you may say, that looks kind of familiar. Well, if you've ever taken olive oil and put it in boiling water, you'll see exactly the same thing. As you see these lipids forming, these fats forming droplets, okay? Lipids don't like water, obviously, and they form that. And the same thing happens in the cells in our body. The reason I'm showing you this is because our lab's very interested in trying to understand why this fat accumulation is actually detrimental, okay? And our studies have revealed that when we break down these droplets, these fats, it actually turns on this beneficial pathway, which I talked about. And the really interesting and cool thing that we found is that when you break down the stored fat, it releases a specific type of fat called monounsaturated fatty acids that are responsible for turning on this pathway. Now, I'm sure most of you have probably heard of this. And the reason you have is because monounsaturated fatty acids are a main component of the Mediterranean diet. And in particular, olive oil is about 80% monounsaturated fatty acids. It is probably the most enriched source of monounsaturated fats in any diet. Okay, not only olive oil, but also avocados and nuts and various other food components in this diet have a lot of monounsaturated fatty acids. And so we're very excited about this finding, and it suggests that it may provide a mechanism, not all the mechanisms, but one way in which the Mediterranean diet and olive oil consumption contributes to some of these health benefits. And so the big picture, which I kind of want to leave you with, is that we've known over the last few decades, as through lots of research and lots of studies, that when we constantly consume more calories than we need, this leads to fat accumulation and obesity. And being in a chronic fed state leads to aging and related diseases. However, when we fast or caloric restrict, we know that this turns on fat breakdown, okay? And what our studies have revealed is this fat breakdown appears to act as a brake on aging and disease. In other words, we can slow the aging process and prevent many of these diseases that occur in aged people. And finally, the last concept I want to leave you with is that when we consume diets in different amounts or different types of fat, those fats become enriched in our bodies, okay? So we kind of mirror what we're eating. And the point I want to make here is when we fast or calorie restrict and break down this fat, the benefits we get from this are in part dictated by our diet. So if we're consuming a diet high in monounsaturated fats, such as olive oil, and then we combine that with fasting or calorie restriction, we think this is going to have a very, very beneficial effect on preventing many of these aging-related diseases. And we're doing these studies in mice and starting studies in humans here very soon to try and specifically answer these very questions. So with that, I hope I gave you some interesting health-related concepts that you can think about and perhaps even apply to your own very life. And I would be more than happy to hear feedback. You can email me at the email address here. My website is here if you want to learn more about our research. Or if you're a tech-savvy person, you want to tweet at me, my Twitter handle is here at DGMushik. So again, thank you for this opportunity, and I hope you enjoy the rest of the meeting.
Thank you very much, Professor Mashek. That was very, very informative. Thank you. And now we start with a panel on nutritional and health aspects of olive products. The panel will be coordinated by Dr. Tifon Adamidis, Chair of the Food Science and Technology Department at Perrotis College, the American Farm School, Thessaloniki, Greece. Dr. Adamidis.
Good morning, everybody. I'd like to welcome all of you to the second International Olive Center conference. And I will introduce again myself. As Dr. Roger said, I'm Trifon Adamidis, and I'm the chair of Food Science and Technology Department. Today, I will be the moderator for the session, Nutritional and Health Aspects of Olive Products. And before we start our session, I would like to ask our presenters to keep track of the time. Please do not exceed the 10 minutes because there's not enough time. And now let's move on with to our session. Please welcome Dr. Maria Kazou, who will present her work from Agricultural University of Athens. Her work is a collaboration with Dr. Panagou and Dr. Tsakalidou. And Dr. Kazou, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. First of all, I would like to thank the organizing committee for giving me the opportunity to present our work today. My talk will be focused on the characterization of the microbial diversity of Greek table olives using novel molecular tools, including next-generation sequencing. Despite the great economic importance of table olives worldwide, in most cases, table olive fermentations occur spontaneously by the indigenous macrobiota without the addition of starter cultures. The macrobiota of table olives fermentation is a complex set of dynamics in which the coexistence of lactic acid bacteria and yeasts is of fundamental importance to obtain high-quality products. Lactic acid bacteria are mainly responsible for the stabilization of the final product due to their acidification activity, while yeasts are mainly save the organoleptic characteristics of the final product, promote the growth of lab, and degrade phenolic compounds. Until recently, culture-based microbiological techniques were the only one used to explore food microbial ecosystems, including table olives. However, it has increasingly become clear that this approach has significant limitations, even when combined with molecular techniques. These techniques fail to detect viable but not culturable microorganisms or subdominant microorganisms, which results in a fragmented fingerprinting of the ecosystem. Recently, culture-independent approaches are mainly adopted to overcome these limitations. Nowadays, due to the constant improvement of high-throughput sequencing, we are able to get full insight into the total microbial community of a food and the association of this community with the raw material, the environmental conditions, and the manufacturing processes. However, DNA-based approaches, including metagenomics, fail to discriminate viable from non-viable cells, which is a major limitation. Therefore, the use of both classical microbiological and metagenomics analysis provides an holistic approach to study food microbial ecosystems. Today, I would like to present you the results of 3 projects, starting approximately 6 years ago with our first ever attempt to study the microbiota of Greek table olives. Projects B and C are a scale-up of Project A, containing significantly more samples, cultivars, and regions. Okay, let's start with Project A. As I told you before, approximately 6 years ago, we analyzed the brine samples from 4 fermented olives in order to examine the impact of terroir and cultivar on the bacterial and yeast fungal microbiota using both classical microbiological and amplicon-based metagenomics analysis. Therefore, we had 2 samples from the same cultivar, Conservolea, from 2 different regions, Amphissa region and Evia Island, 1 more sample from the same region, Evia Island, but from another cultivar, namely Kalamata olives, and 1 more sample from a different cultivar, namely Kerasoelia, from Mount Athos in northern Greece. Mount Athos is considered one of the most important centers of the Greek Orthodox world, consisting of 20 monasteries and approximately 2,000 monks, with the first of them arriving in the 9th century. Women are not allowed within 500 meters from the shore, and even female animals are prohibited from walking on Mount Athos. Therefore, Mount Athos is considered an isolated environment of great interest. As it was clearly revealed by the identification results, the bacterial fingerprint from the cultivars, the different cultivars, Kalamata and Conservolea, but from the same region, Evia Island, as you can see, are almost identical. On the other hand, the bacterial fingerprints from the same cultivar, Conservolea, but from 2 different regions, Evia Island and Amphissa region, were quite different. But the most interesting result was the microbial fingerprint from a different cultivar from a different and unique, as mentioned before, region. As you can see, the bacterial microbiota for the Kerasoelia cultivar was completely different compared to the other 3 analyzed. Taxonomic identification using ITS metagenomics analysis revealed a similar pattern to that observed previously. As you can see, the 3 microbial fingerprints concerning bacteria, concerning yeast fungi, were quite similar, while the one from the Kerasoelia cultivar was once again completely different. Differences among the samples were also evident during classical microbiological analysis. As you can see, different number of bacteria and yeast isolates and different species were identified per sample. Project A gave us the motivation to go further, and we recently analyzed 29 olive and brine samples from 1 cultivar, namely Kalamata olives, from 2 regions, Messinia Laconia and Etolacarnania, to see whether a microbial biogeography can be achieved between these 2 relatively close regions using amplicon-based metagenomics analysis. Taxonomic identification of both the bacterial and yeast fungal microbiota revealed a high number of genera, as you can see by the multiple colors in the four figures. As in Project A, the differences of averaged bacteria and yeast fungal microbiota of olives and brine samples were clear between the two regions, because not only different genera identified, but most importantly, the abundances of these genera were different. Among all the possible combinations of olives, brine, bacteria, and yeast fungi, the pair that provided the best discrimination for the two regions in the PLSDA analysis was the yeast fungal microbiota for brine samples, due to the absence of any overlapping among the samples. Finally, in Project C, we analyzed 61 raw olive samples just before harvesting from 38 Greek olive cultivars from 13 different geographical regions of Greece, once again using amplicon-based metagenomics analysis. We grouped the samples based on the region, and we calculate the average bacterial microbiota. As you can see, each region revealed a unique microbial fingerprint, even though several genera were identified in all samples, as you can see by the same color in the bar charts. The unique microbial fingerprint of each region was also evident during PCA analysis, since the samples were not grouped together. However, during the results of the ITS metagenomics analysis, we observed in the PCA analysis that 10 out of 13 regions clustered together. However, from some regions, we collected a small number of samples. Thus, we cannot be sure that in a subsequent PCA analysis, the clustering will be the same. One of these regions is Agrinio. From this region, we collected only one sample, and the microbial fingerprint, as you can see, is quite different compared to the other regions analyzed. Thus, we cannot be sure that this microbial fingerprint is representative for this region. Finally, Rhodes and Crete, the two regions from which we collected 9 and 11 samples respectively, clustered together, probably due to the same environmental conditions, since both islands are located in the south-southeast of Aegean Sea. To conclude, the present projects are the first studies on the microbiota of naturally fermented Greek table olives using amplicon-based metagenomics analysis. These results clearly revealed the impact of cultivar and environmental conditions on the table olive microbiota. The results also revealed the complementarity between the two approaches, classical microbiological analysis and metagenomics analysis, and highlighting the need of a polyphasic and holistic fingerprinting approach to study food microbial ecosystems. At this point, let me thank everyone who contributed in these projects and the Greek GSRT for funding our ideas, and thank you all for your attention.
Thank you very much, Dr. Kazu. It was a very interesting presentation. And
Thank you so
thank you
much.
for keeping the time. Thanks a lot. We all enjoyed the
Okay, thank
presentation. Very nice.
Thank you so much.
Now I would like to ask Dr. Dimitrios Kouretas from University of Thessaly to come to the floor. Dr. Kouretas. Hello.
Thank you very much for the invitation, and I'm very pleased to be here with you. Actually, I came because I heard that you have new buildings, new facilities, so that's why I decided to be here personally and not by Skype. Okay, I would like to present today what we have done in our laboratory, and with the spin-off company that we created the last 3 years, because the development of the spin-off company Perrotis gave us a completely different dynamic, because the things that we deal in research, they can go and proceed and be products in the real economy, something which is a problem in our country, not only in our country. This is my lab, and this is our new building, which is located in the very close to the university hospital. It was built in 2016. So the problem that we faced years ago is something which is very common and also to you and very popular. We always face and we hear from the newspapers, from TV programs, from many nutritionists that eat antioxidants, drink antioxidants. The problem is that we don't know how much antioxidants we need to consume every day, and the problem is bigger because we don't know the intrinsic levels that we have in our body. So without having the perception, without having the knowledge of our levels in our body, it is very difficult, almost impossible, to calculate and need antioxidants, because sometimes maybe you don't need it. So the problem that we faced years ago gave us the opportunity to develop a device, and you can see here a device in which with one drop of blood in 15 minutes, you can calculate very precisely the antioxidants that you have in your blood. This is very critical, and you can see here the pattern. It is very critical because the most important antioxidant into the body, into the tissues, is a glutathione, and you can see that the glutathione is declined with age. And this is very important because with age we need different amount of antioxidants, and we have to know exactly the levels that we have. And in a publication that we published this year, it was a collaboration of many different universities, Columbia University from the States, Cyprus, Aristotelion, Harokopion, Aeginetian Hospital, and University of Thessaly for 7 years. We found that one of the most important parameters that have to do with Alzheimer's disease is the low glutathione, the low antioxidants. That means that if you have low antioxidants, you are more or less prone to develop more in a higher percentage Alzheimer's disease. And this is important because the model that we face, one of the models that we face and we apply in our spin-off company, we are coming to our place, to your place, and we take blood, just one drop of blood, like when you make the blood sugar. Then we analyze antioxidants, and then we give the nutritional intervention, which is very simple and very nice. And as you can see here, the antioxidant profile and the amount of different foods is, as you can see here, 1 glass of pomegranate juice is equal to 3 cups of espresso coffee, is equal to 5 glasses of red wine, and 17 cups of orange juice. That means, or 100 glasses of milk. That means if you say to somebody, drink orange juice to take your antioxidants, first of all, it's very difficult to get the antioxidants that you need. And second, if you want to take the real antioxidants, you develop diabetes, because if you want to drink 17 or 15 orange juice glasses per day, it is very risky. And this is very important because we know precisely how much of antioxidants you can consume individually based on the measurement of the levels that we have in the blood. This is the first model. The second model that we apply in a collaboration that we have with the largest dietary clinic in Europe, in Buchinger clinic in Germany. You can see later the slide. We take blood when somebody comes to the clinic. We analyze many gene products that have to do with inflammation, cytoprotection, antioxidant activity, and also the general metabolism. And according to the levels, we modify the dietary intervention that is followed by the patient. And this is very important because, as you can see here, I don't want to teach you biochemistry in half a minute, but I wanted to show this slide because, as you can see, the yellow signal, it's 1 to 12 different gene products, which are very important and very precisely you can analyze and have a picture of what happens into the body in terms of the cytoprotective activity, inflammation, and antioxidant activity. And according to these values, we develop an algorithm that can give the dietary intervention to the people. And you can see here two recent publications that we have with the Buchinger clinic, that we have a laboratory inside, and we now we collaborate in a regular basis. We are actually official partners of the clinic. And you can see the two articles that appeared last year showing that with this particular intervention, we have increased and a lot of benefits in the metabolism because we measured the DNA markers, metabolism markers, gene products, and with this particular intervention, nutritional intervention, we see very, very big benefit. So from one hand, we have this particular service, and from the other hand, we developed a new system of quality of foods, which is called AF2. It is the first which is applied to the European Union from Greece, and it was actually we took the permission to use this quality signal sign 5 months ago, and it's called AF2, and it's based on the measurement of the functional antioxidants in very different methods, in DNA, in lipids, in proteins. We measure different free radicals, and with all of this evaluation, we have a score, and the highest score is 20. And in order to have this ability to get the access to use this sign, you have to have at least 8. The grade is 8. So according to this, any product, any agricultural product can go and measure with this particular methodology, and this is the certification that we get. And according to this, we know that in this year, the European Union talks about the systems about the Nutri-Score and other systems. And the problem with Nutri-Score is that it gives a score to particular foods, especially to the south, which does not correspond to the benefits that this food have to the health, because Nutri-Score is based on macronutrients. Our methodology is complementary to Nutri-Score, and it's very useful because it deals with micronutrients, which are very important for the health. And you can see in, for example, in olive oil, the score that Nutri-Score gives to extra virgin olive oil is E. It's the lowest grade. According to our methodology, it takes 20, the highest. And as you can see in the first part of the picture, we analyzed different juices of aronia and pomegranate. And you can see that according to Nutri-Score, all the grades that all of these very important juices high in antioxidants take E, which is the most the bad amber and the bad classification. And according to our methodology, we have juice of aronia with X20, we have juice of aronia with X12, we have pomegranate with X20 or 16. That means that we analyze the level and the quality of one food based on the functional characteristics that they have to do with real metabolism. And this is very important. So, combining these two services, from one hand, the classification of the food, and from the other hand, the service that we measure antioxidants in the blood, we merge and we have service that according to the values that we have in blood, you take the appropriate amount of the food, which is very, very unique. And we have a lot of collaborations with clinics in Germany and also in Greece. And you can see here the people that are under this activity and effort. It's Perrotis College, which is the general director of the company, Zois Kaperda, Nikos Goudirelas, and also many other graduates from our school, which they get the basics, then they do their masters, and then they move to the company, because I think this collaboration between the research laboratory and the company gives the added value to our results and to the society. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Kouretas, for addressing this very interesting topic. Thank you very much. And now I'm very pleased to have with us Dr. Vasilis Vasiliou, who will speak from Yale University. It's a recorded session.
Good morning from New Haven, Connecticut. And first of all, I would really like to thank the organizers for inviting me to participate in this wonderful conference. Let me share my screen. And I'm going to talk to you today about our Yale Olive Science and Health Institute and discuss the opportunities for global collaborations with you. This institute, we call it YOSI, was initiated about 4 years ago by myself and my colleague Tassos Kyriakidis, and we are both here at the Yale School of Public Health. This was an effort that essentially many people appreciated, and we're working towards establishing this institute as one of the major institutes for olive oil. The Yale Olive, the YOSI, serves as the interface and catalyst between US and global entities working on, in the olive tree and its products. Our mission is to facilitate and coordinate the rigorous study, robust research, and creative interdisciplinary activities, and of course, education. Through academic, public, and industry partnerships, YOSI fosters the investigation and dissemination of evidence-based best practices and guidelines pertaining both to sustainable olive and olive production and usage and their downstream health effects. Our institute fosters substantial growth in olive oil, olive tree products research in domestic and also in global settings through 5 area-specific and well-organized core groups. Our first group is focused on analytical and regulatory chemistry and also on sensory science. Our second group is on nutrition and health sciences. Our third group, our third core is on agriculture, agronomy, and planetary sustainability. Our fourth core is on gastronomy and culture, and finally, our fifth core is focused on policy and economics. And those are really important areas, and I think we covered the entire area of the olive and olive tree and its products. One of the things that I would really like to mention is that, and unfortunately I don't have the time to give you the vision and mission of each one of the core groups, and as well as the leaders and the members that we have right now. But I would really like to invite everybody that feels that would like to join the Institute to contact me and Tassos, and we can go from there. So what kind of activities our Institute has? First of all, we organize an annual symposium, and we have started in 2018 here in New Haven, Connecticut. And this was a very promising symposium, which essentially encouraged us to move to the creation of this institute. Then during that symposium, it was decided that moving forward, we're going to have one symposium per year, international, of course, and the next symposium was held in Delphi, Greece in 2019. Our next conference, it was not in 2020, of course, because of the pandemic, and it is going to be in Spain, and I will give you more information. And again, Spain 2021. In 2022, University of Rome has stepped forward and has accepted the organization of the 2022 conference. Of course, we're going to have more meetings in other countries, and including Portugal, and California is a very good candidate, as UC Davis is one of our partners. This gives me also the opportunity to tell you many centers also participating on that. We have about almost 200 organizations that they are but collaborating with our institute. In addition to the annual symposia, we have decided that we're going to produce a quarterly journal that we will cover all the areas of and the activities of our core groups. Our third and important part of the activities include the education and training. We organize certified education for stakeholders, and also we organize workshop and summer programs. In addition to that, we haven't got into this yet, but we're going to develop courses for the middle and high school students, of course, and college students. This is because in countries other than the Mediterranean countries, the culture of olive oil is not as high as we want it to be. The Mediterranean diet is not very well spread out, and it's not in the culture of certain countries. So we're trying to do these courses in order to promote the olive oil and the olive products in countries that they don't have it. Our fourth activity is the research and development. We participate in collaborative projects and grant applications throughout the world. So we work with multiple institutions for multiple countries in all the activities and all the courses that we have in our institute. The scope of the institute is really to promote and foster interdisciplinary activities and in multiple countries in order, again, to promote the research and development of the olive and olive trees. And that goes from better production of olives, higher quality of olive oil, higher quality of extra virgin olive oil, and describing all the activities that goes from the agriculture to genomic sciences. Finally, we are very strongly committed to community engagement. Our institute is very close with the community, and we want to really communicate the science and the research and development with with our people, with the citizens of every country, and with all the stakeholders. So a lot of emphasis has been given to the community engagement. So that briefly all the activities that we have. And again, please contact us if you would like to collaborate and work with us in any of these areas. So I'm gonna continue with two very nice cartoons that they have produced for us. First one is, of course, for me, and the second is for Tassos. This is the flyer of our first meeting, which essentially put the basis for this institute in 2018 in New Haven, Connecticut, here at the Yale School of Public Health. And this is from the 2019 conference in Delphi that I would say it was not only encouraging, but it was a very successful conference, and it showed the potential of this institute to foster collaborations throughout the world. Finally, I would like to invite you to join us in our third international symposium that will be held in December 9 to 12 of 2021, of course, in Jaén, Spain. This conference is co-hosted by the University of Jaén and the Fourth International Congress on Olive Oil, Olive Groves and Health. Again, it's going to be a 3-day symposium. We already have the organizing committee in place, and we have the program, and there is the site, as you can see, both in the flyer and also here is Yale Olive and Health Symposium.org, and it will be available in June 15th, that it will include the program and of course the registration. Again, this is my last slide, and thank you very much for your attention, and please feel free to contact me at any time for any more information. Again, thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to present even briefly our Yale Olive Sciences and Health Institute. Again, thank you very much. Have a great day.
Thank you very much, Dr. Vassiliou. I hope you all enjoyed this interesting presentation. And now I would like to welcome Dr. Maria Kapsukefalou from the Agricultural University of Athens. Dr. Kapsukefalou, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Good morning. Good morning, everyone. Dear organizers, dear attendees, dear colleagues. I'm very glad that I'm following the presentation of Professor Vassiliou. We collaborate on this institute actually from the very beginning in the nutritional pillar is my coordinating role. So I'm very happy that this is presented today. And I'm following with some views on what is the nutritionist able to offer in support of olives. So let me present you some facts and challenges from my point of view. If you do a simple search in the internet on the health benefits of olives, you find lots of information and some rather strong statements such as cancer prevention, eye health, or gut health. These statements are health claims. And the fact is that in the EU and also in the US, the framework on health claims is very, very strict. There are processes, there are scientific criteria, committees, legislation that create a framework that does not give lots of room for expressing things that are not supported by solid science. You may say that we have gone to the other end, but the fact is that there are no authorized health claims for olives. So on your product, there is nothing that leaves a room of expression on a health benefit for olives. Another fact is that on olive oil, you can use only one health claim that is related to the polyphenol content of olive oil. And another fact is that in the EU and also in the US, claims are product specific. which means that even if you have an olive fruit that contains the amount of polyphenols that would allow you to make a claim if you would be able to find this amount in olive oil, you cannot do it on olives. So this leaves olives with no opportunity to express a health claim. So a challenge is for us to create enough science, enough data, pool resources, funding, people, infrastructure in order to produce this kind of claims. Another opportunity, though, is to express nutrition claims. These are claims that are related to the content of olives on certain nutrients that have a beneficial or a non-beneficial effect, respectively, for example, fiber or salt. How far can we go with that? We analyzed in a research, in a recent research, olives in the Greek market. We found 47 products. In these 47 products, only 5 may have a nutrition claim. 3 of those on salt, lower salt, 1 on fiber, source of fiber, 1 on vitamin E, source of vitamin E. So this is an opportunity that has not been enough used in support of the products. So beyond health and nutrition claims, what else can we do to support the product? Challenge number 1, emphasize olives as a component of the Mediterranean dietary model. Olives are on the very definition of what the Mediterranean is. If you look at Brodel, the Mediterranean commences at the first olive grove. So olives are part of our land, of our culture, of course, of our diet as well. And this was very early recorded in the 50s by Ansel Keys in his famous 7-country studies that linked for the first time the dietary quality with prevention of chronic disease. An important moment for Mediterranean diet was in 2010 when we were able to inscribe Mediterranean diet in the list of UNESCO for intangible cultural heritage of humanity. And why was this important? Not only because we entered the list, but also because we managed to create a network among Mediterranean countries that highlights similarities and set aside differences. And of course, in similarities, olives, and you can see olives in these pictures taken from the site of UNESCO, are highlighted. But now we are in front of a second challenge, to emphasize the Mediterranean diet as a sustainable food system or a sustainable dietary model. What does this mean? Already in 2014, the high-level panel of experts of FAO put together this scheme that is, of course, very complicated, but shows very nicely that our behavior, shown here in the Greek box as consumer behavior, is a result of an interaction of a variety of factors that are called drivers or environments. This behavior affects our diet, and our diet has nutrition and health outcomes and also impacts on society, on economy, and the environment. And this comes back to reshape these factors and our behavior. For the Mediterranean dietary model, this is a great opportunity because the Mediterranean diet can be shown to be a model that not only produces public health benefits, but also has low environmental impact, significant economic gains at the local market, and supports further social, cultural understanding and connections. If you look at this so-called double pyramid model, you can see that in the Mediterranean diet, foods that have a lower footprint for the environment are consumed more frequently than those that have a high one. And olives are very much to the lower part of this pyramid. In the new model of Mediterranean diet pyramid, which shows environmental and sustainability traits of this model, you can see olives to be very much highlighted and connected with lower environmental impact, and also the other activities that highlight the Mediterranean lifestyle. We all now talk about the planetary health diets, and this is an example from the Eat Lancel report that was put together 2 years ago that shows that our diet should contain more of a plant source, more plant foods than ever before. Have we used these messages on the olive products? We do not use them as we should. And if you look at the Greek market again, only 2% of those products show that this is a vegan food. Very few have claims like natural. Very few highlight that they're produced locally. Very few have environmental claims. And my opinion is that this is an area that should be further exploited. Challenge number 3 on olives. We have a great concern on their salt content. In sustainable development goals, goal number 3 is referring to good health and well-being, and specifically states that our goal is to reduce by 1/3 premature mortality from non-communicable diseases. Hypertension, highly linked with salt intake, is one of those diseases. Therefore, there is a goal by the WHO to reduce salt intake by 30%. This means that we should consume foods that have lower salt, or we should reformulate, that is, create new foods that are based on the old food, but they have lower salt content, that is, that we redesign the food. What is the salt content of olives? Again, we looked at the Greek market, and we saw that the salt content is relatively high. Therefore, if you would use the traffic light system that is used in the UK, most of our products would be labeled as red, that is, that they would discourage the consumer to buy the products. If we look at the trends in IFT, self-care, disease prevention is is one of the top trends. Planetary and societal care also. To win the current marketplace, product development must focus on these priorities. We see the same top 5 trends in agro-food industry in Europe according to EIT Food. For 2021, health, for example, sustainability are among the top 5 trends. There are new opportunities in the farm to fork strategy. There are, and you can see those in this wheel. And if you connect to what we said about sustainable nutrition, the message is there. So innovation, my opinion, innovation not only on how the product is shaped, but also on how the product is promoted, is the big challenge for the olive sector, apart, of course, for investing more resources in creating appropriate health and nutrition claims. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Kapskefalu. Very interesting presentation, and you provide us a lot of food for thought, and thank you very much. Now, our next speaker will be Dr. Stan Kailis, who is the director of the Australian Mediterranean Olive Research Institute in Australia. The floor is yours, Dr. Kailis. Dr. Kailis.
Yes.
Welcome to our session.
Thank you very much.
Welcome. And now, please make your presentation.
Thank you. Greetings from Australia. It's a long way away. I'd like to thank the organisers of the conference for giving me the opportunity to come along and speak to you. I'd like to acknowledge a couple of people who have been in touch with me over the conference, and that is Nelos Georgiadis and Thanasis Yetis. And I also would like to acknowledge my co-author, Emeritus Professor Apostolos Kyritzakis. My background is Greek. My family were Ottoman Greeks coming from the Dodecanese Islands, so I have a vested interest in olives. Today I'm going to talk about quality and safety of table olive products as we see them in Australia. Australia is a new country for producing olives, and we're very active in production and research in the olive areas. The items I'd like to talk about, and in my presentation I have quite a bit of detail that I won't have time to go through, but as the presentation is going to be presented in a written form, I think the information could be valuable for people to come to the conference and read us. The important thing about olives is that they must be safe, edible, nutritious and appealing. And this is how we present olives in some of our supermarkets and markets. And so olives have to be not only technically correct, but also have to be appealing. Now, the olives to be in those categories, it starts off in the olive grove and finishes up in the more or less in the bottling of or canning of the olives. And it's important that throughout the process, good agricultural practice, good manufacturing practice, and good hygienic practice is used. Prerequisites for producing safe and quality olives, I have a list here. Very important is water. In processing olives, you must have very good water. And of course, everything you do must be of food grade quality. And as well as that, procedures need to be documented so you know what you've done, and you need to have a quality plan and a testing regime. Now in Australia, we have the Australian Olive Association, which is very supportive of our olive growers and producers. And a lot of the activities in Australia are supported by a standard. We have a voluntary standard for table olives, which ensures quality and safety. There's an olive care program which allows growers to grow olives in the proper way, and so we have good starting material. And of course, we also have HACCP rules for doing the olives. The Australian olive industry, which is olives made in Australia, is very small. It's boutique. 80% of the olive growers only have a property of about 5 hectares. Some of our olive oil producers, they have up to 1,000 hectares. So they're quite large farms. So we are very much a small part of the market. And in 2019, the value of our market was only $12 million. Now, in terms of Australian olives, the main two methods of producing the olives are fermentation and dehydration. We look at olive processing as primary processing, where we ferment or dehydrate the olives and debitter them, and secondary when we make the elaborations. Now, most of the olives that the Australian people eat are imported, and they are Spanish-style green olives, Greek-style green and black olives, Kalamata olives and salt-dried olives, Californian black-dried olives, Sicilian green olives, and so forth. So getting back to our own industry, that is a map of Australia. I come from Perth, which is on the west coast. Now, where you see those dots, that represents areas where olives are grown in Australia. In terms of statistics, we produce about 4,000 tonnes of olives, but we import 16.5 thousand tonnes, which gives a consumption of 20.5. Now, with a population of about 25 million, you can see on average we eat less than 1 kilogram of olives a year. Now, when we're considering the olive quality and safety, we look at the cultivar, the growing environment, the grove management, harvesting, post-harvesting, processing, preservation, and packaging and storage. Now, the cultivars for olives are very important, and we're interested in research on cultivars. And the first thing we try to ensure is that the olives are true to type. That is, the germplasm is correct. Now, we have about 100 cultivars in Australia. They've all been imported. There are a couple of the maybe clones of these. And so we have to go through our cultivar lists to check them by DNA testing and also through sort of pomology. Now, we make a great effort in making sure the maturation states are the correct ones. In terms of the olives, we mainly make olives that are 3 to 5 gram and maybe 5 gram, greater than 5 gram. And so these are the characteristics that we look for. Now, the stone is very important, and because in this table that I'm presenting here, these are some of the cultivars that we have in Australia, and you'll see that I've got one column there, the stones are freestone or clingstone. And you also see that the olives are ranging from large to small. Now, most people like large olives, but we found that in Australia, people also very much like the small olives, usually done by fermentation, and that includes Arbequina and Koroniki. Now, I know Koroniki is a very famous olive for olive oil, but it's also becoming quite famous in Australia. But that table gives you the sort of idea of what we would like to see in our olives in Australia. These are some cultivars. Now, I've got some ones that maybe you're not so familiar with, and there's Ascolano, which is Italian, Verdal, which is French. I've got Conservalia, which is obviously from Greece, Bainea, which is Israel, Arbequina, Spanish, and Cerignola from Italy. So we have a wide range of olives that we work with, and so which gives us some advantage in our products. In terms of the growing environment, we have a wide range of climates in Australia, and in amongst that we have the Mediterranean climate. But one of the problems we have is we don't have a lot of water, and our rainfall is quite low, and so we have to use irrigation very efficiently. We have enough chill factors, sunlight, terrain, and soil to grow olives. In terms of olive grove management, you need to have olives that are consistent in quality, and of course, with table olives, with our trees, we like to keep them at about 2 meters high and bushy for manual harvesting. We constantly look at the trees, the growers and so forth, and the scientific people, and we have some basic things that we do. We make sure we have a good soil analysis in those elements. We use leaf analysis, and so in that way we can ensure that we have olives that are healthy without disease. Now, some common problems we find, of course, are dieback is one of the problems that might occur, nutritional problems, there are some root diseases, fungal diseases, and so forth. So we have to attend to those. But the health check is what keeps our olives going well. Pruning is done to get rid of diseased material, and we fertilise either through fertigation or twice a year and irrigate during summer. Now, harvesting is an interesting area. We usually have manual harvesting for table olives, and our table olives are natural olives, so we have a lot of green and black done by fermentation. Mechanical harvesting isn't as good for our way of doing the olives, but we produce very few olives with light treatment. But if mechanical harvesting is used, it can reverse some of the damage that occurs with the olives. We produce olives at different stages, and this is the way we sort of assess in the field. If they're green and hard, they're not suitable for table olives. If they're green and ripe and release juice, then they're good for the green ripe. Then, of course, multicoloured and black ripe olives are much more easy to see. On the side there, you'll see the Kalamata olives, and there are in fact four stages of ripeness there. There is the green ripe, and there is the turning colour, 2 stages of turning colour, and the black olives. Post-harvest operations, we place a lot of emphasis on hygiene, and we try and process the olives within 1 or 2 days. If the olives have to be stored for longer periods, then what we can do is we can place them in salt brine or store them under controlled conditions. Our processing methods are mostly spontaneous fermentation in 8 to 10% salt brine, and also salt-dried or heat-dried olives. Less commonly in Australia are produced civilian-style green olives with lye, or Picholine-style olives lye without fermentation. Now, these are some of our products. The top corner olives produced by fermentation. The bottom ones are what we call cracked olives, or tsakistes as you call them. And then we have the large olive, which is Cerignola, and we use the technique of darkening our calamatas by exposing them to air for a few days. In terms of
I'm sorry I interrupt.
It's just a standard
Can
process.
you please conclude? I'm sorry I interrupt.
That's all right.
Okay.
Okay. Well, I'll get on to this next slide very quickly. These are the tests that we do for the olives, and we also are very interested in the organoleptic aspects, which are there. And in terms of future research, we're interested in cultivar selection, olive tree management, non-manual harvesting and processing, low-salt products. And thank you very much for allowing me to speak to you. This is a millennial olive tree on my island, Castellorizo, of which I am standing near the trunk of the tree. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Kailis. Very, very interesting. I see that we have similar problems in Australia in olive cultivation. So now I would like to ask to the floor Dr. Magda Tsolaki, who will discuss with us what is the influence of the phenolics of olive oil in our brain. Dr. Tsolaki, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much for your kind invitation. This is my disclosures, and I would like to do an introduction about neurodegenerative diseases. As a doctor, I am a neurologist, We know that neurodegenerative disease have unknown etiology. More efforts are still needed to uncover the processes that trigger these disorders. No treatments that can halt the progression or reverse the brain changes of any age-associated problems. There is only symptomatic therapy. This is likely due to the multifactorial nature of these pathologies that arise from a confluence of multiple toxic insults. And the common biological targets are apoptosis, autophagy, neuroinflammation, and while we have many effective treatments in animals, these treatments are not effective in people. So this is the outline of my presentation, and let's start with some introduction words about aging and dementia. We know now that every 3 seconds we have a new patient with the diagnosis of dementia. This is the incidence of dementia. The cost will rise to $2 trillion in 2030, and the number of patients will be more than 150 million people all over the world. As you can see here in Germany, in 1950, we had a very small number of people who lived more than 80 years old. In 2017, this number was increased, and by 2050, this number will be very high, and the highest of all the ages during the life. And you can see here that the number of persons aged 60 years or above will increase, as you can see here, in low income countries, but also in the vast majority will be in less developed countries. And while today the majority of people, even in low-income countries, live more years than the previous century, this is not enough. We have to try these years to be healthy with dignity. And our world until now did not do enough in order this improvement to run together with the best cognitive function of elderly, and this is a tragedy. We try now to prepare a world study about prevention of dementia, and you can see here the name of the strategy. It is a finger study, and Greece also is in this group. And while all this have been done, the search for a cure for dementia is not going well, as I said just before. Many studies didn't succeed to have good results, and we hope that by 2023 we'll have this medication, which is the best until now, Perrotis, while the other medication who are in preparation have some side effects which are not useful for our brain. And what about olive oil? You know that all of you that there are many phenolic compounds that have been identified in extra virgin olive oil, and this is the pathogenesis of Alzheimer's disease, many pathogenetic factors, and we can see how olive oil can change all these pathogenetic factors. If we see here that oleocanthal only can change every pathogenetic mechanism in order not to have amyloid beta oligomers that are toxic for our brain. You can see here how oleocanthal can change all these pathogenic mechanisms. And how can we prevent Alzheimer's disease? How we can prevent these young or older people to have Alzheimer's disease? And how can we prevent this healthy brain to be Alzheimer's brain? We try to move towards successful intervention. This is the study, but also there are some clinical studies and cognitions with extra virgin olive oil in order to see if we can have a benefit from this. This is one study which was published in Neurology in 1999, and there are many other studies from then. You can see here another study with Mediterranean diet, and the results are very good. There is a reduce of risk of dementia about 28. And what about people who are have age-related cognitive decline? This is very good study which was published in JAMA, Internal Medicine, in 2015. We have unfortunately, much time in order to give the time in order to explain, but the results are very useful to say that the best nutrition substrate is olive oil, better than Mediterranean diet plus nuts. So this means that we can use extra virgin olive oil in order to prevent our brain neurodegeneration. And this is another very good study. And what we have done, this is our study, which was published the previous year in Journal of Alzheimer's Disease. It is a randomized clinical trial of click high phenolic early harvest extra virgin olive oil in mild cognitive impairment. This is a stage just before the early stages of Alzheimer's disease. We used olive oil from Georgikii. Family Prodromou gave us this olive oil, and we have two kinds of extra virgin olive oils. The finest with total of analyzed compounds 975 milligrams per kilogram, with index D3 very high, as you see. And the other kind of olive oil we used was with 271 milligram per kilogram and index D3 very high, but not so high as the finest. The study design was at the beginning with 150 participants, and to do many analyses after 12 months. We didn't succeed to reach this number. Finally, we had 49 participants. The first group, they were about the same number in each group. And the first group received high phenolic early harvest extra virgin olive oil. The second received moderate phenolic extra virgin olive oil. And the third group received only Mediterranean diet, but also the previous both groups received the Mediterranean diet. We did neuropsychological assessment before and after the end of the study. The follow-up was 12 months. And the demographics, there were no significant difference between age, gender, and education. As you can see here, the P results between the three groups. And this is the flow chart of the study. If somebody wants, I can send to him or her the study in order to see details. This is the data analysis, statistical significance less than 0.05. And we found these results. You can see here in 4 scales, we had significant results between the second group and the third group. You can see here a significant result, and in mini-mental. Here we can see that ADAS-COG had a significant result both in first group and the second group at the follow-up. So both extra virgin olive oils had a significant results in ADAS-COG, which is a scale which is used in the vast majority of medication in clinical trials. In DigitSpan also we had a significant difference in only in first group, and in letter fluency we have a significant difference in both first group and third group, but this was out that in the third group we had very high results in the beginning of the study. And also we analyzed the EEG results, electroencephalogram in all patients. And you can see here, this is very clear, that with eyes open and eyes closed, the high phenol ultra harvest extra virgin olive oil was better in both conditions, either in eyes open or in eyes closed, from the other two groups. And here you can see differences also pre and post intervention in different conditions. Here are the eyes closed, and here are the eyes open. So you can see here that there are differences between the groups, as you can see in view, but in numbers the difference is better. Also, there are from our group, from the biochemistry department, we did analysis of blood samples, and we found differences in fibrinolytic system. That means it is very useful in prevention of strokes or small infarcts in our brains. And you can see here the demographics of our patients who took part in this biochemistry analysis. And you can see here very quickly the results. This is one plasminogen activator inhibitor 1, and you can see here the normal and the people who were in MCI states and took for 1 year extra virgin olive oil were at the same level in this factor, while in all the other groups the PAI-1 was increased. Even the patients were in the mild cognitive impairment at the baseline, or after 12 months, or even we had also a group with Alzheimer's disease who did not take olive oil. Also, this factor was very high. And you can see here how the olive oil changed the levels of this factor. Also, alpha-2 endiplasmin was also changed. You can see here the big change by olive oil. We had in the group who were in extra virgin olive oil for 12 months. You can see here also the differences. And also we have another factor which also gave the same results. You can see here MCI with extra virgin olive oil are at the same level with normal persons and the same age, education, and gender. And you can see here this difference between different groups of MCI, either at baseline or without extra virgin olive oil after 12 months. And beta amyloid and tau protein are the proteins which are changed mostly in the brain, but now we are waiting to have some very reliable results also in blood. So we did measures in blood, and we found that also there was differences in beta amyloid. You can see there is a change, but there is no significant difference. And we have also MDA, which is a factor of oxidative stress. And you can see here that patients with MCI and extra virgin olive oil, they are at the same level of normal as in the other proteins. And you can see here between the different groups of mild cognitive impairment that the best values are in patients with extra virgin olive oil. The other study, which was published this year also, is about the BMI 1 level.
I'm sorry, Dr. Tsolaki, can you please conclude? Yeah.
Yes. This is another study. We have also very good results. You can see that the same results with normal, this group with extra virgin olive oil. And also you can see the tau protein, as I discussed just before, that the tau protein also is a very good protein and a very good biomarker for Alzheimer's disease. But also we have biomarkers of neuroinflammation. And here we have very good results. You can see here the same levels between normals and people who on extra virgin olive oil. So the supplementation of extra virgin olive oil does all these changes, which are very useful for our brain. And the last study is this, where we can show that the olive oil is a neuroprotective, anticoagulant, antioxidant, and anti-inflammatory. And this have, as a result, to have less beta amyloid perhaps in our brains and less tau and phospho-tau in brain and blood sample. Finally, I would like to say that we come again 25 centuries before and say the same that Hippocrates said, that our food has to be our medicine and our medicine has to be our food. Thank you very much all my colleagues for their big efforts, and I would like to thank you, all of you from the lovely Thessaloniki, and I'm ready for questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your interesting presentation. Actually, I have a question. As a doctor, with what you know up to now, what can I do to prevent, from what we know, to prevent Alzheimer? I mean, would you recommend to, let's assume that I'm a healthy person, 1 tablespoon early harvest virgin oil per day? What do you think?
Yes, the study we did, we suggested to our persons with mild cognitive impairment to take about 50 ml of extra virgin olive oil every day, 1 spoon during their lunch, and 1 spoon for the salad, at 1 spoon at the main dish, and one spoon during the dinner, 1 spoon,
Okay.
and this is very good for this. We approved that this is very good for our brains because the study, this clinical study, was published in a very good United States journal of Alzheimer's disease, with impact factor about 4. It is the second clinical journal in the world about Alzheimer's disease. So I believe that extra virgin olive oil can help our brain and perhaps the other also organs of our body, because they do all these very exciting things which are have to be duplicated by other researchers, and say to all the people all over the world to follow this kind of diet. We know that Mediterranean diet, the main substrate that and the main food that is the content of Mediterranean diet is extra virgin olive oil. So perhaps Mediterranean diet is the diet with extra virgin olive oil, which is very helpful for our brain.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Dr. Tsolaki. Now, we don't have other questions. And, okay, whoever wants to ask something can always write on the chat, and we'll promise that we'll answer personally to each one by email. And now let's have Thank you very much, all of you, for your presentations. They were all of them very, very interesting. And now let's have a break for till 11:15 till the next session starts. Thank you again very, very much. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Τι θέλεις να γίνεις όταν μεγαλώσεις? Πόσες φορές έχεις ακούσει αυτή την ερώτηση? Και μαζί πόσες απαντήσεις? Αρχιτέκτονας, μηχανικός, αστροναύτης.
Ωραία όλα αυτά. Αλλά αν ρωτήσεις εμένα, απάντηση ήταν πάντα η γη. Που μας τρέφει, μας φιλοξενεί, μας αγκαλιάζει. Το σήμερα και το αύριό της.
Η ερώτηση λοιπόν δεν είναι τι, αλλά πού. Γιατί το πού θα φτάσεις
έχει σχέση και με το από πού ξεκινάς και το πώς θα προχωρήσεις.
Γιατί πώς να ασχοληθείς με τη γη αν δεν βρεθείς δίπλα της?
Πώς να ασχοληθείς με το μέλλον αν δεν το κάνεις κτήμα σου. Όχι απλά να κοιτάς έξω.
Αλλά πέρα από τον ορίζοντα.
Perrotis College. Εσύ, τι θέλεις να γίνεις όταν μεγαλώσεις?
Consumers throughout Europe and the rest of the world are demanding cleaner, safer, and more transparent food production. Envio is an innovator, developing crop production solutions which will be key in answering those trends.
Olive trees are suffering because of Xylella. Millions of trees have already died and many more are infected and dying. With our innovative and precise injection technology, using a 3D metal printed tip, we bring the bioactive into the vascular system of the tree to fight against the bacterial infection inside the trunk of the tree. Through our targeted approach, we achieve superior control of the disease with significantly less bioactive compared to foliar spray. But we go even beyond. With the combination of satellite data, drone technologies, our ground data, the precision injection, and the right bioactive, we have a personalized solution to diagnose, prescribe, and treat on an individual tree level.
We're rolling out solutions to address Xylella and other diseases in olive production, and to refine practices to manage vineyards and orchards. We are introducing new biological technologies, systems, and practices into agriculture to disrupt the industry and improve the human and environmental conditions for generations to come.
Η αρχή πάντα είναι πολύ δύσκολη. Αλλά άμα έχεις υπομονή και επιμονή, κερδίζεις τα πάντα. Ξεκίνησα το 1956, μέχρι το 1970 ήμουνα στην εσωτερική κατανάλωση, σε διάφορα μπακάλικα σε όλους τους νομούς της Κεντρικής Μακεδονίας.
Στις αρχές της δεκαετίας του 1970 άρχισε δειλά κάποιες εξαγωγές σε Έλληνες του εξωτερικού. Σιγά σιγά απλώθηκε σε όλη την Ευρώπη και φυσικά τα επόμενα χρόνια και στις ΗΠΑ και σε άλλα κράτη του κόσμου. Έχει σημασία πάρα πολύ τις σχέσεις έχεις αναπτύξει στη διάρκεια των χρόνων με τους ανθρώπους σου σε όλη την Ελλάδα, με τους παραγωγούς, πώς αφουγκράζεις αυτούς, πώς αυτοί καταλαβαίνουν εσένα. Οι σχέσεις αυτές των παραγωγών ξεκινάνε το πατέρα μου από τις προηγούμενες γενιές παραγωγών, συνεχίζουν στα παιδιά τους και στα εγγόνια τους. Ο πατέρας μου, γνωρίζοντας κάθε ελληνική ελιά όπου βρίσκεται, τι δυνατότητες έχει, ξέροντας τους καλύτερους ελαιώνας και ξέροντας να επιλέγει πάντοτε το καλύτερο δυνατό προϊόν. Είναι μια σχέση αμφίδρομη και οδεύει στη διάρκεια του χρόνου.
Όταν πρώτο ξεκίνησα με τους παλιούς πρωτότυπους τρόπους επεξεργασίας της ελιάς. Το χαράκι ήταν με το χέρι. Χαράζαμε το βράδυ και το πρωί τα κάναμε διανομή στα διάφορα μπακάλικα.
Η επέμβασή μας είναι λιγότερη δυνατή με σεβασμό σε αυτήν την ελιά. Είναι το άρωμά της, η γεύση της που την ξεχωρίζουν από τις υπόλοιπες ελιές στον κόσμο. Πραγματικά έχουμε καταλάβει όλα αυτά τα χρόνια κάνοντας αμέτρητα ταξίδια ότι η ελληνική ελιά υπερέχει σε σχέση με πολλές άλλες ποικιλίες του εξωτερικού. Λειτουργούμε σε μια οικογενειακή ομάδα, μια δυνατή ομάδα που συνυπάρχουν αυτή τη στιγμή 3 γενιές στην ίδια εταιρεία. Υπάρχει τουλάχιστον μια ζωντανή παράδοση 3-4 γενναιών. Σε όλα αυτά τα παιδιά που ασχολούνται με τον πρωτογενή τομέα, εμείς ασχολούμαστε με το μεταποιητικό τομέα, υπάρχει μια παράδοση που δεν πρέπει να χαθεί. Η εταιρεία έχει στα χέρια της μια ισχυρή παράδοση, δίνει μεγάλη βαρύτητα στην ποιότητα και πιστεύει ότι αυτά τα δύο πράγματα, η ποιότητα και η παράδοση, έχουν μέλλον. Πρέπει βέβαια να μην μείνουμε στην παράδοση, με καινούργια προγράμματα να επιβάλλουμε στα καινούργια βήματα της ζωής. Η πίστη και η εμπιστοσύνη που έχουν τόσο οι παραγωγοί που δίνουν τα προϊόντα της, όσο και οι πελάτες οι οποίοι αγοράζουν τα τελικά προϊόντα. Αυτή τη σχέση εμπιστοσύνης θέλουμε να κτίσουμε και να τη μεγαλώσουμε και τα επόμενα χρόνια και είναι η μεγάλη περιουσία της εταιρείας. Προσδοκούμε στην τρίτη γενναία να έρθει μαζί μας, να αγαπήσει και αυτό το προϊόν, να έχει και αυτή πάθος όσο είχαμε και εμείς.
Πάντα λέω και στα παιδιά μου και στα εγγόνια μου, η δουλειά δεν θέλει μόνο ζήλο. Θέλει έρωτα.
θέλεις να γίνεις όταν μεγαλώσεις? Πόσες φορές έχεις ακούσει αυτή την ερώτηση? Και μαζί πόσες απαντήσεις? Αρχιτέκτονας, μηχανικός, αστροναύτης.
Ωραία όλα αυτά. Αλλά αν ρωτήσεις εμένα, απάντηση ήταν πάντα η γη. Που μας τρέφει, μας φιλοξενεί, μας αγκαλιάζει. Το σήμερα και το αύριό της.
Η ερώτηση λοιπόν δεν είναι τι, αλλά πού. Γιατί το που θα φτάσεις
έχει σχέση και με το από πού ξεκινάς και το πώς θα προχωρήσεις.
Γιατί πώς να ασχοληθείς με τη γη αν δεν βρεθείς δίπλα της?
Πώς να ασχοληθείς με το μέλλον αν δεν το κάνεις κτήμα σου? Όχι απλά να κοιτάς έξω,
αλλά πέρα από τον ορίζοντα.
Perrotis College. Εσύ, τι θέλεις να γίνεις όταν μεγαλώσεις?
Hello, and welcome to the second international conference, Olive Conference, organized by Krinos Olive Center at Perrotis College. We will continue now on the second panel on waste management and bioeconomy. My name is Christos Vasilikiotis, and I'm the chair of the Sustainable Agriculture and Management Department at Perrotis College. I would like to ask our presenters to keep their presentation to 10 minutes to allow for time at the end for discussion and questions from the audience. We'll start with the first presenter, Dr. Panagiotis Kougias. He's a senior researcher in the Soil and Water Resource Institute at Elgo Dimitra, and he presents on valorization of olive meal wastewaters in the era of circular bioeconomy. Dr. Kougias, the floor is yours. Το μικρόφωνο κάνετε unmute. Dr. Kougias.
I think that now you can hear me, right?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. I was saying that I would like to thank you, Chair, for the introduction. And also I would like to thank the organizing committee for this kind invitation at this conference in order to present some thoughts and some very rough research activities that we are doing in the lab regarding the olive meal wastewater. And the topic of today's presentation is valorization of olive meal wastewaters in the era of circular bioeconomy. First of all, it's a very small introduction, and I will go through these slides very fast in order not to take advantage of the time. We're in a lab from the soil. We're in a lab in the Soil and Water Resources Institute of the Hellenic Agricultural Organization Dimiter. We are working with bioprocesses, so different processes that we are using microorganisms in order to catalyze different compounds, and we are working mainly with waste valorization. So we have waste treatment, agro-industrial wastes that we are using microorganisms to produce high market value products, either in the form of energy carriers or in the form of other bioactive compounds. We are doing pilot testing after the lab verification, and we are working a lot with molecular techniques, metagenomics and metatranscriptomics, because as said, all these processes that we are working on are depending strictly on the effect, the efficiency, and the adaptation of different kind of microorganisms. And the last one, it's the circular bioeconomy, which is the umbrella of all our bioprocesses, because we are trying to look at a 360 approach, biorefinery approach, on how we can utilize something that it's called nowadays waste. We can call it a byproduct, in order to produce something that it's useful and to give to this residue a second life. We have ongoing collaborations with different international and national universities, and we have also a strong network with different companies that we are working on solving and developing new innovative products. So now to the presentation. It cannot be disputed, it's without any doubt that olive oil production, it's an important sector, both economically in the EU countries. We can see that EU produces roughly 67% of the world's olive oil, and specifically for Greece, I would say that according to the last statistics, approximately 15% of the cultivation of olive trees are occurring in our country. So there is no any doubt that we have also as a country a strong impact on and relation with this topic. Now, what is the problem coming out from the oil processing industry? Is that we have a huge quantity of different wastes. And we talk about also wastes that are solid ones, like wood, branches, or leaves. And we have also the liquid ones, like the olive meal wastewater that are coming out from the olive extraction process. We can see in this slide that in order to understand how much waste and wastewater we are producing, we can see that out of 1 ton of olive, we can get approximately 200 to 400 kilos of solid waste and 400 to 600 kilos of wastewater if we are using a traditional system. While if we are using a three-phase system, we have approximately 500 to 600 kilos of solid waste and approximately a ton or 1.2 tons of wastewater, and if we use a two-phase process, we have 950 kilos of solid waste, and also something like 100 kilos of wastewater. So we can understand that it's while producing the olive oil, we have quite a lot of waste and wastewater production. So here comes the circular bioeconomy, because circular bioeconomy, because we have to understand how we can utilize these wastes in order to valorize them, first of all, but in parallel, if we can get also some other products out of it. Circular bioeconomy comes from the movement from the egocentric to the ecocentric approach. We can see this egocentric, where is this pyramid. We are not agreeing with this pyramid, where you can see the different stratification of the species, but we have to move to a more circular concept in which all the parts of this value chain has their own preposition, and each one interacts with the other. In other ways, we can see that about circular bioeconomy, that it's the goods of today the goods of today are the resources of tomorrow at yesterday's resource prices. This is something that Walter Stachel said in the past, and out of which we are trying to define what is circular bioeconomy. Actually, if you try to see in the literature and also in the EU legislation of what is circular economy, you are going to go into a vast different definitions. In order also to be on the same page, I have kept the one from the Finnish bioeconomy strategy, because I think this one, it's the one that combines everything together. So according to the Finnish bioeconomy strategy, the circular bioeconomy, it's an economy that relies on renewable natural resources to produce food, energy, and products. And also the bioeconomy strives to reduce our dependence on fossil natural resources, also to prevent biodiversity loss, and also to create an economic growth together with sustainable development. Schematically, we can see that the difference between the linear economy and the circular economy, we are trying to avoid this take, make, and dispose concept, and we go to make, consume, and enrich concept. And the last thing about bioeconomy, before going more deeply into the olive production, it is that through the circular bioeconomy, as I said, we have to produce some products which they have a different value proposition. And we can see in this pyramid the economic value of the different products that we can get out of a biorefinery concept. The most cheap, it's the energy, but of course it's a larger quantity of the product that we can get. And what is economically more high is the pharmaceuticals, bioactive compounds that we can use in order to implement them in the pharmaceutical or cosmeceutical industry. So in this slide, we have a canvas on circular business models. It's again like the pyramid that we have seen together, but here we can see the valorization pathways from resources to the value proposition. The outputs that we can get from the cultivation of olive trees, and also the effluents or the byproducts that we can get out from the olive mill, the olive oil extraction. So starting from the highest in volume, somewhere here we have solid waste, like the wood from the pruning. All these can go, the flowers can go for cosmetics, but most of them, of this high quantity wastes, they are going for the generation of electricity and heat. While we have also, as said, from the flower, some molecules that we can extract either from the wastewater or also from the leaves, and they can be used as antioxidants in cosmetics, or can be used also as tanning agents in ecological leather processing, or also some other bioactive ingredients for medical compounds. The water, and we will see that in one example, they can be purified, they can generate also some kind of energy, but mainly they can be used again for the irrigation of the olive trees. So going now to show you two examples. The first example is something that we are using in the lab, we are developing in the lab, not only with olive wastewater, but also with other types of agro-industrial wastes. But it is something relevant. It's the production of energy, and I will tell you what, but to couple it with something else, because I said the energy is the one of the product, but it doesn't have so much profitability in some cases. So the first one is the utilization of olive meal wastewater in a combination of with a combination of anaerobic digestion. So I don't know how many of you are aware of the anaerobic digestion and the biogas production. Here we can see a very rough schematic process. So we have a biogas digester which is fed with different kinds of agro-industrial wastes, out of which it can be also the olive meal wastewater. The wastewater are remaining inside the anaerobic tank for a certain amount of days, depending on the temperature of the operational temperature, and then we can get biogas. Biogas is actually a gas mixture. It contains approximately 50 to 75, I would say mostly 50 to 60% methane. The rest is carbon dioxide, while it has also some impurities like nitrogen, hydrogen sulfide that it should be removed. But we have also some impurities in this gas mixture. What we can do with this biogas is to burn it in a combined heat and power unit, as we can see here. And from the 100%, let's say, biogas, we can produce approximately 35 to 40% out of this proportion goes to electrical energy, can be sold to the national electrical grid, while another 45 to 50% it is heat. It can be used to heat again the anaerobic digester, or it can be used for heating other agricultural structures that are around the biogas plant, since we are talking about rural areas. And we have 15% approximately losses because of the capacity of the CHP. Now, if we are going to do something like that with olive meal wastewater, it will be certain no. Of course, we know that olive meal wastewater, they have a seasonality. They are from November up to, let's say, February. So we cannot run an anaerobic digester only for this period. We would like to have something all the year. So what is the most easiest thing to do is to combine it with other agro-industrial wastes. And olive meal wastewater, they have some particularities in their chemical composition. They have a very high COD and a lot of carbon inside, but they are very poor in nitrogen. On the other hand, we have a vast amount of other, especially livestock resources, like pig manure, that they have a lot of ammonia inside, so they have a lot of nitrogen inside, which this ammonia causes a toxicity to the microorganisms. On the other hand, by combining these two wastes, so we have not only a monodigestion, but like a co-digestion process, it improves the overall anaerobic digestibility of these substrates. Especially as we can see these slides, by doing this co-digestion, we improve the digestibility, we improve the energy yield, we have more methane, we improve the CN ratio, and this is something very peculiar and very specifically for the olive meal wastewater. Also, we can alleviate toxicity issues. We know that olive meal wastewater, they have a lot of long-chain fatty acids. Again, it's toxic. It can cause toxicity to the microbes. So by combining it with another waste, we can have a benefit out of it. We can improve the economic viability of the plant, of the biogas plant, and also we can address the seasonality of some wastes. But as I said, this is something that creates energy, but energy in some cases is not so much appreciated, I mean, economically compared to other processes. So what we are trying to do here is to utilize this waste in order to produce methane. And I will couple it with something else, and I will tell you how this is actually afterwards overlapping and integrating. We have another problem nowadays, that it's the lack of food, and especially proteins. We know that approximately every person per day has to have 100 grams of edible protein, and trying to source other ways of producing protein. Actually, nowadays, we are working on proteins that are come from plants. since we have also this lack of agricultural soils, we have to try to find out other alternative ways to produce this protein. And one of them is this microbial protein. And I will tell you now how these two concepts, they can be integrated together. In this slide, we can see the conventional biogas production. So we have olive meal wastewater that they are going to an anaerobic digester. They are fermented. We are producing biogas. Biogas goes to the CHP. It is burnt. We are producing electricity. We are producing heat. And also, it could be possible that after cleaning and upgrading, we can have biomethane, which is an alternative to natural gas. So we can have fuels, and it can be used for home cooking. And also the leftovers from the digester, it's a digestate. It is rich in inorganic compounds. It can be used after dewatering and pasteurization as a biofertilizer. So this is the conventional way. And actually here we can use, as said, a co-digestion process. So we have different other substances to work together for the biogas. Now what we are working on is to have again the biogas, but on the other hand, utilize the methane out of the biogas and utilize the nutrients from the digestate in order to cultivate some specific microorganisms like Methanococcus capsulatus, which while they are fermenting this methane, because they need methane and some nutrients to metabolize, they are producing in their cells, they are accumulating protein. So out of this process, instead of producing only energy, we are producing partially energy, but mainly we are using the methane in order to produce something that it can afterwards go as an animal feed, or it can be, and this is actually now, we are trying to investigate because there is a problem with the legislation to go also to human feed. But definitely for animal feed, it can go, or for fish feed. The second example is another one that I am borrowing it from another paper. We are not working on this concept because it contains also the...
Yes, please try to conclude. We went over time.
It's my last slide.
Okay.
Sorry for... And in this concept, we have, let's say, the olive oil production, and after the olive oil production, we have the organic fraction of the wastes and also the wastewater. After the drying process, we can get out the water. The water needs some specific pretreatment, especially for the adjustment of the pH, but this water can be used again for the olive tree irrigation. But the dried matter, it can go for pyrolysis. The pyrolysis, if it is slow, it can produce gas, and the gas can be used also for heating the process of drying. We have biochar, and the biochar, it can be used again to be incorporated into the soil as soil amender for improving the oil production, the olive tree production. And also we have some bio-oils, and the bio-oils, again, it can be refined and it can be used as a fuel in order to be used for the processes of olive oil that we need some extra heat. So this is another concept of different circular economy in which we can use waste out of olive oil production in order to produce multiple products. This is my presentation till now. I would like to hear if you have any question, and if you would like to hear more about what we are doing in the lab. I am showing you here our social media, and by this I would like to thank you for the kind invitation and your attention.
Thank you, Dr. Kougias, for this very interesting presentation and your introduction to the circular economy, circular bioeconomy concept, and presenting the different methods that we can address this very big problem of having the wastewater from olive mills. So thank you. Now we'll continue on the same theme with a presentation on biobed system for the effective and low-cost treatment of olive oil mill wastewater. Presentation is by Ms. Tinikopoulou from the Elgo Dimitra in collaboration with Dr. Petros Samaras from the International Hellenic University. Ms. Tinikopoulou, the floor is yours.
Okay, good morning to all of you. Thank you very much for your kind invitation. I'm going to present you some of the results of a 3-year experiment that took place in the premises of SWRI at Synthos of Thessaloniki in collaboration with the Faculty of Rural and Urban Engineering of Aristotle University and the International Hellenic University. The topic of our project is biobed system for the effective and low-cost treatment of olive meal wastewaters. Until now, disposal and handling of huge quantities of these wastes remains one of the crucial issues for the Mediterranean basin countries, which have to face severe environmental problems due to production and irrational disposal of huge amounts of them in short periods of time. This situation gets worse because olive oil production is seasonal, so the treatment process should be flexible enough to operate in a non-continuous mode. Otherwise, these wastes should be stored until further processing. Currently, they are improperly treated, being left out in outdoor storage or evaporation lagoons, while during periods of high precipitations, they may reach water bodies and cause serious deterioration to the underground water properties. Due to cost restrictions and seasonality of the flow rates, usually no treatment plants are available at the mills. A lot of researchers have used several methods, mechanical, physical, chemical, biological, a single process or in combination in order to treat these wastes, but most of them are quite useful as pre-treatment methods, inefficient on pollutants removal, and moreover, they do not generate viable subproducts. Moreover, management methods have been developed in terms of recycling these wastes as soil amendment, but these methods are expensive and laborious, and they usually require monitoring and may generate recalcitrant byproducts. And despite the fact that in all European countries, the direct discharge of these wastes into rivers, lakes, valleys, and uncontrolled ponds is strictly forbidden, in many cases, their direct disposal into aquatic resources and the ecosystem has been observed. The motivation of our research was the fact that simple and low-cost field systems called biobeds have been successfully developed in Sweden in order to reduce environmental pollution caused by pesticides. And although these systems have been efficiently used for the treatment of a broad range of wastewaters worldwide, however, their utilization for olive oil meal wastewaters treatment is limited. So in these terms, we decided to operate a soil tank system filled in with a special biomixture, which behaves as a natural biological filter for degradation of organic matter and solids retention from the wastes. The aim of the study was the design, the construction, the installation, and the operation of a simple and low-cost biobed system for the treatment and purification of the waste, also the determination of the appropriate biomixture, and the investigation of the handling of the treated effluent, either for irrigation or discharge to water bodies and landscapes. A biomixture was prepared to fill the biobed, which took about 3.5 months to pre-process and complete. The materials that were used were straw, 50%, soil, 25%, and compost, 25%. And all these materials were mixed with a concrete mixture. Approximately 800 liters of biomass were prepared, which remained outside for 12 weeks for digestion. Also, water content was maintained to the desired level, while temperature and carbon per nitrogen ratio were monitored. At the same time, biobed construction started. The biobed was constructed with galvanized steel, and the dimensions were 1 meter by 1 meter by 0.8 meters height. 6 drainage pipes were placed inside. 3 ventilation pipes were fitted above them to ensure the existence of aerobic conditions. Dry clay was placed at the bottom of the biobed at a height of 3 centimeters, and above the clay layer and at a height of about 8 centimeters, gravel was placed. And then an irrigation system of 6 tubes was fitted on the biobed to allow the inflow of the liquid waste onto the biobed. About 560 liters of biomixture were carefully placed over the gravel. The biobed was connected in series with two tanks, one filled with the waste and one empty. A rotary pump was used in order to transfer and inject the waste from the tank onto the biobed. The drains collected in the corresponding container were transferred to the empty tank with the help of an automatic submersible drainage sump pump, and the valves were installed at each inlet and outlet of the pipes to regulate flow and reverse fluid flows. So afterwards, 1 ton of olive meal wastewater was transported from a three-phase centrifugal mill into the tank, and the effluent from the storage tank was recycled to the inlet of the system. So the operation carried out in 5 subsequent treatment cycles. Each time, the liquid waste was discharged from the tank into the biobed, and the drainage was discharged from the biobed container into the empty tank. The concentration of various pollutants in the influent, effluent, and the recycled stream was measured on a weekly basis, together with the corresponding flow rates. And the overall removal capacity as a function of the treatment cycles was studied, as well as the behavior of the biobed due to blockage and placental build-up of solids in the upper part. Now, let me present you some of the great results of the experiment. As far as organic degradation, BOD reduction indicated an increasing trend from the first to the fourth cycle, ranging between 65 and 88% reduction, while as we can see, a remarkable reduction of 96% was indicated for the fifth cycle. Regarding COD concentration, reduction was also found to increase from the first to the fourth cycle, ranging from 60 to 80%. While 92 reduction of COD was indicated at the fifth cycle. And similarly, total phenols reduction was found to increase from the first to the fifth cycle. Concentration of total phenols varied from 663 ppm for the raw waste and 73 ppm for the drainage of the fifth cycle, which is a corresponding reduction between being up to 89%. An increase in the pH of the raw waste and the drainages was observed, moving from acidic to alkaline, while electrical conductivity decreased by 62%, reaching 2.2 millisiemens per centimeter. And as far as total nitrogen, depletion of 86% was noted. We can see also a significant downward trend in nitrate concentration, reaching 47% decrease. Also noteworthy was the fact that ammonia was also eliminated, while significant decrease was observed in sulfate ions and in phosphate. Concerning solids, total solids, volatile solids, total suspended solids, and volatile suspended solids decreased all of them. Solids reduction indicated an increasing trend from the first to the last cycle, while a great reduction in total suspended solids of 89% was indicated at the end of the cycles. We can see that the BOD per COD ratio rates between 0.3 to 0.4, indicating that the liquid waste was biodegradable in each cycle of the experiment. And similarly, the values of volatile solids per COD ratio increased gradually, starting from the value of 0.4, which also indicated that drainages were becoming easier to biodegrade in each cycle, as less oxygen was required for the decomposition of the organic substance. Now, chemical determinations in the biomixture samples of each cycle also took place in order to investigate its potential use as soil amendment after its replacement. An increase in pH values was observed from 7 to 7.9. Regarding electrical conductivity, a slight decrease took place, while organic matter increased, ranging from 15 to 18%. It's also worth noting that macronutrients and boron concentrations showed high values, so we concluded that biomixtures content in nutrients and organic matter, as well as its other chemical characteristics, nominates that the used biomixture could be reused satisfactorily for soil enrichment with organic matter. In conclusion, at the end of the experiment, we observed a great COD, BOD, and phenols reduction, significant pH improvement, significant electrical conductivity, total nitrogen and sulfates reduction, as well as a reduction in all solids of the liquid waste. Summarizing, we can say that biobends can be considered as a novel, simple, inexpensive and effective method for the treatment and purification of olive oil meal wastewaters in order to minimize environmental impacts from their uncontrolled discharge or their inadequate treatment. Also, the promising outcomes combined with the fact that the method is zero waste and follows the circular economy principles may facilitate the arduous and intractable treatment of the wastes in Greece. Very important is the fact that the byproduct, which until now was considered a hazardous waste, is turned into a viable component for the rest of the oil production process. The final drainages, even from the third cycle, could be used as they are or diluted in irrigation. And lastly, the used biomixture, when replaced, can be used as soil amendment in soils with low organic matter content, either as it is or after composting. I wish this was an interesting presentation for you. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Ms. Kinigopoulou, for keeping the time, and thank you for the very interesting presentation on another application of the biobed system to olive meal wastewater. So we're saying that there are many promising strategies to deal with that big environmental problem and moving the olive sector into a more circular bioeconomy.
We hope
very much. Now we're going to move to our third presenter, Dr. Michael Braverman, and who's the manager of a biopesticide, organic, and international capacity building program at Rutgers University. The presentation on developing pesticide residue data for international exports. Dr. Braverman, the floor is yours.
Thank you. So today I'd like to talk a little bit about my organization and potential for cooperation globally. IR4 is an organization that specializes in developing data. Domestically, we submit this data to the Environmental Protection Agency in the United States. We were established in 1963. And over the last decade or so, we've been shifting from a domestic organization to one which is also involved in international activities. So we have a series of both field stations and laboratories whereby we develop research protocols. We conduct the field phase involving the application of new products for development of pest management. We analyze the residues and then submit them to EPA. As I mentioned, we have expanded not only now to EPA, but also to Codex. Codex is the international organization under FAO, which is associated with establishing MRLs or pesticide residue limits on crops such as olives and all crops. So we work on specialty crops. Why? Because most of the major companies are not interested in developing data on things such as olives. They want to register things on corn or soybeans or all of the major crops. So we develop data to help crops such as olives have new pest management tools. Of course, olives have pest problems just like all crops, such as the olive fruit fly. And we develop both conventional and biopesticide-based approaches to pest management. So some of the successes of IR4 project specifically on olives, we've developed new products that resulted in the registration and the availability of these new pest management tools for growers, including these insecticides. Several products for disease management, both managing fungal diseases and bacterial diseases. Also for weed control. And these are only, I specified ones on olives, but we work on a very wide variety of crops. Of course, pest management and their residues resulting from the use of pesticides are important because they can impact exports. So when olives or olive oil are exported, they can be subject to analysis in the incoming country, and there can be issues if the pesticide residues exceed an MRL. And one of the problems is that globally, there may be different maximum residue limits or MRLs in different parts of the world. So for example, buprofizin has a tolerance in the US of 5 ppm, but in the EU, it's only 0.01. And then opposed to that, at the bottom of the table, you have oxaflurofin. In the US, you have an MRL of only 0.05 part per million, whereas in the EU, it's 1.0. So these differences in MRLs can cause trade issues. So the vision of our organization is to develop a global network of minor use or specialty programs to solve the minor use pest management problems. And we want to develop partnerships globally. And not only do we want to develop the partnerships, we actually do want to develop data jointly, and in the end, have a more harmonized result. In other words, we want to have an even playing field between the MRLs in all parts of the world. And we can help do that by establishing data simultaneously. We have completed a number of projects funded by the Standards Trade and Development Facility, which is part of the World Trade Organization. Most of these currently have involved tropical crops, but we are involved in a number of crops in many parts of the world. There's also an organization we are affiliated with called the Minor Use Foundation, which has started to fund work globally, focusing on pesticide residues in specialty or minor crops. So these are the priorities that are currently listed for the Minor Use Foundation. Some of these are already funded and some are under development. And you can see we have a very wide variety of crops, both temperate crops, greenhouse crops, and tropical crops. As far as future cooperation, that can be either with Greece or other parts of the world that may be listening in on this presentation. What you would need would be to have field facilities capable of conducting residue studies, having the analytical equipment, such as LC-MS, and also suggest cooperation through the European partnerships. Thank you. I assume that I am out of time. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Braverman. Actually, you're within your time, so if you have to add anything, you're welcome. But that was a very important talk on a subject that I think is very interesting for Greece and affecting all the pesticide residues, and especially how they affect exports. So we'll continue with our next presentation. Dr. Sandra Mecca Fabrega. She will talk on towards circular economy in table olive sector, opportunities for resources recovery. Dr. Fabrega, the floor is yours. Can you please turn on your camera and the sound? Dr. Fabrega, we cannot see you. Okay, we're going to take a small break and return momentarily. So we're going to continue with some questions from the audience. We have one question from Dr. Braverman. Dr. Braverman.
Yes.
Mr. Georgiadis has a question, and he's asking if you think that the world academia can agree on common international MRLs for the different pesticide substances. Currently, as we know, there are different MRLs in the US, EU, and other countries. Or do you think that this is a matter of politicians and not of the world of academic society to decide?
I don't think that academic society will make the decisions. The decisions will be made by international bodies, and we are trying to promote the use globally of Codex as the international standard. And by developing data simultaneously, we hope to also create bridges between different bodies, such as the US Environmental Protection Agency and the agencies in the EU and other parts of the world so that they can come to similar conclusions of the data and reduce trade irritants.
Thank you. So do the academics agree on the MRLs, or they also have disagreements between them? Which are the safest MRLs?
Oh, I'm sorry, is that a question for me? Or?
Yeah, sorry, yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry. I think academics will approach this from the standpoint of science, and we would like science to be the guiding principle by which all international bodies use to develop the MRLs. And so this is a matter of the standard hazard and exposure. So we think that exposure and a dietary intake is a very important part of the equation and not simply a hazard-based approach.
Great, thank you very much. I have a question for our other two presenters. You both presented on methods to manage the olive meal wastewater, and I presume that's primarily from the three-phase process for olive meals. I was wondering, if you're working on also the olive paste, the semi-solid olive paste from a two-phase process, and if that's easier to deal with, and if they can work with your systems, or are there other challenges?
First, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
About two-phase solid waste, we can try the same experiment, and we are researching this about after dilution, because they have about 53 to 60% moisture, and it's not enough. So we can try the same experiment after diluting the two-phase solids waste. But it is on our plans.
Maybe you dilute it with olive meal wastewater, so combine both, make the final.
Yes, both of them, with waste waters or with water.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
Yeah, in our case, especially in the form of anaerobic digestion, it's definite that we can use the olive paste. And many biogas plants that also in Greece and also in Italy, as far as I know, for these two countries, they receive such wastes for further processing. Considering also that in general, the waste that they have high content of lipids inside, they have a high also methane yield. So for them, it's something that it can improve the process. But as said, it's seasonal, and it can be used up to a certain limit because of different toxicity issues. And it can be used only on certain time periods, but not throughout the year. But definitely, these ones can be. It is a suitable substrate to be used as a co-digestion. Also, the quantity is not enough to be as a standalone process
at this point. But if we move to more two-phase systems, then we probably will increase the volume.
For sure, it will increase the volume, but the volume that the biogas plant is receiving, it can be, for example, something like 100 tons per day for the feeding. And also, we have to think also the local scarcity. Where are these olive meal processing plants? And also, sometimes we cannot. I don't think that it would be economically viable to build a biogas plant next to them, especially if all these olive meal producers are small holders or medium scale size enterprises.
Yeah. So with that, entering using in your biodigesters, your anaerobic digesters, using the two-phase waste, is that going to create any problem, or is it can be integrated in the process?
Since it is mixed with other wastes, and also since the percentage of the proportion of these wastes is not enough, because honestly we don't talk about enough quantity that enters the digester. It is just boosting up the methane yield only these certain periods. Then it wouldn't be a problem to use something that it has 60% of moisture inside. Either way, some of the biogas plants, they have the capacity to work also with ensiled grasses. So they are receiving ensiled grass, they are receiving more solid material inside.
Great, thank you. Another question for Dr. Braverman. I wonder if you have heavy load of pesticide residues in that waste stream and you go through a biodigester or composting. I wonder if you know, will most of it be decomposed and not be in the final product, because we're talking about using some of that as a biofertilizer. And if any of the pesticides are remaining in the system and get concentrated, they potentially could be a problem. I wonder if you've done anything or if you have any experience with that issue.
That's not an area that we are involved with in our work. We're mainly focused on the residues on the crop. Certainly, there are requirements for registration internationally to develop environmental safety data, and I'm sure that type of data exists within the dossiers that are developed for the primary registration of these types of compounds.
Thank you. So we're waiting for any other question from the audience. If you have any questions, please type them in on the website. And we're still waiting for Dr. Fabrega. I want to mention one thing that along the same lines that Dr. Koulias and Ms. Nicopoulou are working. We're trying to use a composting method using earthworms, so do a vermicomposting of the semi-solid olive paste. And we found that it actually can be composted. There's some minor problems that we need to work around, but the earthworms actually managed to bring down the phenols, and they stop reproducing, but they don't die, so they keep growing. And in the end, we get a final product. But I think it's the same thing Dr. Koulias mentioned. It's a very seasonal product, that waste stream. So whatever you do, have to find a way to integrate with another system. So ideally, somebody vermicomposting waste from dairies or any other cattle facility can integrate that in the system, and it could be another way of dealing with that byproduct. So. We have a question. Are the solutions presented in the session interesting from a commercial point of view? Have they been taken up in the market, and what are the financial potentials so far? That's Dr. Koulias and Nicopoulou.
I can start by saying that especially for the anaerobic digestion, for the energy production, it is something that is happening now. But as said, as far as I know, and definitely for Greece, there is not a biogas plant that can work solely with olive meal wastewater. So it is something that is already happening to the extent of co-digestion. Now, for the one that it is, I am replying also to some questions that are coming to the chat, because I can see I wonder how many biogas facilities are now functioning in Greece. We have we have actually now a lot of biogas plants in Greece, and especially after 2010. I would say that before 2010 we might have one. I think that now they are already running approximately 25 to 30 biogas plants that they are spread around Greece. In our area, I would say in Central Macedonia, I think we have something like 6 or 7 that are. 4 of them are in very close proximity to Thessaloniki. One is in Chalkidiki, the other one's in Kolagada. It's very close, a lot of them. So going back to the first question about the commercial potential, as at the biogas plants, some of the biogas plants they are receiving, depending on where they are located, they are receiving effluents from the oil mill processing industry. The example that I said afterwards about the single cell protein, it is not, I would say that it's lower in technological readiness level. It is already done in pilot, and I would say that it's already in full scale in Denmark, but without the use of biogas. They are using natural gas in order to feed the microbes. At pilot scale, it has been already proven that it is feasible, but we can do it also. We should address, in this case, where these microbial proteins can go for consumption, because as until now we can have them as only animal feed. So it is a huge question mark on if there is a legislation or if there is space to go for human nutrition, since they are coming out of waste, even if we are using only the biogas, so the gas phase. I think that in general, there is a financial potential. And the last question, I think that there is a financial potential out of these technologies. The history proves that there is a financial potential out of it, and we can see it from the number of biogas plants that they are progressively built and running in Greece. I am in Greece, but I can focus also in different countries, because Greece is not something, I give it as an example. In Greece, we have 25 biogas plants. Germany has 18,000 biogas plants. Oh. So we can see the market.
There is big potential. Great. Mr. Niopoulou, what do you think is the commercial interest in applications for your biobed system?
Okay, I will try to give a specific answer. We have many proposals from small mills in island areas, or other mills that they want to practice to, they want to use this technique. And furthermore, we have proposed a new invention that has been accepted by the Hellenic Industrial Property Organization, and we have a very good, we have an answer from them, the positive answer. So we waited to make this technique, to give this technique in the mills. I don't know if I answered the question.
Okay, yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
We'll wait for any more questions from the audience. I'm not seeing any right now. We're waiting for Mr. Fabrega. Okay, so just want to summarize that what we present today, I think is very interesting, and I think the main message coming through is that we should stop looking at waste from the olive mills and the olive sector and start talking about byproducts. And we saw already the applications for using these byproducts to create either fertilizers or use them as energy sources, and prevent them from entering the environment and causing pollution. So that's a thing. That's a big theme, and circular bioeconomy definitely is the way forward. We know that the European Union is really pushing and integrating circular bioeconomy as one of their aims for the next few decades with the Green Deal. So I think that's really very promising. And we see a lot more applications and more uses. And we don't want to see anything be considered waste anymore, but the byproduct that we can find ways to find value and valorize it. I want to mention also that here at Perrotis College, in the summer, we're going to have a summer workshop, a summer school on circular bioeconomy. So we'll be continuing that discussion and having students participating and really moving forward with ideas and projects on circular bioeconomy. I think that's something that's really important. I wonder, Dr. Braverman, is circular bioeconomy is one of the goals in the US? Is it being discussed? And at what level? On the governmental or state level, or?
Yes, it is certainly a point of discussion at all levels. And although my presentation here today was focused on residues, as you mentioned during the introduction, we also have a biopesticide program, and we assist researchers, university researchers, government researchers in taking their discoveries from the laboratory level through the EPA registration process, and we help them to develop the data necessary for registration. And so this contributes to the bioeconomy by developing new products, and also assists growers by having new tools for pest management.
Great, yeah, that's definitely a good development, and I want to see more of that. So I think we have Ms. Dr. Fabrega. We're having a technical problem, so we'll wait for her to join us. Okay, so is it joining in? Okay. Oh, okay. So, welcome, Dr. Fabrega. Hello. Can you hear us? Unmute yourself.
Hello. Good morning.
Okay. Welcome. So, looking forward to your presentation. Dr. Fabrega is from the Waste, Energy, and Environmental Unit of Fundació Iurecat, Spain, and we make a presentation on towards circular economy in table olive sector, opportunities for resources recovery. Dr. Fabrega, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Can you see my screen?
Not right now. Not yet. Yes, we see now. You can see it.
Yes.
Yes,
okay.
Go ahead.
Okay, thank you for the presentation. Yes, I'm going to present Project Solieva, which is from the LIFE program of European Commission. My presentation is titled Towards Circular Economy in Table Olive Sector, Opportunities for Resource Recovery. First of all, I'm going to present why Solieva, which was the reason that led to the preparation of this project and the execution of this project. And the reason is in order to give a sustainable solution to the challenges in the table olive production related to wastewater discharge. As you know, in the table olive production, a lot of brine is produced during the different production stages. Wastewater containing sodium hydroxide, sodium chloride, but also organic matter, and I would like to highlight their content in polyphenols. Due to this complex composition and also the variability of this wastewater during all the year, biological conventional treatments are not effective So currently, this wastewater or these brines are discharged in evaporation ponds with some environmental impacts associated to them. In order to solve this problem, Solieva aims to demonstrate technical, environmental, and economical feasibility of the technology based on membrane, concentrator vacuum and spray dryer, and advanced solar evaporation in order to face these environmental challenges in the table olive sector. So we have different specific objectives as to demonstrate the innovative treatment at pilot scale, improve resource efficiency in the table olive sector with the reduction in the water consumption, to define valorization pathways for polyphenols that will be recovered during this treatment. Also demonstrate environmental, social, and economic feasibility of this new technology, and define replication and transferability plans for this technology, scale up the Solieva process, and define a business plan, and finally provide some recommendations to update wastewater treatment legislation. Based on that, here you can see which is the Solieva approach, which is based in the development of an innovative treatment to enable the recovery of valuable resources from the table olive sector, and how we can do it by applying innovative technologies, a membrane-based technology based on the use of regenerated membranes for the separation of organic matter, and also the demonstration of advanced solar evaporation to achieve zero leakage discharge. By applying these technologies, we want to recover salt and water, and also to recover and valorize polyphenols. This is the treatment scheme, as you can see. From the wastewater collector, we feed a membrane pilot plant based on ultrafiltration and reverse osmosis. As I said before, the innovation in reverse osmosis is the use of regenerated membranes. From this membrane stage, we obtain two different streams. The permeate, which contains water and salt and a low concentration of organic matter. We are trying to remove as much as possible organic matter from this stream. This permeate then is fed to advanced solar evaporation, where we will recover salt. And on the other hand, for membrane stage, we recover rejection, where polyphenols are concentrated, and then through application of evaporation and spray dryer, and also purification technologies, we can obtain a polyphenol-rich extract. I'm going to review a little bit each stage. The first one is membrane stage. The objective is to separate organic matter from salt. We apply ultrafiltration to remove suspended solids and also regenerated membranes. Regenerated membranes are membranes that are produced from end-of-life membranes from desalination plants. We apply a treatment in order to oxidize this membrane and obtain a tailor-made membrane specific for our to achieve our objectives regarding the separation of salt and organic matter. In the picture of the right side, you can see the different streams that are involved in this membrane stage. The first one is the wastewater from olive table that enters to the pilot plant. The second one is the ultrafiltration product after the removal of suspended solids. This ultrafiltration stream feeds reverse osmosis, and you can see in the third bottle is the rejection from reverse osmosis, which contains polyphenols and organic matter. And the last bottle in the right side, it's permeate, which contains water and salt. This permeate in this project is fit in the advanced solar evaporator, but also will be evaluated to be reused in the production process of table olive in order to reduce salt and water consumption in the company. Here you can see the pilot plan of advanced solar evaporation. These evaporators are based on a greenhouse effect. We can increase evaporation rate due to a higher temperature inside of these ponds, but at the same time we control the air conditions inside the ponds by using an advanced control. Okay, so we can control the aeration inside the ponds in order to ensure that humidity it's suitable to increase the evaporation rate of the water. The objective of applying this advanced solar evaporation ponds is to reduce the surface that is needed to evaporate wastewater. And at the same time, we can control the air emissions that are removed from inside these ponds. And as the last stage of the SOLIEVA technology, the concentrate or the rejection from reverse osmosis is treated by a vacuum concentrator and a spray dryer to obtain a phenol-rich powder. You can see it in the slide. This powder is purified in order to recover polyphenols, and in the project, these polyphenols will be used to develop functional foods. The expected results of the project are based on the application of these technologies will be to complete the study of brine regeneration in European agri-food sector, reduction of 95% of table olive production wastewater that is sent to accumulation ponds or discharged in the environment, to recovery of 50% of polyphenols contained in this wastewater, to recover 30% of salts and, if possible, also sodium hydroxide in the case that the company has this stream. Also to recover 55% of water to be reused, increase 50% of evaporation rate in comparison with natural evaporation. And also we are developing a decision support tool to provide information about technical, environmental, and economic considerations to uptake this SOLIEVA technology. This decision support tool will be uploaded in the website of the project. Finally, as a result, we would like to make recommendations to update the environmental legislation in the table olive sector and brine management. Thank you very much for your attention. If you have some questions, I will answer to you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Fabrega, for the presentation. We saw already about olive meal waste from olive press, and now we see also from the table olive production. So it's very interesting that there's a lot of these applications. And as we said, it's good to see that not as a waste, but as a byproduct we can recover. So you can recover the salt, sodium hydroxide, polyphenols, and minimize what's discharged to the environment. Thank you. Let's see if there are any questions from the audience. I'm not sure any yet. Let me ask you, what is the final product that doesn't get recovered? What's the final, the type of discharge you have? Is it liquid? Is it solid? What do you have as discharge from the system?
I can
the
hear
final
you.
discharge.
Can you
What is the
repeat?
final? Yeah. What is the final discharge from the system? What comes out in the end after you recover everything else?
We will produce different streams by applying the technology. Solid salt, for example. We will produce or solid salt or water with salt. If we obtain water with salt, we are evaluating the possibility to reuse this water with salt in the same company, again in the production process of the table olive company. Solid salt, we will also evaluate its valorization, in which applications could be used. Then we will have polyphenols that will be valorized in the food industry. And finally, we will have some streams that will represent a low percentage in comparison with the initial volume of wastewater of organic matter that we will see if we can valorize it, or we will need to dispose this sludge, for example, in landfill. But the objective is trying to find valorization routes for all the products or subproducts obtained during the production process.
Is currently any commercial interest in that? Is it being already used, or is it still at the developmental stage?
What? Sorry? I can't hear you very well.
Is that developmental stage, or has commercial applications?
The technology, do you mean?
Yeah.
We are now demonstrating the technology at pilot scale, but very close to commercial scale. In fact, reverse osmosis is a commercial technology, so if the results are good and positive, it could be implemented, I think that when the project finalizes. And regarding advanced solar evaporation, this is at pilot stage, but as I said, very close to commercial, so we could expect a fast implementation in the industries after the end of the project.
Great. Thank you very much, Dr. Brega. And this concludes our session. Thank you, everybody, for your attention. And remember this, you can see all this online. And any question you have, you might send it to us. We'll try to answer any questions that come forward later. Thank you very much.
Τι θέλεις να γίνεις όταν μεγαλώσεις? Πόσες φορές έχεις ακούσει αυτή την ερώτηση? Και μαζί πόσες απαντήσεις? Αρχιτέκτονας, μηχανικός, αστροναύτης.
Ωραία όλα αυτά. Αλλά αν ρωτήσεις εμένα, απάντηση ήταν πάντα η γη. Που μας τρέφει, μας φιλοξενεί, μας αγκαλιάζει. Το σήμερα και το αύριό της.
Η ερώτηση λοιπόν δεν είναι τι, αλλά πού. Γιατί το πού θα φτάσεις
έχει σχέση και με το από πού ξεκινάς και το πώς θα προχωρήσεις.
Γιατί πώς να ασχοληθείς με τη γη αν δεν βρεθείς δίπλα της?
Πώς να ασχοληθείς με το μέλλον αν δεν το κάνεις κτήμα σου? Όχι απλά να κοιτάς έξω,
αλλά πέρα από τον ορίζοντα.
Perrotis College. Εσύ, τι θέλεις να γίνεις όταν μεγαλώσεις?
Consumers throughout Europe and the rest of the world are demanding cleaner, safer, and more transparent food production. Envio is an innovator, developing crop production solutions which will be key in answering those trends.
Olive trees are suffering because of Xylella. Millions of trees have already died and many more are infected and dying. With our innovative and precise injection technology, using a 3D metal printed tip, we bring the bioactive into the vascular system of the tree to fight against the bacterial infection inside the trunk of the tree. Through our targeted approach, we achieve superior control of the disease with significantly less bioactive compared to foliar spray. But we go even beyond. With the combination of satellite data, drone technologies, our ground data, the precision injection, and the right bioactive, we have a personalized solution to diagnose, prescribe, and treat on an individual tree level.
We're rolling out solutions to address Xylella and other diseases in olive production, and to refine practices to manage vineyards and orchards. We are introducing new biological technologies, systems, and practices into agriculture to disrupt the industry and improve the human and environmental conditions for generations to come.
Η αρχή πάντα είναι πολύ δύσκολη. Αλλά άμα έχεις υπομονή και επιμονή, κερδίζεις τα πάντα. Ξεκίνησα το 1956, μέχρι το 1970 ήμουνα στην εσωτερική κατανάλωση, σε διάφορα μπακάλικα σε όλους τους νομούς της Κεντρικής Μακεδονίας.
Στις αρχές της δεκαετίας του 1970 άρχισε δειλά κάποιες εξαγωγές σε Έλληνες στο εξωτερικό. Σιγά σιγά απλώθηκε σε όλη την Ευρώπη και φυσικά τα επόμενα χρόνια και στις ΗΠΑ και σε άλλα κράτη του κόσμου. Έχει σημασία πάρα πολύ τις σχέσεις έχεις αναπτύξει στη διάρκεια των χρόνων με τους ανθρώπους σου σε όλη την Ελλάδα, με τους παραγωγούς, πώς αφουγκράζεις αυτούς, πώς αυτοί καταλαβαίνουν εσένα.
Οι σχέσεις αυτές των παραγωγών ξεκινάνε το πατέρα μου από τις προηγούμενες γενιές παραγωγών, συνεχίζονται στα παιδιά τους και στα εγγόνια τους. Ο πατέρας μου, γνωρίζοντας κάθε ελληνική ελιά όπου βρίσκεται, τι δυνατότητες έχει, ξέροντας τους καλύτερους ελαιώνας και ξέροντας να επιλέγει πάντοτε το καλύτερο δυνατό προϊόν.
Είναι μια σχέση αμφίδρομη και οδεύει στη διάρκεια του χρόνου.
Όταν πρώτα ξεκίνησα με τους παλιούς πρωτότυπους τρόπους επεξεργασίας της ελιάς. Το χαράκι ήταν με το χέρι. Χαράζαμε το βράδυ και το πρωί τα κάναμε διανομή στα διάφορα μπακάλικα.
Η επέμβασή μας είναι λιγότερο δυνατή, με σεβασμό σε αυτήν την ελιά. Είναι το άρωμά της, η γεύση της που την ξεχωρίζουν από τις υπόλοιπες ελιές στον κόσμο.
Πραγματικά έχουμε καταλάβει όλα αυτά τα χρόνια, κάνοντας αμέτρητα ταξίδια, ότι η ελληνική ελιά υπερέχει σε σχέση με πολλές άλλες ποικιλίες στο εξωτερικό.
Λειτουργούμε σε μια οικογενειακή ομάδα, μια δυνατή ομάδα που συνυπάρχουν αυτή τη στιγμή 3 γενιές στην ίδια εταιρεία.
Υπάρχει τουλάχιστον μια ζωντανή παράδοση 3-4 γενναιών. Σε όλα αυτά τα παιδιά που ασχολούνται με τον πρωτογενή τομέα, εμείς ασχολούμαστε με το μεταποιητικό τομέα, υπάρχει μια παράδοση που δεν πρέπει να χαθεί.
Η εταιρεία έχει στα χέρια της μια ισχυρή παράδοση, δίνει μεγάλη βαρύτητα στην ποιότητα και πιστεύει ότι αυτά τα δύο πράγματα, η ποιότητα και η παράδοση, έχουν μέλλον.
Πρέπει βέβαια να μην μείνουμε στην παράδοση, με καινούργια προγράμματα να επιβάλλουμε στα καινούργια βήματα της ζωής.
Η πίστη και η εμπιστοσύνη που έχουν τόσο οι παραγωγοί που δίνουν τα προϊόντα της, όσο και οι πελάτες οι οποίοι αγοράζουν τα τελικά προϊόντα. Αυτή τη σχέση εμπιστοσύνης θέλουμε να κτίσουμε και να τη μεγαλώσουμε και τα επόμενα χρόνια και είναι η μεγάλη περιουσία της εταιρείας.
Προσδοκούμε στην τρίτη γενναία να έρθει μαζί μας, να αγαπήσει και αυτό το προϊόν, να έχει και αυτή πάθος όσο είχαμε κι εμείς.
πάντα λέω και στα παιδιά μου και στα εγγόνια μου, η δουλειά δεν θέλει μόνο ζήλο. Θέλει έρωτα.
Good afternoon, and welcome to the third panel. The topic of this panel will be information communication technologies for sustainable production and novel tools of traceability. We have the pleasure to have as a first speaker Professor Maria Tsimidou from the Laboratory of Food Chemistry and Technology, the School of Chemistry in the Aristotle University of Thessaloniki. Her topic is very interesting, has to do with green table olives as dietary perspectives of a renowned cocktail garnishing. So, bon appetit.
Thank you for the introduction. Good afternoon to everybody. As outline of my talk, I shall present in brief some introductory issues, and then I am going to present 3 actions that took place in our laboratory, mainly to understand our concepts, because my presentation is quite short, and I would be very pleased to have questions from the audience. If we pay attention to the definition of table olives according to Codex Alimentarius, we shall see that the sources, the raw materials, should be sound fruit and can come from different varieties of the cultivated olive tree. Then, at point B, we can see that different treatments can take place in different ways, mainly to remove bitterness that comes from the phenolic content of the raw materials. Nevertheless, to prevent spoilage and ensure product stability, different treatments take place in order to increase the storability of the product. Addition of preservatives, of certain preservatives, is also permitted. Then the last stage of all this production is packing, which occurs either in a suitable liquid packing medium or under different ways. So when we talk about table olives, we have to consider every time that there are different ways to produce a product, and every product has its own production line and its own critical stages. Overall, the evolution of table olive production and consumption at world level is increasing. If we see what is happening in the Greek table olive production, we see that despite fluctuations, we have a constant increase, but consumption the last years seems to decrease, and this needs further consideration and investigation. Why? Recent findings indicate that innovation on table olive production can take place from the field to the fork, to the consumer. Nevertheless, the most important stages for innovation seem to be the stage of fermentation, packing and storage before selling, and then marketing. All these concepts fall well in what we call food reformulation trends, for which Professor Kapsokefalou spoke this morning. Food reformulation can be defined as the action of reformulating existing foods to remove undesirable compounds like trans fatty acids, or reduce those which offer to us more calories like sugars, or they are also undesirable because they are connected to non-communicable diseases like saturated fat and salt. Even if we remove or reformulate food according to these issues, we have to consider that characteristics such as flavor, texture, and shelf life of the product have to be retained. So food reformulation is not an easy task and needs to be developed product by product. And if we come to agricultural products like olives, not only product by product, but year after year and product by product. Those who know me know well that I'm working for decades on olive oil. So the interesting collaboration with Associate Professor Fani Manjouridou in our lab was a driving force to work on table olives as well. This work is part of our research at the university, at the Aristotle University of Thessaloniki, and our collaboration with the Center of Excellence for Natural Products at Quebec, which is the Center of Innovation of our institute. Our interest was focused not in general on table olives, but particularly on table olives from Chalkidiki varieties. Chalkidiki region is very famous for olive tree agriculture. If we see the document, the numbers, we can see that there are more than 46 businesses around table olives. Most of the production of table olives from Chondrolia Chalkidikis and Chalkidiki are exported. And this is very interesting because it seems that the production is an added value product for our country. And 42% of Greek production, table olives, comes from these varieties. So first of all, when we started our research, we decided that we had to work carefully and understand the traditional line before we propose any innovative action. So we carried out a 2-year study at industrial level, collaborating with a local industry that is accredited and pays a lot of attention to safety issues. Πράσινες ελιάς Χαλκιδικής is the PDO product of those varieties coming from Chalkidiki region. The flow diagram indicates that there are 3 areas: light treatment, brining, and packaging in containers with brine that are of interest regarding safety, nutrition, and quality aspects. Light treatment is important in order to reduce bitterness because it reduces the amount of phenolic compounds initially found in the raw material. Alkali is removed by washing, and then fermentation takes place in brining, which is a quite concentrated solution of sodium chloride. The fermentation takes place for 2 to 4 months, and then the product remains in barrels with the same brine that is continuously measured regarding the content of sodium chloride in order to preserve the product as long as possible. In the meantime, depending on requests on clients, there can be different types of packaging in a certain industry. This work of the 2 years resulted in some very interesting results that are already published. What we studied? We studied safety parameters, bacteria, yeast, pH, acidity, during fermentation in brine. We studied the evolution of safety parameters on olives upon storage. We measure changes in olive color and texture during this period, and the fate of characteristic hydrophilic and hydrophobic antioxidants, mainly oleuropein, lixtroside, and related compounds, as well as alpha-tocopherol and squalene, which are also very important antioxidants and bioactive compounds. Sodium content was monitored using appropriate methods, and sensory scores were also provided in certain cases. Our findings supported that the final product was microbiologically safe and of acceptable characteristics, so it can be traded, it can be provided to consumers. However, except for compliance with trade quality criteria, attention was paid to the reduction in phenolic compounds content and the important increase in sodium content due to fermentation and storage in brine. Our prototype model study indicated loopholes in the efforts to establish table olives as a functional food, because, as you can see in the table and around the circled text, we found that 5 grams of salt per 100 grams of edible flesh, that is 14 olives of medium size, was intaken when we consumed these green olives. But there are some strict rules the last years regarding the consumption and the daily intake of salt content. So this was a very interesting finding that led us to think how to reduce the content of sodium, because sodium is responsible for the heart disease, not the chloride anion. Chloride sodium is salt, and it is the cation which is important and responsible for heart diseases. So we planned to reduce sodium content in the production line of Prasines Ελιάς Chalkidikis using different chloride salts. Those who have experience from industry or from academia know that using different salts is a good idea, but is very difficult to have good results, as the different salts introduce other tastes, more bitter taste to olives, to treated olives, which are not acceptable by consumers. We introduced a mixture of different salts having as cation sodium and other ones at different quantities. I am not going to present all the details about this. Those who are interested can contact us. The final result was of interest because we found that there is a considerable reduction in the content of sodium having this treatment. So we followed all the traditional production line and we changed only the quantity of sodium introducing other chloride salts. Critical limits in this effort is the equivalent ionic strength and chloride ion content that should be kept constant. Fermentation and all the other stages were kept as in the traditional line. Our product, we named it Halkideller, was found to contain much less salt than the traditional one, so that instead of the 50% intake of the reference amount, we could receive from the same amount of olive flesh only 10% of salt, of sodium from this source. we had good results in the ecotrophilia competition that made our students happy, those who worked with us. And then we started thinking about a next step that could be applied to smaller companies in the area, because in the area we do not have only large companies for table olives, but we also have small producers and manufacturers. So we considered another approach, a tailor-made low-salt green table olives present in flavored olive oil. Why we thought like that? Because the records indicate that although green olives are mainly exported, the exports are mainly taking place in bulk. So they are exported, stored in the initial brine. Of course, we can find in the market other types of packaging and other quantities, of course. What a flavored olive oil can be, and why we considered it as a means for green table olive preservation. A flavored olive oil is an olive oil that contains different types of aromatic plants, either solid in a solid phase, this means leaves, for example, or we prefer to use essential oils from the Greek flora, that is origanum, melissa, and laurus nobilis plants, which are common in our flora. They're very emblematic plants for the Greek cuisine, and their flavor suits with the flavor of olive oil and table olives. These plants and these essential oils mainly are a rich source for antioxidant and antimicrobials. Our work was organized well, and the approach is quite simple, because we worked again at industrial scale, but this time we obtained the ready-made product according to traditional line, and then we reduced the salt content using repeated washings with water. When we managed to reduce the content of salt by 25%, which was considered enough because we cannot reduce it further without spoilage, then we followed a 1-year experiment using response surface methodology to organize our experimentation and assessment of data. We also carried out analysis for microbiological parameters, color and firmness attributes, and we found that our models indicated that each essential oil exerted a preservative role to maintain microbiological quality of reduced salt table olives. At the same time, appearance attributes were retained at desirable values. Oregano essential oil was very important against pathogens, whereas lemon balm and bay laurel essential oils were found to be important for competing yeast. The result for controlling a yeast population. The results are promising toward the use of flavored olive oil as a preservation means for tailor-made reduced salt table olives, a practice that may enhance medium-sized local industry, innovative activity in a practical and effective way. In order to avoid misunderstandings, we have to understand that such a product has a much shorter shelf life. For example, the results of our research show that best results we had for a period of 4 months storage. After that, we may have the development of different unexpected microbe population. If I conclude, if we can give you some conclusive remarks, we have to say that any innovation in the table olive sector should pay attention to safety and quality aspects equally, mainly safety. So innovation can be reached either by complex approaches as the one we presented by changing the traditional production line, or by simpler approaches as the last one when we tried to produce tailor-made products. Of course, the last practice can be carried out for small quantities of material. Research is needed to ensure both approaches, so we invite those interested in Chalkidiki area mainly to approach us, discuss, and find common interests. Thank you for the invitation. Thank you for your attention. We are currently working on the content of Act 4 of our activities and efforts. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you, Professor Chimidou. That was a very stellar presentation, and I'm pretty sure that people will start thinking about that, especially small businesses. And you gave them a lot of food for thought. Thank you very much. Again,
Are there any questions? Did you receive any questions?
We will, if we have any questions, we can answer them later on.
Right.
They will be sent in written, and I will let you know. I will let you know any. So, I would like to proceed to the next speaker. He's an online friend of mine. He promised to come to Greece this summer, and I hope he will do it. So, is Dimitri Vermeyer from the Envio Science. Hello, Dimitris. If we remember your promise, this summer you come to Greece to drink, taste olives, taste the Chalkidiki Delear olives, etc. Dimitris will present a very, I won't call it innovative because it's more than innovative, it's a very unique topic. He will talk about tracking Xylella, a formidable enemy of olives. So far in Italy, hopefully we'll stay there, but we never know. We don't want this to become a pandemic. In olives, through a novel approach to targeted precision injection. Dimitris, the podium is yours. Give us your knowledge. Let us know how we can fight this enemy. Thank you.
Thank you, Sakis, for your nice introduction. And yes, I'll keep my promise and come to Greece either of the summer or in September. So I'll keep my promise. I hope that everybody can hear me well and see the presentation. Good. Then,
yeah, that's okay.
Okay, very good. Thank you. So as you rightfully introduced, Sakis, Envio Science is currently developing a solution to tackle, as you said, this formidable enemy in Puglia here in Italy called Xylella. We are developing a solution approach which has several components, and at the heart of our solution is the novel approach to basically in a targeted and precision way to inject active substances into the olive tree, our so-called OTIPS technology platform. Please also, for the listeners, visit our booth in the conference, also our website for additional technology platforms of Envio. We are more than an injection company, so we have a whole suite of technology components that we're working on. So you can find more information on our website. And of course, don't hesitate to contact me after the presentation in case of questions and interest in our technology. So then, without further ado, I will dive in, and I will start by introducing Envio Sciences a bit broader to the audience. Envio is the crop health company of Flagship Pioneering. Flagship Pioneering is a venture capital platform based out of Boston in the US and has a track record in bringing startups to an IPO or to a trade sales. One of the most illustrative examples is Moderna. I don't think that in COVID vaccination times, this needs further introduction. It is one of the leading vaccine companies in the hunt for vaccinations against COVID. And as we know, based on novel technology, RNA-based technology. Now, Envio itself has just concluded a financing round, a Series C financing round, where we raised $89 million. That $89 million, we will continue to deploy to find solutions, develop solutions against major crop diseases in perennial crops, row crops, and vegetables. And we do that globally. We have a presence in Europe, we have a presence in the United States of America, and also in Brazil and Mexico. And we're looking into Asia for further expansion. So we're truly a global company. Let's dive in now a bit more into the Envio olive solution. We basically have three key pillars, three key objectives that we want to obtain with our olive solution. First of all, we want to address major devastating diseases in olives. Xylella is the first one we tackle, but we're also thinking of how to extend the concept into other major diseases such as verticillium wilt and olive knot. The second important pillar is sustainability. Based on our injection technology, we can significantly reduce the need for foliar sprays, for foliar application. As we all know, foliar application is a quite ineffective way to target or bring the active ingredient to the tree. 60%, even more, 80%, some cases even 90% of what we spray does not land on the tree or the plant. Two other very important elements within sustainability are carbon capture or carbon reduction and water. The use of water is, of course, also very important in these Mediterranean regions. So let me go deeper on the carbon side. The endpoint of Xylella is death. The tree dies within 3 to 5 years after infection. And of course, then the tree needs to be chopped, needs to be burned, which releases a lot of carbon into the environment. We at Envio were developing protocols that demonstrate the amount of carbon that we can sequester in the trees by protecting them against Xylella. As mentioned, also the need for foliar application reduces, so there is less need for fuel of tractors, etc., etc. So we are building a comprehensive suite of protocols that demonstrate the amount of carbon that Envio is protecting through our solutions. Furthermore, also on the water side, we're developing a clear view of how much water we're saving through our methodology. Foliar applications of these beautiful trees requires hundreds of liters of water throughout the season, and we as Envio, our technology is considering milliliters. So those are 2 orders of magnitude lower than the current practice. In Mediterranean climates, especially also with climate change, water is scarce. So this we see as an additional very important objective for our solution from a sustainability perspective. As a third pillar, safety. Our technology reduces the exposure for workers in the field and also for communities. Often, both in the case of olives, but also other crops like grapes and apple, often the orchards, the groves are in close proximity to residential areas where people have houses, where children go to school. And so we believe that through our technology, we can enhance the safety for workers, but also for communities. If we then further drill down on the solution concept that we're now developing and deploying in Puglia, then we can clearly highlight 3 very important elements, components of this solution. And central to this solution is what we call personalized tree health management. So what we are going to do is we're going to personalize the tree health management system in olives. This is based on the fact that we are developing a tool which can assess the crop health on the individual tree level. So through remote sensing, we're developing algorithms which enable us to assess, let's say, in a score from 1 to 5, the health state of a tree. This health assessment, combined with the age of the tree, will inform us on which treatment is most suitable for this specific case. And so we're going to advise a treatment specifically for that tree. The treatment, at the core of the treatment, we have our injection technology, our TIPS technology, our OTIPS technology, stands for Targeted Injection Precision System. And at the heart of that concept is a very novel and proprietary tip, almost like an injection needle. It is as thin as a razor blade and only a few millimeters in size. If you compare this with a traditional trunk injection systems, the damage that we bring to the tree is negligible. It's absolutely minimal. Another big advantage of our technology is that it allows us, to inject an active substance directly into the vascular system, which in itself allows a more effective and faster distribution of that active ingredient in the plant. As you see there further in the central panel of the slide, we're working on a prototype that we're deploying in the field here in Italy. The commercial equipment might have further generations of this prototype, but as you will see in one of the coming slides, we have a good uptake and functionality of the device already in the field. So that was, let's say, element number 2 of the solution. If we move to element number 3 of the solution, which has a component of sustainability, and we do that through digital services. Traceability is the first one, very important for supermarkets, processors, that the farmer can demonstrate how much has he applied of an active ingredient, when has he applied. And so linked to the digital tools that we're developing, digital app that we're developing, we will be able to track what is injected, when is it injected on the individual tree level. So basically a consumer or a processor will be able to trace back up onto the orchard, up onto the tree level, the history of the product, either the table grape or the olive oil. I explained before the carbon and the water. We are developing, again, applications that can help farmers to identify how much carbon are they saving, how much water are they saving, and then we're also working on protocols, audited protocols, that can basically convert this into carbon credits, which can become an additional source of revenue for these farmers. So this is the suite or the components of our solution that we're currently developing and deploying here in Puglia. Let me then go a bit deeper into the results so far. So we started this work last year, around this period in the summer in 2020, and we then immediately saw the positive response of trees, highly affected trees, to our treatment. As you can see there on the left-hand side of the slide, we have identified new green shoots after the vegetative phase of the plant. We have followed these green shoots, and we saw that also after additional injections, these green shoots were further developing, became very intense green. So we had a very positive visual reaction on our treatment on the one hand. And secondly, that's on the right side of the slide, we have also gathered more molecular data. We have, in collaboration with the University of Salento, we have done some metabolomic analysis on the treated trees before and after the treatment. And what we have been able to demonstrate is that the tree has undergone a shift in metabolomic profile from, let's say, a very stressed situation to a more healthy situation from a metabolomic perspective. These trees are by far not cured, but the very interesting part of this analysis shows that as a consequence of the injection of our bioactive, we can actually catalyze a shift from an infected state to a more healthy state. We have, in particular, we have demonstrated that the level of mannitol, which is a biomarker for infection or stress, this marker has been reduced, while the marker for a more healthy situation of the plant, in this case was oleucorin, we have seen that that level has increased. And you basically see on the plot there on the right side, a clear separation of the untreated plants in green, and then in blue, the injected ones. So this is a very interesting result, and we're working together with the University of Salento on a scientific publication around this. So then if we go back or go to this year, so in 2021, we have put a very robust trial here in Puglia, in the region, in different areas in the region. We have basically around 700 trees that we inject, and we test several injection rates, volume, concentrations. We're looking at a different type of trees, big ones, small ones, heavily infected ones, trees that are still healthy or show only limited responses. So a very robust program. The season, as many parts in Europe, is a bit delayed because of the cold spring. So bear with us for a more comprehensive package of results later in the year. What we can already see are some very promising results. On the one hand, a kind of further confirmation that our system works. So we see very good uptake of the bioactive by the plant, close to 100%, especially in April when the plant became alive more, when the temperatures were increasing. We saw an uptake of close to 100%. Also very interesting for us and for the farmer is that we can reuse the same needle, the same injection tip throughout the season. Then if we move to the right side of the slide, and this is just an example of many areas of positive response we see in a tree, you clearly see that let's say before the injection in March, we marked a certain area in the plant which was clearly affected, was drying up caused by Xylella, apologies. Then we basically looked earlier this week into the response so far, and you clearly see that new germination, new green shoots are occurring in that area that was previously quite dry. We're currently collecting information throughout the 700 trees that I mentioned before, so we can do a statistic analysis on the amount of shoots, the regeneration part, and also we're counting the number of flowers as to get an idea of whether our methodology also has a positive impact on the amount of flowers, which then of course leads to yield. So those are the results so far, and as mentioned, watch this space, bear with us. We are further collecting data throughout the season, visually, but also molecularly, for example, also on the metabolomic side. Now I would like to conclude a little bit the presentation in the how and what's next. What I mean with how is, how do we engage with farmers? How do we basically execute these trials? We have chosen for a principle which is very important for us as Envio is we are developing solutions with and for the growers. So we have established what we call the Envio Grower Club in Puglia, in the heel of the boot of Italy, as you see there on the screen. We have more than 20 growers enrolled in this club, and these growers, we have an agreement with them where they give us access to the fields. We can do the trials there. We engage with them on a monthly basis or even a weekly basis through WhatsApp. So we're in continuous communication with these growers. They send us pictures of their observations. We engage with them so we can refine and optimize the solution. So we're really developing a very close connection with these growers. So that's a very important principle for us as a company. And then to the point, what's next? We want to go outside of Italy, beyond Italy, and beyond Xylella. As I started with in the presentation, we're looking at Verticillium wilt, we're looking at olive knot, and of course, from a geographical perspective, we're very interested to move this concept of solutions into Greece. So, Sakis, I'm later in the summer or September at least, I'm coming to Greece, and we can discuss how we can bring this innovative approach to Greece. That would be an amazing opportunity for us to engage on that. And of course, within Europe, we're also looking at Spain and Portugal, and we're in contact with one of the largest olive producers in California. So we're also looking at the US to expand into. To conclude, and in summary, Envio's solution, olive solution, will enhance the tree health. In this case, we are focused on Xylella, but it's definitely going to go beyond that. We are able to enhance the value for the grower. We're also, and this is very important, we will be able to preserve the family legacy and the cultural heritage. Like in Greece, Puglia is a very iconic region. The olives are at the heart of the cultural heritage and the DNA of the people. And so beyond the pure monetary value, also for us as a company, we're proud and actually humble in a way that we can develop and contribute to the solution of such important diseases. We basically look at the value in 5 key drivers that you see listed there. And in the interest of time, I'm going to focus on a few that really jump out in the various discussions we have with growers. On the one hand, you see there protecting and recovering yield. Obviously, Xylella has a huge impact on yield. And so we are developing both a preventative solution as well as a curative solution, which then will basically protect the farmers a bit more in the north who currently don't have the Xylella yet. And there we can help them to prevent the entry of this deadly disease into their orchards. And at the same time, we're also working on more curative solutions that can help people, farmers that are hit here and now with Xylella in their fields. Another element that came up very often in the conversations is simplicity. And this is maybe anecdotal, but it's very important to kind of highlight that we are coming here for 1 year. And every time I come here, there is a huge amount of wind. So it's close to the sea from both sides. And as you can imagine, a foliar spray is very ineffective. And moreover, farmers need to continuously delay or even skip foliar treatments because there's too much wind. And so for farmers, they mentioned that very often in conversations, our technology, our injection technology will enable them to better plan and execute the treatments that the tree needs. Also, another element or example in terms of simplicity is, as you probably know, to do the foliar spray or the hand sprays, you need to put up the protective gear, takes a whole process into consideration. With our technology, it's clean, it's safe. It's probably as easy as using an espresso machine. So in terms of protective gear, there are much less requirements. So we increase the simplicity of application tremendously. And then another example on price. The solution concept that I highlighted, the third pillar of there, around digital services, around sustainability, we are convinced through the conversations with farmers is that this will enable them a better access to a market, a supermarket, a processor, and even could increase the price of the produce of the selling of the produce they can receive. And of course, in the case of Xylella, if we can bring the trees back to a kind of regenerative path, it can also increase the asset value of their land. As you can imagine, here in Puglia, there is a huge decrease in asset value, land value, due to Xylella. If we can address this with our solution, then the farmer will not only benefit from yield perspective, but also in terms of asset value of the land. So let me stop here and thank again the organizers for inviting Envio to give us the opportunity to showcase the solution we're developing and the first results. And I remain to the disposal of the audience to answer questions now or later through email, and then later on maybe even a physical connection in Greece or other parts of the world.
Thank you very much, Dimitri. You already have a question. I will answer all the questions at the end. I hope you saw the question in your chat section. If not, I will repeat it. So thank you again. Remember your promise. So I will continue. I'm going to introduce the next speaker. Is going to be myself. So I'm going to jump over the computer and continue from there. So thank you again in advance. And I would like to present you something that has to do with digital technologies, to enhance olive production management. The key words here are digital technologies and management. Remember, my nickname is Athanasios, is my official name. Sakis is my nickname. You will see it later on. In Greece, we use nicknames, most of us, if not all of us. So I would like to introduce you to our dog. It's not an animal. It's the initials for the Digital Olive Grove. You will hear a lot about initials in this presentation. This is a unique olive grove established about 10 years ago when we evaluate new production systems, linear systems adapted for mechanical harvesting. So let's see why we need to enhance olive production. Very brief statements. We need because the international competition is increasing, because the instability of the olive and the table olives prices. You've seen a lot of data, and you will see more data in the upcoming lectures. Well, we are in European Union. We have to conform with the regulations. Not only that, but we also have to think about the United Nations, the strategic development goals, etc. So we need to conform with all these regulations. We need to increase the input use efficiency. That simply means we need to use less and produce more. If not more, at least equal, but use less input. That means more sustainable. Labor. As a farmer, I can tell you that this cost becomes more and more imperative and significant every year. And there are more reasons. What digital technologies we use to do that? Precision agriculture is our big umbrella. In the forthcoming slides, I will give you the official definition of precision agriculture. Precision agriculture is made of a set of sensors, ground sensors, aerial sensors, sensors for crops, for soil, for the weather. We get all this data from the sensors, but we need to work this data. Therefore, we need a system of software. We call them geographic information systems to manage, to analyze this data. Through the Internet of Things, now we have the potential to get this data remotely in everywhere we are, from the field to our office. Finally, with all this analysis, with all this data, with all these technological tools, we need to develop a decision support system, a model to provide the ultimate answer to the farmer's question, where do I need to do a certain input? One key element that intentionally is missing from here is all these technologies would have been impossible without the development of satellites. So keep in mind that satellites is an even bigger umbrella than precision agriculture. Most of the data, most of the information are going communicated through the satellites. So we developed models. So what? A model must be validated, must be proven. Is it working? If it's not working, let's improve it. If it is working, let's make sure that it works globally and not site. It's not a site-specific model. As a farmer now, I will ask the ultimate question. Are I going to make money? The return of investment. The farmer will invest money to use this digital technology. But if he doesn't make profit, if he doesn't make more than he invests, I'm sorry to say that all this will be lost. And remember, the key word here is sustainability, but there are two aspects of sustainability. One is the environment, the most important probably, but you need to keep in mind that profitability is also a linked issue. So we try to hit with the same stone two birds, as we say. How? How we can enhance olive production? Holistic approaches, multidisciplinary approaches. Here you've seen a number of experts talking very specific, each one of us, but we need to join forces. We need to learn from each other, and we need to collaborate with each other. So I will propose a holistic approach that we use in Perrotis College. From now on, you will hear acronyms. So the holistic approach is the interaction of Liza and Socrates, and the outcome is Sakis. Remember, this is my nickname. What is Liza? Liza is a nice lady. It's low input sustainable agriculture. That's what we have to do. How are we going to do that? Considering the Socrates. It's a symbolic, it's a philosophical approach. I have the international copyright of Socrates, and I was trying to find some name that will symbolize something, but better than one of the best, the most known Greek philosophers. So that stands for soil, crop, atmosphere, the continuum within which the crops live. Now we use technology and education. Finally, we need to evaluate the system, not a specific component. So that's Socrates. So my nickname starts, we take the AKIS, Agricultural Knowledge Information System, an existing acronym, and I added an S in the beginning to make it my nickname. So sustainable. All of this agricultural knowledge information system, if they are not proven to be sustainable, again, trust them. So in graphical forms, that's Mr. Socrates, Mr. Liza. They got married, and the birth is Sakis. So let me give you an official presentation of precision agriculture, and I would like to do that because precision agriculture is becoming recently a very common, two common words. They are used by a lot of people. I'm glad on the one hand, but on the other hand, I'm not glad because everybody defines it different. The International Society for Precision Agriculture, in the last meeting of the European Conference of Precision Agriculture in Montpellier, France, in July of 2019, decided to finally provide a technically official definition. So this is the official definition that we all have to use in order to use a common language. Because if you ask 10 people, you might have 12 definitions. From now on, I suggest and I propose to my students to use and remember the official definition. That official definition came out after a long debate with many tens of scientists, and it was resulted using a special algorithm. So it's a management strategy, precision agriculture. I have underlined purposely some key words of this definition. Does what? Gathers, processes, analyzes temporal, spatial, and individual data. The big data, we're talking about big data. And does what? Next, combines it with additional information, not only the information provided by the sensors, by the satellites, but we can ask a farmer a historical aspect of his field. What happened to his field 5 years, 10 years, 30 years before? Some of this information must be provided by other sources. Why? In order to support management decisions according to the estimated variability. That's a big word for precision agriculture, variability. Ultimately, to achieve what? Improved resource use efficiency. In the previous slide, I called it input use efficiency, which is the same thing. To achieve productivity, quality, profitability, and sustainability of agricultural production. There are two words used, profitability and sustainability. So that's the official definition. Now they have a kind of succinct version of that, a kind of short version, which is precision agriculture is again a management strategy that takes account the variability of the field, temporal, spatial, individual, to improve sustainability of agricultural production. So let's say that this is a layman's definition. Now, these are some of the tools of precision agriculture used. I'm not going to analyze all of these tools due to the limited time, but I will focus on some of these. Purposely, again, I will present spraying drones. In yesterday's presentations of mine, I predicted that in 5 years from now, assuming the legislation will change, more and more farmers will be using spraying drones. This is a fast developing technology. The prices is going down. The capacity of the spraying drones are increasing tremendously. We are proud in Perrotis College. We have the first application of a spraying drone in one of our conferences back in November 2016. Many advantages. You can read them. You will have all these materials after the conference is done. I will compile all of this information. I don't want to tell you the advantages. The only disadvantage, surprisingly, is legislation in EU. Why? Legislation in USA, legislation in Australia, legislation in Switzerland is different. It is allowed to use spraying drones. In Europe and in Greece, it's a gray zone. We hope it will be cleared up by the end of this year. I hope, I expect. Let's talk about these famous decision support systems, as known otherwise are models. And I will use an example that of one of the many decision support systems that we are using in our DOG, Digital Olive Grove. And there are other applications which are presented in the e-posters, like this one. So we have a strong collaboration, a very recent collaboration with the University of Thessaly, with the Network Implementation Test Bed Laboratory, headed by Professor Athanasios Korakis. We have an agreement. They installed their system in our Olive Grove recently, back in May. And that system, it's an agrometeorological station. It's an IoT technology. It means the data are received telemetrically, and has a number of sensors, but we can add more sensors. So it's an open architecture system that can take additional sensors. I will describe the system a little bit better later on. And one key point of this particular agrometeorological station is that it's using special soil water sensors, not the traditional TDR sensors, time domain reflectometry, but is using soil water potential sensors. As a soil physicist, I understand, and it's hard for my students to understand it, that the plants need to know what is the soil water potential, not the soil water content. So this collaboration aims to provide hand-to-hand collaboration. We will, Perrotis College and our faculty here, will try to validate that system, the decision support system that you will see in the next slides. And we made this dog a very unique facility. It's a living laboratory according to the European Union's definition of what is a living laboratory. We do research, we do education, we do demonstration, and everybody is welcome to join us and share knowledge and information. That's a picture from the March 18th, when Professor Korakis with his partners, they are not students, they are partners of his laboratory. That's how he likes to call them. And they have a very good, very great team of people. And I'm glad to join them. So this is an application. I can take my mobile phone, or my tablet or web page, I can go and see my fields. That's in Greek as of today. Hopefully it will become also probably later on in English. So I can select my farm, my field, and I can see field data, what is the current weather, what is also the weather in the previous month, etc. All this data are downloadable. These graphs are produced in two forms, one typical graph and one sort of odometer, like an instrument that immediately gives you the current average values. So there is very nice graphical user interface. All the loggers provide the data. One important also function is that it has a weather forecast up to 2 days. It's important because it forecasts the weather every 3 hours. It can tell you if it's good that you can spray, if the conditions are good to spray, to irrigate, and to fertilize, to provide fertilization. That's the soil moisture, etc. So, again, due to limited time, I will continue on some other available applications. Now, the European Union has set a very important goal for the next Common Agricultural CAP, and I would like to have the attention of the audience. The goal is to provide free applications, decision support system to farmers. So one of these platforms is the FAST platform. Again, you will have all this information. You can log in at your own time later on to find out more information. There are a lot of applications, digital applications. For example, this particular site has about 21 best agricultural applications for 2021. Not all of them are for free. Some of them you need to pay, but they're not expensive. An excellent application, almost free, is this crop monitoring system. I'm saying it's almost free because if you have a small farm, it's practically free. If you have a large farm, 300 hectares, for example, you can pay, but it's a minimal, it's very little. So this application, again, is provided by EOS. It's easy to use. It's using satellite information. That's important. Now the data, the weather data, the soil data are coming from satellites. That's very important to remember. And it's an open source. That means it is improving. For example, this is yesterday's picture from our olive grove. You can see all these vegetation indices that it provides. You can see the weather data, not only for yesterday, but for a long period. And you can see the NDVI, how the NDVI is a vegetation index, one of the most popular indices. So these are some of the data, and you get them for free. Weather information, etc. You can have multiple. Fields. I would stress your attention to download and see all the e-posters which are in our in Live Medium's platform. So I'm sorry, I need to go back. I forgot to mention this is One Soil. One Soil is a similar application. This is completely free. So you have, we have, the farmers have, the consultants have, anybody has free access information to decision support systems. And again, if you go to the e-posters, you will see some additional ones. So I think I am on time. I thank you very much for your attention, and I'm looking forward to any questions. Once again, all your questions will be answered. If not on the time that we have, they will be recorded, they will be saved, and they will be answered and into the proceedings. So thank you very much again. I think we are ready. I can introduce next to Professor Georgios Theodoridis, who is the last speaker. Hello, Dr. Theodoridis, and he's going to talk about foodomics, a consortium for comprehensive molecular characterization of food products. Dr. Theodoridis works in the Center for Interdisciplinary Research and Innovation in the Aristotle University of Thessaloniki, the Laboratory of Analytical Chemistry, Department of Chemistry. So, without further sharing, Dr. Theodoridis, go ahead and give us your best shot. Thank you.
Thank you. Do you see my screen?
Yes, we can see it.
Okay, so this is the introductory slide. Thank you for inviting me to this nice conference. Very useful lectures earlier. I'm going to present the Foodomics research infrastructure, Foodomics GR. This is a 3 million euro project funded from the Greek Secretariat of Research and Technology. It ends in the end of 2022. Our aim is to promote R&D in the agri-food sector, utilizing and exploiting omics technologies, metabolomics, proteomics, genomics, and so forth. So we do a systemic review and database of the Greek agri-food content to highlight and promote the value of the foods. We are basically laboratories of analytical chemistry, so we work in the lab and generate hard data, concentration data. We file this in big databases and we aim to promote the value of the Greek produce and highlight biomarkers of nutritional or food intake like carbs, olive oil, or certain beverages. Our webpage is Foodomics GR and we have a Twitter. This infrastructure brings together 8 universities and institutes in Greece with 16 departments and divisions, 65 staff scientists, and 31 new recruited scientists, mostly at postdoc level, with 500 man-months of research. In total, it's around 18 different disciplines which work together. A major element was the upgrade of instrumentation. So we bought some instruments, and together with the existing instruments, we have a very strong arsenal of instrumentation, a lot of mass spectrometry with UPLC, GCMS, MALDI, ICP-MS, NMR, and other instruments like PCR, NGS, FTIR, RiboPrinter, to cover the breadth of the content of the food. So our idea is to have a complementary methods, expertise, and protocols. We combine analytical chemistry, informatics, and biochemistry with the omics technologies, and we are very happy to have application experts from plant growth, enology, animal husbandry, food technology, food biochemistry, food science, nutrition. Our aim is to do the holistic analysis of the foods, emphasizing in emblematic products like olive, wine, honey, dairy products, to construct the detailed databases, as I will show later, establish some sample banks of reference foods where we collect from experimental precision agriculture with detailed metadata. We have done already more than 60 protocols, validated protocols for metabolomics, genetics, proteomics, or elemental analysis. Then with these protocols, we analyze these sample banks of the precise agriculture, the precision foods, and we generate hard data and we feed this back to the databases. Then we fuse all this data to classify the foods. Our overall aim is to bring back to the society, promoting the recognition of the food products and supporting nutritional studies that will highlight how good the food is for animal models or in human volunteers. We have a paper where we present this. This is given in more detail in this presentation paper in the metabolites, which is open access. Now, foodomics is a very big multidisciplinary field where we try to cover each of the partners covers a specific area. We cover food metabolomics, other people work in statistics, in nutrition, and we try to cover certain application areas like quality, authenticity, or use of byproducts. There is a special group working in the exploitation of the byproducts of the agri-food industry. So just to give an idea of the databases that we collect, we did a certain specific bespoke Python script that searches through the literature in the internet. We give with experts specific keywords like here shown for Greek wine. Then we spend a lot of time reading what the script did. There is a lot of manual work here, reading the papers manually in the end. and we found out a database that is now already has 20 foods and more than 2,000 lines, 2,000 entities, chemicals, like for instance shown here, tyrosol for olive oil, and we see here the concentration in values, milligram per kilogram, the comments, the type of food, subcategory, the variety, and the region, and the primary source, which is the paper that recorded this, and then we have other tables like fermentation year, analysis year, and so forth. And this has already 2,000 lines. It will go public in September 2021. For the protocols I mentioned, I just would like to give you an idea. These are protocols of metabolomics in queued of analysis by mass spectrometry, untargeted LC. We see the application. It is in here 3 in olive oil, in fruit juices, table olives, or other specimens, data treatment, statistics, and so forth. So we are happy to share this with you. We have targeted methods that measure amino acids, bile acids, carnitines, ceramides, or vitamins in different specimens and in different modes. And we see here how we treat this. This is MRM mode and so forth. And these are GCMS analysis for volatiles in either in small molecules by derivatization, or volatiles in the headspace, or for instance organic acids in urine, fatty acids in blood, and so forth. These are NMR protocols for metabolomics, profiling in polar or lipids, and liquid or solid state with different types of foods like wine, olive oils, fruits, and so forth. And we have the proteomics protocols, genomics protocols, elemental ICP-MS protocols, microbiome analysis, mostly for the gut microbiome or for microbiome of foods, and food safety assessment protocols. An example here, lipidomics. We do this here in the lab in Biomic in Thessaloniki. We see we can do analysis in foods or tissue, or from humans or animals, mostly animal models, or also blood. And so we see the different lipid species, acyl carnitines, lyso-PC, lyso-PE, PC, PE, sphingomyelins, triglycerides here, diglycerides. These are all in positive ionization, and in negative ionization, complementary free fatty acids, and again, a number of glycerophospholipids, carotenoids, bile acids, and so forth. Now, this complex data is then generating different modes of, we see revisualization of tissue biomarkers, and we see the different markers as they correspond between the groups. And for instance, here we identify a marker of ethanol toxicity in mouse brain. An example from the olive oil area, we did with the collaborators at the American Farm School, we did a DOI, and I will not go into detail. We combined the data from the GCMS with data from NMR and FTIR spectroscopy from the University of Crete and the Aristotle University Food Technology Laboratory. The samples came from the island of Crete, from different regions, and we did classifications. We saw a number of around 80 molecules in a simple GCMS, so it was not any very expensive instruments. And we see the geographical differentiation from the different areas of Crete. Overall, our background is more than 30 years in research and development in the area. We have all the partners together of the Foodomics Society, of the Foodomics Consortium, have realized more than 290 projects. We collaborated with more than 180 partners, fulfilled more than 90 PhDs, and did several presentations and publications. Some publications are shown here, relevant to the area of olive oil. And I would like to remind you, especially for the waste reuse of the waste of the olive oil industry, that is performed by the University of the Aegean in our consortium. Our consortium has state-of-the-art facilities with new laboratories and cutting-edge instrumentation as shown here. It is open to the research and the entrepreneur, the private laboratories, the private companies. We are open to discussion. I have shown here some of the exemplary studies that we have given back to the research community in collaboration. So, for instance, lipids profiling in egg yolk or amino acids in cow blood for the animal health. Metabolomics in blood, where we see differences according to the diet, including or excluding olive oil. And overall, we have applications in more than 60 food products and different types of nutritional interventions. If you want to work with us, it's only one A4 page. It's now in Greek, as we see here. You fill what is your sample type and what is your question, and you send it to us, and we discuss how this can be implemented with our project. And with this, I would like to thank our collaborators and thank you for your attention.
Dr. Theodoridis, thank you very much for keeping the time, not only keeping the time, but using the list of all of us. So that will give more time to the audience. So probably your nickname will be Mr. Big Data.
Big Data.
So,
okay.
All right. So we have some
my presentation.
Yes, it was great. Now we have some questions. We have one question for you. So let's start from you. If you see the question, then we have one question for Dimitri and one question for myself. We will have time to answer to all of them. So, gentlemen, Dimitris, you want to start with
yes,
you?
Dimitri. I see the question for Dimitri. Yes, there is one partner is really doing authenticity in olive oil. We have also done authenticity in other elements where we mix, for instance, one type of milk with other types of milks. So there is a partner that is doing authenticity, mixing lower quality with higher quality olive oil. Yes.
Okay, great. Dimitris, can you see your question? You want me to repeat it?
Please repeat.
All right. The question says, the question for you is the Envio solution used only as a cure, or can it be applied as a preventive measure as well? And they congratulate for your presentation as well.
Good. Thanks for the kind words. And the answer is yes. We are developing a protocol, let's say, treatment regime, preventative and curative. So that might be different rates of the bioactive we're using, might be different amount of injections per year. And ultimately, in the coming years, it might also be different bioactives for a preventative versus a curative. So the answer in short is yes. Which is very important. Which is very important, if I can just add that, because in Italy, you see the border of the Xylella infection is coming north. And so there are a lot of farmers that are afraid of that and have contacted us whether we can deploy the solution preventative. So this is an important point.
We really wish this will not expand any further, hopefully. But if it does, we need some weapons to fight this enemy. And you are one of the few who offers something, a weapon. I call it a weapon, a tool to fight it. So thank you very much, Dimitri. So there is a question for myself is how can someone make sense of all the data provided by these applications? Would you recommend asking the help of some specialized agronomist or something? That's the type of questions I would like to answer. Yes, as I said, all these applications provide something, but we need to know how valid these are. So who is going to decide about that? It's a combination of an agronomist and a farmer. These are the people who will give the final evaluation of each of these applications. And that I will take the opportunity, I have the time, to tell you something that I mentioned in yesterday's presentation. Unfortunately, we are not using the benefits of the Common Agricultural Policy. Very recently in Greece, the agricultural advising system has started but not yet implemented. Let me talk as a farmer now. The farmers have the right to spend 4,500 euros. They have 3 vouchers. Each one is worth 1,500 euros. So they can select a certified agronomist, agricultural consultant, certified. I am a certified. I have gone through a examination through the state system. And they can ask him to provide a business plan for a 2 years period. After the 2 years period, if the farmer is satisfied with that particular consultant, he can give him the second voucher, another 1,500 euros, and so on. If he's not satisfied, he can select someone else. I believe that that will be a good solution, probably the best solution, to evaluate indirectly and directly all these applications. The farmer alone does not have primarily the time, and I would add the knowledge. So it's a combination of consulting with someone and also or the farmer gets some additional training. I'm optimistic that most of these applications through the time will become better. That means will be validated. I hope I answered this question. Again, all this will be recorded, and in case you forget the answer, they will be put in the book of presentation. Thank you very much. I don't see any other question, so we'll take a little break here. We were excellent in our time. Let me tell you something. This is the only conference in my life that we are all on time. And we are in Greece, remember that. So in Greece, we can do a lot of things, Dimitri. So you have to come and see this. Thank you very much, all the speakers. Professor Tsimidou, in case they have other recorded questions, we can answer. Let's take a 15 minutes break and we will see all of you very soon. Thanks all.
Τι θέλεις να γίνεις όταν μεγαλώσεις? Πόσες φορές έχεις ακούσει αυτή την ερώτηση? Και μαζί πόσες απαντήσεις? Αρχιτέκτονας, μηχανικός, αστροναύτης.
Ωραία όλα αυτά. Αλλά αν ρωτήσεις εμένα, απάντηση ήταν πάντα η γη. Που μας τρέφει, μας φιλοξενεί, μας αγκαλιάζει. Το σήμερα και το αύριό της.
Η ερώτηση λοιπόν δεν είναι τι, αλλά πού. Γιατί το πού θα φτάσεις
έχει σχέση και με το από πού ξεκινάς και το πώς θα προχωρήσεις.
Γιατί πώς να ασχοληθείς με τη γη αν δεν βρεθείς δίπλα της?
Πώς να ασχοληθείς με το μέλλον αν δεν το κάνεις κτήμα σου? Όχι απλά να κοιτάς έξω,
αλλά πέρα από τον ορίζοντα.
Perrotis College. Εσύ, τι θέλεις να γίνεις όταν μεγαλώσεις?
Consumers throughout Europe and the rest of the world are demanding cleaner, safer, and more transparent food production. Envio is an innovator, developing crop production solutions which will be key in answering those trends.
Olive trees are suffering because of Xylella. Millions of trees have already died and many more are infected and dying. With our innovative and precise injection technology, using a 3D metal printed tip, we bring the bioactive into the vascular system of the tree to fight against the bacterial infection inside the trunk of the tree. Through our targeted approach, we achieve superior control of the disease with significantly less bioactive compared to foliar spray. But we go even beyond. With the combination of satellite data, drone technologies, our ground data, the precision injection, and the right bioactive, we have a personalized solution to diagnose, prescribe, and treat on an individual tree level.
We're rolling out solutions to address Xylella and other diseases in olive production, and to refine practices to manage vineyards and orchards. We are introducing new biological technologies, systems, and practices into agriculture to disrupt the industry and improve the human and environmental conditions for generations to come.
Η αρχή πάντα είναι πολύ δύσκολη. Αλλά άμα έχεις υπομονή και επιμονή, κερδίζεις τα πάντα. Ξεκίνησα το 1956, μέχρι το 1970 ήμουνα στην εσωτερική κατανάλωση, σε διάφορα μπακάλικα σε όλους τους νομούς της Κεντρικής Μακεδονίας.
Στις αρχές της δεκαετίας του 1970 άρχισε δειλά κάποιες εξαγωγές σε Έλληνες του εξωτερικού.
Σιγά σιγά απλώθηκε σε όλη την Ευρώπη και φυσικά τα επόμενα χρόνια και στις ΗΠΑ και σε άλλα κράτη του κόσμου.
Έχει σημασία πάρα πολύ. Τις σχέσεις έχεις αναπτύξει στη διάρκεια των χρόνων με τους ανθρώπους σου σε όλη την Ελλάδα, με τους παραγωγούς, πόσο φουγκράζεις αυτούς, πόσο αυτοί καταλαβαίνουν εσένα.
Οι σχέσεις αυτές των παραγωγών ξεκινάνε το πατέρα μου από τις προηγούμενες γενιές παραγωγών, συνεχίζονται στα παιδιά τους και στα εγγόνια τους. Ο πατέρας μου, γνωρίζοντας κάθε ελληνική ελιά όπου βρίσκεται, τι δυνατότητες έχει, ξέροντας τους καλύτερους ελαιώνας και ξέροντας να επιλέγει πάντοτε το καλύτερο δυνατό προϊόν.
Είναι μια σχέση αμφίδρομη και οδεύει στη διάρκεια του χρόνου.
Όταν πρώτα ξεκίνησα με τους παλιούς πρωτότυπους τρόπους επεξεργασίας της ελιάς. Το χαράκι ήταν με το χέρι. Χαράζαμε το βράδυ και το πρωί τα κάναμε διανομή στα διάφορα μπακάλικα.
Η επέμβασή μας είναι λιγότερη δυνατή, με σεβασμό σε αυτήν την ελιά. Είναι το άρωμά της, η γεύση της που την ξεχωρίζουν από τις υπόλοιπες ελιές στον κόσμο.
Πραγματικά έχουμε καταλάβει όλα αυτά τα χρόνια, κάνοντας αμέτρητα ταξίδια, ότι η ελληνική ελιά υπερέχει σε σχέση με πολλές άλλες ποικιλίες του εξωτερικού.
Λειτουργούμε σε μια οικογενειακή ομάδα, μια δυνατή ομάδα που συνυπάρχουν αυτή τη στιγμή 3 γενιές στην ίδια εταιρεία.
Υπάρχει τουλάχιστον μια ζωντανή παράδοση 3-4 γενναιών. Σε όλα αυτά τα παιδιά που ασχολούνται με τον πρωτογενή τομέα, με εμάς που ασχολούμαστε με το μεταποιητικό τομέα, υπάρχει μια παράδοση που δεν πρέπει να χαθεί.
Η εταιρεία έχει στα χέρια της μια ισχυρή παράδοση, δίνει μεγάλη βαρύτητα στην ποιότητα και πιστεύει ότι αυτά τα δύο πράγματα, η ποιότητα και η παράδοση, έχουν μέλλον.
Πρέπει βέβαια να μην μείνουμε στην παράδοση, με καινούργια προγράμματα να επιβάλλουμε στα καινούργια βήματα της ζωής.
Η πίστη και η εμπιστοσύνη που έχουν τόσο οι παραγωγοί που δίνουν τα προϊόντα της, όσο και οι πελάτες οι οποίοι αγοράζουν τα τελικά προϊόντα. Αυτή τη σχέση εμπιστοσύνης θέλουμε να κτίσουμε και να τη μεγαλώσουμε και τα επόμενα χρόνια και είναι η μεγάλη περιουσία της εταιρείας.
Προσδοκούμε στην τρίτη γενναία να έρθει μαζί μας, να αγαπήσει και αυτό το προϊόν, να έχει και αυτή πάθος όσο είχαμε και εμείς.
Πάντα λέω και στα παιδιά μου και στα εγγόνια μου, η δουλειά δεν θέλει μόνο ζήλο. Θέλει έρωτα.
Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. We now proceed to the last but not least important session of our conference. The topic of this session will be on marketing of olive products, exports, branding, and e-commerce. So now I invite Dr. Yifat Reuveni from the academic Tel Aviv Java College Business School and Artolio Project Business Manager from Israel to discuss a topic on olive oil in the future global food industry, potential regional economies, pan-Mediterranean platform, and local domain qualities. Dr. Reuveni.
Yeah, thank you, Kostas.
Hello.
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 Hi. And it's nice to be here. Just a minute, I will share my presentation. No, I'm not really. Just a minute. Yep. Can you see the presentation now?
No, not yet.
Can you see it now?
Now, yes.
Okay, great.
Yes,
great.
we can see it. Thank you.
Okay, great. So thank you, Kostas. And I would like to thank all the organizers for this opportunity. I'm happy to collaborate with them in our joint EU project Artolio, as Kostas mentioned, which I will mention later on. And I also have to apologize for my voice as I'm recovering from a flu. A reminder that there are some other sicknesses besides COVID in the world. So olive oil is an ancient production having considerable ecological and socio-economic importance in the Mediterranean basin. And yet, in my opinion, it does not get the respect it deserves. So I will try to depict modestly how to direct it a bit closer to the King's Road. Environmental and human health. In terms of health and environment, the World Health Organization has been leading the charge for this change in mindset, understanding the environmental threats responsible for the global burden of diseases. The environment and human can go together, can thrive together. We can help this process by helping farmers optimize their production and supply chains, enhance food security, and mainly safeguard farmers' income and livelihood. As Saki said, sustainability and profitability. The olive oil sector is in a big dislocation. It has a higher demand, it has lower supply, not in terms of production, but in terms of counterfeit oil, traditional industry, fragmented production chain, lack of transparency, lack of technology, etc. We can see that the EVO consumption is growing worldwide, driven by all those reasons: health benefits, Mediterranean diet, culinary multiplicity, organic cosmetic, etc., etc., etc. There are many, many reasons to raise the consumption, and yet the production is quite low. The production quality. The production has tripled in the last 60 years, as we can see, and it will increase in the coming 10 and even more years. And we can see that it is raising, especially in non-producing EU countries. Surprisingly, we know that the olive oil market in China is driven by health-oriented consumers, ramping up both EVO imports and production. And yet, this industry is in disruption. As you can see it, and this is from Gartner, the amount of confirmed fake olive oil, but the red section, which is almost confirmed or probably fake olive oil, is quite threatening, and it's not a good sign for the industry. So the industry is definitely in a disruption. The linkage, how can we linkage the different systems in this disruption that are not speaking to each other? The environment, excuse me. So what I would like to offer is like 3 domains of innovation. 3 domains of innovation, which is technology, community, and locality. It is clear that in order to make those systems talk to each other, we have specific needs in general lack of innovation in production chain, we need the remedy in general lack of management savviness, and this is one of the focus of our Tolio project. Knowledge transfer from governments to producers, transparency of supply chain from farmers to clients, solutions to climate change danger, to Mediterranean olive crops, and I heard that many mentioned that, etc. Now, when we speak about innovation, technologies are definitely transforming our food, our health, and our planet. And it is clear when we speak about innovation, we relate mostly to technology. And indeed, it will be the main focus also here. But I would like to discuss the power of community and locality and look for innovation, either digital or physical, in these domains as well. So we do have a moment in the sun. Look at the numbers. And I think it's time to seize the opportunity. Clearly, agri-food tech has moment now just from seeing the numbers flowed into the sector in 2020, which represent an increase of 35% from 2019. Technological innovation in the olive oil production is needed due to supply disruption, dislocations in production, and dislocation in distributions. Now, this hype curve graph is actually not to show how much technology is into this agri-food sector, but is a proof. Actually, I wrote it to show you as a proof that not all technological innovations are actually necessary or making an impact. Just look at the slope enlightenment and the plateau of productivity. It also clearly showing us what is missing: management technology, packaging technologies, and of course, supply chain and processing transparency. The need in digital business management was very clear to us when we based Artolio, and it is one of our Artolio project main focus to address this lack in business savviness among smallholder farmers and provide a technological answer to this vacuum. Just an example, this is the system advantage to olive oil industry that we are applying and launching in the coming few weeks. But the thing that we noticed is that there is a part in this production chain which is kind of unseen, and it's a very messy middle of food supply chain. Right now, the supply chain tech category is highly fragmented. We see like a lot of innovation in one chapter and in another, but there are no connections. And it's funny because before COVID, most people didn't even consider the food supply chain. They seldom thought of it because food always showed up. COVID-19 certainly has put some consumer focus on it, and this is a blessing. So just to make things clear, when we mean supply side, when we say supply side, we mean production, manufacturing, distribution, logistics, efficiency management, transparency, collaboration. And when we say demand side, we mean healthy, culinary, buy local trend, GI, DOP, ecological tourism, etc. Now, the supply chain is a very disruptive landscape. And what is also clear during the last years is that market, meaning clients, and investors demand for increased traceability and sustainability. And yet the bulk of value creation and investment to date have been consolidated less in food supply chains and more into the two point ends of the production chain, which means production and customers. So it is clear we need to move the needle towards new tech-driven market value within the food supply chain and look for innovation in direct-to-consumer practices, traceability and transparency of production and processing, tech management and business automation, such as the Artolio back office function, and better forecasting and adoption of automation and robotics. And as we can see, the 150 billion opportunities in the middle of the food processing and supply tech from harvest to retail is definitely an opportunity. We know, and we all know that food processing isn't very sexy. And we all hope that this will change as people start to understand the interesting work that's being done around food safety detection, freshness control application. There are some really interesting opportunities to move the needle significantly in here in the supply chain. And as we know, technological innovation has undergone unprecedented development, and this evolution can offer extraordinary opportunities for product qualification, which today has not been adequately exploited due to a lack of vision and innovation. So we can see here some examples of progressive innovations in supply chain, the untapped opportunity for vertical specific technology companies which are focused on serving the unique needs of food supply chain, like inspection systems, provenance, consumer taste, which is the latest innovation, and food trends. And of course, what clearly boosts the olive oil market will be using blockchain technology that would provide trust, sharing, security, and distribution, and there is no place to talk about the advantages of this technology. So the holy grail will be a tighter and better connection between supply and demand. And we have to remember that the pillars might also be strategy work versus just blocking and tackling execution. So all of these technologies should be supporting a better connection between supply and demand in terms of visibility and strategic work. And under the, I must say that under the marketing point of view, an innovation should be able to develop products that accurately and timely respond to customer needs, offering a valuable experience to the customer, exceeding his expectations. So communal innovation supposed to enhance business collaboration, economy of scale, and regional sustainability, and also the experience economy. The Artolio is focusing on building a pan-Euro-Med network, believing that communities work together can bring for a positive change. So this is one example. Advantage of size, I think, are clear to all of you participants, capabilities of large organizations in terms of marketing abilities, payments and clearance, transporting, branding, etc., global visibility, data for research, standard stamp, farmer mindset, by providing learning and experience, and size of land and operation. Just an example for the financial management that is really in a big need. Those are examples of failures of small-scale producers. Increasing adoption for tech management, business automation, and finance management techniques will help them know if the local business, if their own local business is really profiting, or how profitable a new business can be. And we see those mistakes over and over again. Turning a commodity into an experience, we can see that the experience economy is boosting, and definitely there is a chance and opportunity also here. And when we say from commodity to experience, we meaning that we want to move from manufacturing to infofacturing, from tradition to agrotech, from import to export, from sole producers to collaborating business communities, from unemployment to employment, and from economic survival to healthy well-being. And the third and last innovation is within locality. As we know, the EU invests locally through its regional policy, containing measures to boost economic growth and jobs and improve quality of life through strategic innovation. So I think we all know why buy local trend is important. There is no need to explain that to all of us regarding all food and local products, of course. Culinary and health are one of the main boosting points for locality. And this is a very interesting research on olive oil consumption and human health. But I think the most important is the geography of food, how local food and tourism combine together. And we know that ethnic, regional, and local dishes are powerful markets and markers for territories and places. In pioneer work on the geography of food, Bell and Valentin point out that the definitional question of what makes a region has long vexed spatial scientists, and looking at regions through food can add fruitfully to these debates. So the potential of olive oil ingredients as a tourist attraction is also very clear. The tourism industry highlights food as a tourist attraction and as a marker of given locations and places. Guidebooks, travel magazines, websites, and brochures, as well as local stakeholders, emphasize regional dishes and local specialities and count them not only among the reasons for visiting a local, but also as icons which represent and encapsulate its essence. And we all know it from the Mediterranean basin area. And also relates to local, which is local pride, enhancing trust, because we want to keep our name safe and clean. Creativity, I just wanted to show you this last winning from, I hope you see it, the Midnight Olive Oil. He won the NYIOOC World Olive Oil Competition medal gold, working on producing during the night without any light, and also preserving the local variants, which is very, very important when we speak about locality and working with smallholder farmers. There is, and this is the last point, there is also innovation through measuring impact. I don't know if you're familiar with this project of accounting innovation or counting impact. It was established in the Harvard by Professor George Seferin, actually a Greek origin professor, very promising star. And in recent years, most major international airlines, the example, for instance, that he gave, have reported healthy profitability. But in the case of Lufthansa and American Airlines, for example, I think we can see it here, accounting for the environmental cost of 2.3 and 4.8 billion respectively would make both companies unprofitable. And success for society should not be measured by the amount of wealth it produces. For instance, drugs that cure cancer are better than the cigarettes that cause it. Yet both are treated equally and calculating GDP. So the question is if we will be able to account healthy food products in the right price that deserve them, comparing other food products. And this is very interesting research that is continuing the focus on companies into products and into the food world products. I don't know if I have the time to show you the legend of the Thunderbird. This is actually from, I did my PhD in Canada, and I was working in a Mohawk First Nations tribe for many years on business development. And it's funny because before we heard all this language of climate change and preservation, they spoke about it very naturally. And there is this famous sentence that the white human being will understand that we cannot eat money after we will destroy all the last river and the last tree, etc. So this is the legend of the Thunderbird, a very famous legend among the First Nations. I will send you the link. And yeah, of course, we have a lot of challenges, especially change and trust. Change is hard, trust is hard. But I believe in this sentence of one of the most important economists of our time, John Maynard Keynes, who said it is better to be roughly right than precisely wrong. So I wish good luck for all of us.
Thank you very much, Rifat, for the very interesting presentation. It's always very interesting to us to hear how you combine, how you merge tradition, innovation, and technology. That's very important to all of us. We keep from your speech today, in a quote, high demand and low supply. I also kept the industry in disruption, despite all the, main benefits and positive trends. The industry is still in disruption. And also the role of technology that is prevalent in the Artolio project that we are, participating in Perrotis College. And thank you for the invitation. Thank you very much. And we'll have questions at the end of our presentations. Thank you very much. Our next presenter will be Ms. Alexandra Kichenik-Devarene, CEO of Extra Virgin Alliance in the United States. And she'll discuss more than martinis, the future of olives on the American table. Mrs. Devarene, please.
I'm going to talk today about table olives. Normally I talk about olive oil, but this is a look at some potential for table olives in the American market. I'd like to thank everyone at the Krinos Olive Center, Perrotis College, and all of the wonderful people at the American Farm School. So this is a personal perspective. It's the view of someone from California, California native, which is the center of olive production in the United States, not of Mediterranean background, but I come from a family that ate well. My mother's a wonderful cook. So I'm an American, and I don't have the advantage of having Greek or Spanish or Italian family. So I want to start by showing just where we are beginning here. You can see this is an enlargement of a label of a product from Whole Foods Market. It's an olive oil. And look at this graphic. You can see that the rendering of the olives on the tree include little holes where the pits got taken out. I'm surprised they don't have pimentos in them. So that gives you an idea. We have a lot of work to do. So this is what Americans think of when they think of olives. It's relish, it's garnish, it's not really part of a meal. It's perhaps an appetizer. So the bottom line, I think, is that Americans don't think of olives as being really food. They think of them as decoration. They think of them as maybe as an appetizer, but they're a garnish. The olive in a martini. It's only food if you live in a bar. And also, when they do show up as food, it's normally as a snack or as an appetizer. So that's our challenge. How do we reposition the olive in the American mind and on the American table? So I think one of the biggest helps is going to be the trend towards more plant-based foods. And I know plant-based is silly because Coca-Cola is plant-based. I'm talking about real food, healthy food that is that comes from plants. There's rising concern about animal agriculture and the impact on the planet, and I don't think that's, you know, America is not unique in that, but it's happening here, and there are more and more people who are shifting away from a meat-centered diet. There's also a lot of awareness of the health impacts of dietary choices. So this is something that we want to also, you know, work with, because olives are a very healthy food. So there's a report from 2018 that shows that American consumption, North Americans eat 90 plus kilos of meat per person per year, meat and poultry. So it's an extraordinarily large amount of meat. So even a small change in the average American's diet is going to have a big impact. And that's, I think, important. We don't want to say everyone needs to become a vegan, but let's start by cutting down on meat. There are some great programs. The Culinary Institute of America has the Menus of Change, and they've been focusing a lot on what they call plant-forward menus. And it's creative, and it shifts meat out of the middle of the plate, and it's not necessarily saying no meat, but less meat. 11 Madison Park announced a couple weeks ago that it's going vegan, so that's very significant when a Michelin-starred restaurant decides to skip meat on the menu. And then the Rancho Gordo is down there. That's a brand of heirloom beans. And I went online to try to join their bean club, and they have a waiting list. So they have completely sold out on their subscriptions. And also, if you try to buy beans, those are all sold out as well. That's what those blue dots are. So there's interest out there in plant proteins. So this is a great opportunity for olives and olive oil. It's not a fad. It's not, we're here. This is going to stick around. We have to change. So we don't have a choice on this one. Most Americans don't know how to cook without meat and without butter and without cheese. So I think our challenge is going to be to help them out and show them how olives and olive oil can add so much flavor and appeal to dishes that are using little or no animal products, and will be better for the planet and also very healthy. So I think it's a question really of inspiration. And these pictures, I think, are inspiring. Beautiful salad with legumes and olives up there, pasta with olives, then this grain salad using green olives, and then the navy bean and escarole casserole that has olives in it. So I think this is the kind of stuff that's going to capture the imagination of people who are cooking and will help them to shift olives into the middle of the meal. So as a snack, they are a great healthy snack, but there is a problem with this, and it has to do with the American psychology. Americans regard snacks as extra calories. They don't think of a snack as replacing other calories in the diet. They tend to be thought of as something that's added on. So I think that emphasizing olives as a snack is a little tricky, and this is where I think we might do better to try to reposition them as part of the meal, because then they're no longer regarded as an extra, an add-on. That said, snack packs of olives, I think, can be a great addition to a work lunch as something to add to a salad, for example. So because they're so convenient, and that's something that we also, serving suggestion, make it part of your meal. Most Americans don't think of olives as healthy either. They don't realize that they have polyphenols, and we're talking now about naturally cured olives, of course. Polyphenols are a very hot topic in olive oil, but nobody talks about or at least most consumers don't understand that there are polyphenols in naturally cured table olives as well. So that's something that I think that will work in our favor. Also, the interest in fermented foods and probiotics. That's a very big trend. There's an entire section of kombucha drinks in an average supermarket in California, mind you. But I'm talking about Safeway. I'm not talking about a Whole Foods or a health foods market. So live cultures in kimchi, sauerkraut, pickles, all that sort of stuff are it's popular and they're valued and they're sold in a cold case. So they're essentially a pretty new product to the American way of thinking. So this slide suffered something in electronic translation. I don't know why. And that is, the point is, salt is the elephant in the room. And we have to take into account that consumers, particularly older consumers, are going to be aware of the sodium content in olives. And this is something that we need to address. This again, if we talk about olives as an ingredient in a dish, then you can reduce the added salt and let the olives compensate for that and end up without a great deal of added sodium. You let it be a substitute instead. And then also, as a research issue, I think lower salt possibilities are something we need to look at. So polyphenols in table olives, I think that's a story we need to tell. Also, this perception of olives as being a snack or an appetizer, they are real food. They are a nutritious and natural plant product. Their planetary footprint is very light for olives, which is an important thing. And I would say to the research and development side of things that we should be thinking about getting a lower sodium, if possible, olive with good probiotic content and phenol levels to the American consumer in grocery stores, because that's where most people are shopping. So when I thought about that, I thought, well, that might mean a product that needs to travel in a cold chain. So, and I know that does add cost, of course, and complication. So I zipped over to Safeway and took a look at pickles, because those are sold both on the shelf. They're the ones on the left, are on the regular shelf, unrefrigerated, for 17 cents an ounce. And then kosher dill spears in a cold case, in a cold deli section, are sold for 25 cents an ounce. So it's something that we want to look at, we want to think about, and maybe there's a spot there for a product that gets olives out of the conventional, hot sterilized brine into a different medium that will permit more of the probiotics and so forth. Thank you. The part there that seems to have died in translation was showing you that I'm posting a lot of writing these days on a website called oliveoil.com, easy to remember, and then email correspondence. You can see the address there. Thank you very much, and enjoy the rest of the conference. I will be joining you hopefully later for the discussion.
Thank you very much, Alexandra, for sharing meaningful insights from the US market, the trends, the challenges, and the opportunities of these important from the Greek economy products. Thank you very much. Our next presenter is Mr. Theocharis Spiropoulos from Perrotis College. He'll be discussing social media strategy and brand formation, the case study of 5. Mr. Spiropoulos.
Good afternoon, and thank you for the invitation. Just give me one moment to share my screen, please. sir. Do you see my screen? So,
Yes,
what we will
yes.
be presenting is a social media strategy in order to form a brand. And we will discuss the case of 5, an olive oil extra premium category. So, okay, and so the brand 5 olive oil combines supreme quality agricultural product, olive oil, with modern design and very specific, very effective marketing strategy that created the brand 5 olive oil. First of all, the attributes of the product, that this is a 100% Greek product, has been awarded the status of premium quality olive oil, and has an innovative approach in marketing. It was awarded for packaging as part of the product, and it addressed to people with a passion for gastronomy. This means, for example, that when we tried to market the product, we defined in various social media, and we searched specifically for people that have health issues or gastronomy issues. So everything in designing the product was planned with the end customer in mind. So the first thing that we needed to clarify were the key benefits of social media. First of all, they offer great communication capabilities: text, image, video, sound, music. Second, they offered us unique targeting opportunities. We had the opportunity to target a very specific audience, as we discussed, people that were interested in gastronomy or in healthy eating, and provided us absolutely measurable results. How many people viewed or how many people performed a certain action. We focused the strategy on 2 selected media, Facebook and Instagram. And the content creating was, we used both 2 elements: packaging of the product, and of course the characteristics, the features of the base product, which was premium olive oil. The key decisions that we had to make before launching this olive oil had to do with brand awareness and recognition to our selected audience. So our target market was the upper social and economic class that were interested for design, health, and gastronomy. The second is where these customers were based. So we wanted to have expensive areas of New York and London. And of course, we decided to have a strategy that will secure us interaction with the audience, to have a lot of likes, a lot of sharing, and a lot of comments in our community. And one way to do this was creating a number of contests that gave people the opportunity to participate in this contest. And we used hashtags for audience participation in content creation. For example, we were inviting our customers to take photos with our products and use the hashtag 5oliveoil. And the final stage, of course, of any marketing strategy is the analysis of the results and the integration with the plan, with the marketing plan. We had a special edition in order to understand very luxurious packaging. We had a very luxurious package with Swarovski version, Swarovski crystals on on the bottle. In this picture, you see how the product was placed in London Harrods store. So it's a supreme product, very luxurious and top designers. Advertising included some well-known stars like Miss Paltrow, and a lot of material was created from our customers, but also from professionals, where we designed with established brands how we used our product. We use state-of-the-art photos and digital contents, like this campaign for 5 organic extra virgin olive oil with tomatoes. We try to link with traditional Mediterranean diet, the consumption of olive oil, and of course we used the product associated with Mediterranean recipes that our customers can enjoy. Also, the final stage is that we asked our customers who purchased olive oil to share this information with their friends, because it's much more effective if you have customers to let them talk about your product and let them explain to their own friends, and their friends can read it, how important your product is to them. So we use this strategy and ask our customers to share photographs with their own friends using the specific hashtag 5oliveoil. So we used social media and marketing, but in a way that follows the basic marketing principles. And we have this quote from Kotler that if we don't know who you are, if we don't know your company's product, who are your customers, what's your record and the reputation, it's really hard to sell. It's really hard to create a brand. And what happens is that if the customers are not asking these questions directly, be sure that they have these questions. And if a company cannot answer these questions, your competitors will answer these questions. So you need to use social media marketing when designing your brand strategy. So what was important in short in social media marketing that became so popular? All companies, and especially small companies, had the opportunity to reach new customers. It creates a new balance and a new area that you can share and share material and provide videos or provide other types of communications that you needed to have a lot of money to do this in the past, so that you can create an experience of the customers. And it's easy to manage. You can set the budgets, measure results, how many people visited, how many people were registered, how many comments, like, or purchases you had. But it's much more. It's the word of mouth. People talk about your product, and they do this in an organized way. So you can have blogs, forums, social media, and groups. Users have a voice. They like your product. They make comments. Sometimes they can make complaints, and this voice stays. And of course, you can use a wide variety of stores and a wide variety of groups to promote your product. When you're using social media in this strategy, it's very easily to feel overwhelmed. There's a wide variety. So you need to take one step at a time, choose which social media are the most important one, create and publish content, and create, of course, associated with the customers that you want to target, and identify which of these segments are the most profitable for you. Create a community of users, deciding which media is more important for your users, how they collect information, how people become part of your community and how people buy and recommend to their friends to buy your product. So I want to thank you for that. And
thank you very much, Mr. Spiropoulos. Thank you, Mr. Spiropoulos, for sharing your experience with Five. And now we proceed with Professor Arturo Garcia Angulo. He's a professor at the University of Cadiz. And Arturo is also the CEO at Oleum Excelsius in Spain. Hello, Arturo. Nice to see you again.
Hello, Mr. Rotsius. Thank you very much for your invitation. I think you have a real reward for me, so I hope I'll not disappoint you, and I will try to do my best. Okay, so I will start to share my presentation. It's okay.
Yes, yes, we can see it.
Okay. Well, it's kind of related to what we've seen before. Something related to the marketing, something related to the brand. So, but let me show you a different point of view of the product of the olive oil. My presentation starts with the quality as way to creating profits and sustainability in the Spanish traditional olive grove, which means from the olive grove to the market. Okay, so I will start having the characteristic of the traditional olive grove in Spain versus the characteristic of the hedgerow olive grove in Spain, which is in the traditional way we have a plantation framework from 70 to 120 olive trees per hectare, rather than over 200 to 1,200 olive trees per hectare in the hedgerow olive grove. Let me have a real quick here break point, trying to explain the difference between traditional, intensive, and super intensive olive grove in Spain. I guess all over, but I'm talking about Spain, the Spanish way of name it. The traditional goes, as I said before, between 70 to 120. And in the intensive, we have two different steps, which is intensive and high density. And both of them are between 200 and 1,200. And the super intensive, it will go up to 2,500 more or less. So besides that, I would say that the traditional olive grove in Spain are taking labor intensive and semi-mechanization tasks for harvesting, fertilizers, and tilling the soil, rather than the hedgerow, which have all mechanization tasks. So we don't have a labor intensive in this kind of olive grove. The average production between the traditional and the hedgerow are 3,000 to 6,000. We have between 3,000 and 6,000 average production in the traditional way, and in the hedgerow we will go up to 12,000 kilograms per hectare. We have a high cost production in the traditional way. It starts in 2.18 euros per kilogram of olive oil. It will reach up to 3.52. Let me say that I would say that 80% of the olive groves are between 2.18 to under 3.0. The 3.52 euros kilogram per olive oil are the olive groves that are in the mountains with a high lobe and very hard to manage. In the other side, we have the hedgerow production cost, which is 1.49 to 1.90, which is real low, real distance between the traditional one. Also, the production, 90% of the production of the traditional olive grove are Lampante olive oil, And in the other hand, you have the 90% of the production, which is extra virgin in the hedgerow. The traditional one is focused on production rather than quality, and the hedgerow is focused on the production cost and also on the quality by the way of harvesting. There's one more difference between them, which is the common agricultural policy that the traditional olive grove has and the hedgerow doesn't. So, but in the way of the traditional grove, it will go lower every year. So we have to have that in mind. So if we see the prices of the last 11 years between the Lampante and the extra virgin and the highest and the lowest, we have a huge difference. So we have a market with a very high gap between the lowest and the higher. In the low chart, we have the Lampante is being under the break-even 6 year over 11 in the traditional way. And in the extra virgin with the hedgerow, don't have any of the years under the break-even. So that means that the traditional olive row is hard to manage in the way of the profits. So taking an example of our traditional olive grove, we have the 7 years data in these slides. So let me show you how is our plantation. We have 150 years old. The plantation framework is 10-10, which is almost 100 olive trees per hectare. We have drip water systems since 1982. Since then, the production went double. The average production is 5,837 kilograms of olive oil of olives per hectare, and we have an average olive yield 22.83. The Lampante olive oil sale price that we had the last 7 years, the average one was 2.43, and the production cost, the average production cost was 2.49. So obviously we are under the break even. So why we don't leave the olive row? Because we have the CAP grants that make us the profits of 0.77 euros per kilogram of olive oil. So that's why the traditional olive grove versus the hedgerow olive grove, that's the dilemma that we have in Spain. So that's why the traditional olive grove is not profitable, as we saw before. And the European community has established the CAP, so farmers don't leave the olive groves. But some of them are looking forward to the hedgerow, mostly in our larger states, which is more profitable. And only a few of them are changing the model based on the quality and branding vertical integration, which is what I'm gonna talk right now. A model based on a quality and branding vertical integration. So the question is, make an olive grove conversion to a hedgerow or keep the traditional way? Maintaining the traditional olive grove means sustainability of the way of life of small village, which is very important. We're talking about village that have 1,000 or less population, but it must be profitable. So how can we do that? We only have two ways, which is decreasing the production cost, and I believe there's no way because the cost structure is probably 99% fixed, or increasing the prices, which is no way also because we have a free trade market. It's not a free trade market itself, but because we have many sellers, only a few buyers, but it works like a free trade market. But if we don't have the ability to decrease the production costs or increase the prices, what can we do? Well, we can have a difference. We can work on a differentiation of the product based on the quality and based on the brand. On the quality, based on the early harvest model, with a cold extraction and filtering and storage in a protected atmosphere that will keep the best of the olive oil. Also adding a brand with an with a vertical integration, which means that the farmers will also own the mills, the bottling plant, and the final product. So everything is under control of the farmer. Why can we do that? Because quality itself does not make the traditional olive groves profitable, because the difference between Lampante and extra virgin late harvest, of course, is only 0.34 euros kilogram of olive oil the last 11 years. So that means that if we only work on the quality, talking about the late harvest, we won't be profitable at all. So we have to change their mind, and we need to go to work through the value chain of the vertical integration in order to generate greater profits. So the steps are, the first one is to have a early harvest concept. I don't know if everybody knows what early harvest concept, which is extra virgin with a huge different product between the late harvest. We need a brand. We need a story to tell related to the brand, and we need to work along the entire value chain with the same goal in mind. And also the last one, which is, I believe is the hardest one, is sell by educating. In Spain, olive oil is traded as a commodity product. So that means that the consumer don't know about the brand, don't care about the brand, don't care about the quality. They just buy olive oil or extra virgin or virgin olive oil, and they just feel comfortable with that. And we have to tell them that we have another product related with the olive oil, which is a gourmet product at an early harvest, that if you taste it, is quite different from what you are used to. So also you have to tell the consumers that you have to pay 4, 5, 6 times what you are paying for the extra virgin or the virgin late harvest. So we have to manage how the consumer is going to think about the new product. So to try to reach the maximum price range of the market with 16 euros per half-liter bottle, which means selling the extra virgin olive oil at 12 euros per liter. But this is not easy because the market is not used, as I said before, to highest quality or higher price. So that's the crux of the matter. My concern is that when people taste the early harvest, and you explain to them what early harvest means, and you explain to them how high cost is the early harvest, they pay for the difference between the late and the early, because the consumer appreciate what the early harvest means. But it's a hard, tough to do, and it's a quite important thing to work on it. So in these pictures, we can see how the traditional olive groves are in Spain. We can see how the color of the early harvest product is, the green color because of the early harvest, how we're taking care of the olives in the soil with the blanket. And as I said before, quality is the only way of creating profits and sustainability in the Spanish traditional olive grove. Many thanks.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Arturo, for sharing your experiences with us. We keep that olive oil is still sold as a commodity, and the need to educate consumers. Now, I have some questions here, a general question that comes, and I want to ask all presenters. Okay, we see them all. Hello. Is if you could identify one major challenge, only one, in the marketing of the products, which one should this one be? Gifad?
Wow. I think it's the traditional production, but it's also the education of public. I mean, public are very fine-tuning regarding wine, but totally less uneducated regarding olive oil. And this gap should be solved somehow.
Okay, thank you. Haris Spiropoulos? Harry, we cannot hear you. Harry, we cannot.
I'm sorry,
Yes.
I'm sorry, I had the microphone off.
Please
I would
start
also-
again, please. We could not hear you. Thank you.
I would also have to say education of the public and perception, because it's in practice you need to ask consumers to pay a much higher price for a product they believe they know, but actually they don't know in details.
So education is another thing. Arturo, what is your opinion? I guess you already...
I mentioned before, and
Yes, yes.
I agree with Jifat, and it's hard for me to pronounce the name, so I'm sorry. Anyway, education, quality itself, and the quality without education doesn't mean anything. So in my concern, we need to educate the consumers. We need to show the product how it is with the right quality. So I agree with my partners here.
Okay, but how easy it is to educate consumers, because this costs money, requires time and commitment, and this is not something. And this is another topic. This is not something that individual consumers can do by themselves. They lack the resources and they don't have the time. So, yes, please.
In my concern, as my previous history, anyone that taste the olive oil is educated itself. So you only need to let them to try. That's it.
It's true.
After that, if they try it, taste it, you will explain everything. But if they don't taste it, you won't be able to understand what we're talking about. So many people that I share with them the conversation about how early harvest or extra virgin late harvest also means, unless they taste it, they won't be able to understand what I'm talking about. So, but it's hard, go one by one. So, it's a long way we have from now on. We're working since 7-8 years ago, and many more people are in Spain aware of what early harvest means. Now we have stores with many shelves with many brands. You have to realize that 15 years ago in Spain, we had only probably 10, 12, 15 producers related to the early harvest. Now we have over 80, 90, probably 100 producers with their own brands working on the same range of the gourmet product. So we're working. It's hard. It's slow to go through, but that's the way.
Okay, thank you very much. So, if I wanted to say something, yes, please.
Yeah, first of all, I totally agree with Arturo, of course. I mean, if we will start since, kindergarten and in school and high school, they won't taste and buy a not qualified olive oil. That's for sure. I mean, I know it by myself. I mean, it's working. But there are a few stages. I mean, usually we are like kind of targeting the foodies, the 20%, and we can say, okay, it's okay. The 20%, like in the Pareto rule, the 20% will cause the other 80% to follow them. But it's not true to target only 20%. We want to target the middle class. We want to target mothers. And so I do believe that we have to educate, first of all, according to the health advantages of this product. I think they are not well known and well discussed. And also, I'm looking for the last few years for a good research that will explain me the damage, the disadvantages of bad olive oil, of fake olive oil. And I don't find it. So for people, it's like, okay, it's not the premium qualified or premium extra virgin, but it's okay. I think we need to show them that it's not okay. There is a damage with an olive oil that has fats and all the other damages. And the last thing is tourism. I mean, we are going back to local tourism, to foodie tourism, the POD, the GI, geographical indication. We have to work with the European Union and other global international bodies to sign those areas and to provide them resources and knowledge and visibility. So people will reach this place and will know exactly what is qualified olive oil and the history and the health advantages, etc.
Okay, thank you. Harry, you need to add something, or should I move to the next question?
Let's move to the next question.
Okay, thank you. So what I keep is that I keep the two experts that responded to this question are optimistic about the future of the product, and they see an increasing demand and see some positive prospects. This is very, very positive. So another question, and I read it. In terms of marketing a premium, more expensive product, are international competition prices necessary in order to reach a higher willingness to pay for the consumers? So what I understand from the question is if prices are important for high premium products in international markets. In other words, do consumers of higher priced products are concerned about prices or not? What do you think?
They definitely do, but I really look. I take example from the wine industry. I think it's our cousin, and we can learn a lot from them. And prices are wide. The scale is unbelievable. So if it's possible there, it probably will be possible also with olive oil, and the use of olive oil is even higher than using wine. So I think price is important, but I think branding is even more important. So if we will succeed in branding it as qualified, as healthy, as beautiful, as important, as good, as prestiged, so people will be willing to pay more. This is on the one side. On the other side, if we will succeed in making the high profile branding, maybe we will be able to recruit governments, international bodies to subsidize this sector. And then it will be possible for each one of the public to buy it in an average price, but the production and the producers will receive subsidies for the expensive production.
Well, expensive.
Yeah.
Kostas, let me ask a question that I just wrote here, related to what why someone says, why is the quality of production of traditional olive grove low? I mean, it's not low itself because from the traditional, it's the way that we harvest, it's the way that we keep the olives at the time that we harvest, that it makes it lampante, the lowest quality.
Yes.
We do have a traditional olive grove, and we are making lampante, and also we are making early harvest. So it's just the way that you do it. And I have a point of view about the traditional olive trees, which is the old olive trees, the over 100 years old. I don't have the data for that, but I do believe that the olives of the traditional olive trees, which is 100, 150, 200 years old, they have inside of them, the tree is very balanced itself. I will say like the people, when you're younger, you have many different and different ranges of behavior. But once you get older, you just balance your behavior. So I don't have the data as a scientific, but I do believe that the olive oil from the centenary old olive trees are more balanced and more easy to have a better taste in the early harvest. So as my experience, since 8 years ago, we've been harvesting the early harvest from the same trees that have already 170 years old, and we went through many years with a high density of rain, low density of rain. So, but they almost behave the same as a final product. So, as I said before, the traditional olive groves don't have itself lampante olive oil. It's just the way that you want to extract the olive oil from the olives. That's it. Okay. I just want to, make sure that everyone's understand what I said.
It's human activity that makes the difference.
Yeah.
Thank you for the clarification and for responding to this question. We have another question related to what you said earlier, Yifad, and it is, if we identify the dangers of the fake olive oils, is there a chance that we might scare consumers away? This is the question. So if we focus too much on the fake and the problems and issues you mentioned.
So let's continue fake olive oil.
That's a good answer.
I think, you know what? I understand this question. I understand the fear, but I want to add another threat from the other side, which is technology. I already find myself watching gel capsule olive oil, powder olive oil. Technology is there. They will translate the olive oil, the liquid, into something else. So if we want to keep it, we have to do it qualified. Otherwise, the technology will say the human being is not able to do it, so we will do it in a very mechanistic way. So I think this is the other danger. And I prefer to, let's say, to go down for a period of time with numbers of people who are buying olive oil, but I do believe that we will go up when olive oil will be qualified and not like the red, the red part with the graph that I showed. It's awful, I think.
Let me add just one thing. The fake is not also the olive oil. It's just the price that you pay for something that is not worth it. So
exactly,
I will say that.
Exactly. It's worth to buy canola oil. It's even cheaper than fake olive oil.
That's right. So
exactly. Yeah. Thank you very much. So there is a comment from the audience, and the person states that regarding education, and I agree, and will add that we need to have more high-quality articles about olive oil. I've tried to provide them to the Anglophones worldwide on the only wide-ranging English language website focused on Greek olive oil. So there is a site, let me mention the site, it's www.greekliquidgold.com. I'll repeat that, www.greekliquidgold.com. And apparently this site has many English-speaking articles on the benefits of olive oil. And thank you for the participant for sharing this site with us. Okay. I don't see any other questions here on the chat room. No, there are no other questions. Is something else you want to add before we close the session?
Did anyone answer the question says about the international prices and stuff like that or not?
Yes, I think if I'd answered that.
Okay.
But if you want to say something, please, we have time. Tell us, share with us your experience about the prices in international markets, please.
Well, my concern, we need someone to tell the audience that our olive oil is good enough to buy. If you don't taste the olive oil and you have to choose between which one of them, the prices will let you know which one would be the best at the beginning. Okay, so it is necessary only for the marketing plan, and it will help you to introduce the olive oil in that country that you are presenting the olive oil to the price. So it helps. It helps.
And you have to remember that agronomic quality check is only in olive oil, not in wine, for instance. So the tasting is very important for the quality of oil. But
Yes.
yeah,
Okay. Please go ahead. I'm sorry. What, please?
No, what I wanted to say, that just to continue what Arturo said, is that I do believe in tasting, but we cannot make all public taste. But only in olive oil you have the organoleptic tasting quality taste, and this is one of the problems regarding pricing. It's the quality. The prestige of this product is very low. I think it's number one fake product in the world, food product in the world, second to honey maybe. So there is a lot of work to do before making people, convince people to
understand and appreciate. Yes. So we'll come back to the first point, that we need to educate consumers, something that requires time. It's not very easy. And education and sharing trends and experiences was the main objective of this conference, the second international conference. And if you don't have any other comment, I will take this time to thank you all for your participation and for your meaningful insights. It was a very interesting and very meaningful session on marketing. And again, being in marketing, in our opinion, this is the most important activity, more important than producing or processing. Marketing is what at the end matters and what brings our products to the final consumer. So thank you all very much. And in like half an hour, we'll have the closing ceremony. We hope to see you there. Thanks for taking the time, and I hope to see you all live here at Perrotis College in Thessaloniki, Greece. Thank you all, and thank you the audience for staying with us on a Friday afternoon. And we'll see you in about half an hour for the closing ceremony. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Kostas.
Thank you, thank you. Harry, yes.
Τι θέλεις να γίνεις όταν μεγαλώσεις? Πόσες φορές έχεις ακούσει αυτή την ερώτηση? Και μαζί πόσες απαντήσεις? Αρχιτέκτονας, μηχανικός, αστροναύτης.
Ωραία όλα αυτά. Αλλά αν ρωτήσεις εμένα, απάντηση ήταν πάντα η γη. Που μας τρέφει, μας φιλοξενεί, μας αγκαλιάζει. Το σήμερα και το αύριό της.
Η ερώτηση λοιπόν δεν είναι τι, αλλά πού. Γιατί το πού θα φτάσεις
έχει σχέση και με το από πού ξεκινάς και το πώς θα προχωρήσεις.
Γιατί πώς να ασχοληθείς με τη γη αν δεν βρεθείς δίπλα της?
Πώς να ασχοληθείς με το μέλλον αν δεν το κάνεις κτήμα σου. Όχι απλά να κοιτάς έξω,
αλλά πέρα από τον ορίζοντα.
Perrotis College. Εσύ, τι θέλεις να γίνεις όταν μεγαλώσεις?
Consumers throughout Europe and the rest of the world are demanding cleaner, safer, and more transparent food production. Envio is an innovator, developing crop production solutions which will be key in answering those trends.
Olive trees are suffering because of Xylella. Millions of trees have already died and many more are infected and dying. With our innovative and precise injection technology, using a 3D metal printed tip, we bring the bioactive into the vascular system of the tree to fight against the bacterial infection inside the trunk of the tree. Through our targeted approach, we achieve superior control of the disease with significantly less bioactive compared to foliar spray. But we go even beyond. With the combination of satellite data, drone technologies, our ground data, the precision injection, and the right bioactive, we have a personalized solution to diagnose, prescribe, and treat on an individual tree level.
We're rolling out solutions to address Xylella and other diseases in olive production, and to refine practices to manage vineyards and orchards. We are introducing new biological technologies, systems, and practices into agriculture to disrupt the industry and improve the human and environmental conditions for generations to come.
Η αρχή πάντα είναι πολύ δύσκολη. Αλλά άμα έχεις υπομονή και επιμονή, κερδίζεις τα πάντα. Ξεκίνησα το 1956, μέχρι το 1970 ήμουνα στην εσωτερική κατανάλωση, σε διάφορα μπακάλικα σε όλους τους νομούς της Κεντρικής Μακεδονίας.
Στις αρχές της δεκαετίας του 1970 άρχισε δειλά κάποιες εξαγωγές σε Έλληνες του εξωτερικού.
Σιγά σιγά απλώθηκε σε όλη την Ευρώπη και φυσικά τα επόμενα χρόνια και στις ΗΠΑ και σε άλλα κράτη του κόσμου.
Έχει σημασία πάρα πολύ τι σχέσεις έχεις αναπτύξει στη διάρκεια των χρόνων με τους ανθρώπους σου σε όλη την Ελλάδα, με τους παραγωγούς, πώς αφουγκράζεις αυτούς, πώς αυτοί καταλαβαίνουν εσένα.
Οι σχέσεις αυτές των παραγωγών ξεκινάνε το πατέρα μου από τις προηγούμενες γενιές παραγωγών, συνεχίζονται στα παιδιά τους και στα εγγόνια τους. Ο πατέρας μου, γνωρίζοντας κάθε ελληνική ελιά όπου βρίσκεται, τι δυνατότητες έχει, ξέροντας τους καλύτερους ελαιώνας και ξέροντας να επιλέγει πάντοτε το καλύτερο δυνατό προϊόν.
Είναι μια σχέση αμφίδρομη και οδεύει στη διάρκεια του χρόνου.
Όταν πρώτο ξεκίνησα με τους παλιούς πρωτότυπους τρόπους επεξεργασίας της ελιάς. Το χαράκι ήταν με το χέρι. Χαράζαμε το βράδυ και το πρωί τα κάναμε διανομή στα διάφορα μπακάλικα.
Η επέμβασή μας είναι λιγότερη δυνατή με σεβασμό σε αυτήν την ελιά. Είναι το άρωμά της, η γεύση της που την ξεχωρίζουν από τις υπόλοιπες ελιές στον κόσμο.
Πραγματικά έχουμε καταλάβει όλα αυτά τα χρόνια κάνοντας μέτρητα ταξίδια ότι η ελληνική ελιά υπερέχει σε σχέση με πολλές άλλες ποικιλίες στο εξωτερικό.
Λειτουργούμε σε μια οικογενειακή ομάδα, μια δυνατή ομάδα που συνυπάρχουν αυτή τη στιγμή 3 γενιές στην ίδια εταιρεία.
Υπάρχει τουλάχιστον μια ζωντανή παράδοση 3-4 γενναιών. Σε όλα αυτά τα παιδιά που ασχολούνται με τον πρωτογενή τομέα, ασχολούμαστε με το μεταποιητικό τομέα, υπάρχει μια παράδοση που δεν πρέπει να χαθεί.
Η εταιρεία έχει στα χέρια της μια ισχυρή παράδοση, δίνει μεγάλη βαρύτητα στην ποιότητα και πιστεύει ότι αυτά τα δύο πράγματα, η ποιότητα και η παράδοση, έχουν μέλλον.
Πρέπει βέβαια να μην μείνουμε στην παράδοση, με καινούργια προγράμματα να επιβάλλουμε στα καινούργια βήματα της ζωής.
Η πίστη και η εμπιστοσύνη που έχουν τόσο οι παραγωγοί που δίνουν τα προϊόντα της, όσο και οι πελάτες οι οποίοι αγοράζουν τα τελικά προϊόντα. Αυτή τη σχέση εμπιστοσύνης θέλουμε να χτίσουμε και να τη μεγαλώσουμε και τα επόμενα χρόνια και είναι η μεγάλη περιουσία της εταιρείας.
Προσδοκούμε στην τρίτη γενναία να έρθει μαζί μας, να αγαπήσει και αυτό το προϊόν, να έχει και αυτή πάθος όσο είχαμε κι εμείς.
Πάντα λέω και στα παιδιά μου και στα εγγόνια μου, η δουλειά δεν θέλει μόνο ζήλο. Θέλει έρωτα.
Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. As we reach the end of the second international conference organized by the Perrotis College Krinos Olive Center, I have the honor to invite Dr. Antonia Trichopoulou, President of the Hellenic Health Foundation, Professor Emeritus at the University of Athens Medical School, for a closing speech. Her scientific work has focused on public health nutrition and nutrition epidemiology, with emphasis on the health effects of the Mediterranean diet and traditional food. For that reason, she has been characterized by many as the mother of the Mediterranean diet. Without a doubt, when it comes to Mediterranean diet, no one has been more passionate about olive oil and its importance in a healthy nutrition than Dr. Trichopoulou. Dr. Trichopoulou, please.
Mr. the President, dear professors, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for inviting me to this conference. And this is one of the most important moments in my professional life. And really, I am grateful to all of you for sharing it with me. Well, in my presentation today, I will talk about Mediterranean diet and the role of olive oil in establishing the Mediterranean diet all over the world. Thus, I will examine how nutrition, how tradition, how culture, how sustainability collaborate in a unified way to promote the Mediterranean diet paradigm. But first of all, as an ancient Greek philosopher told, the beginning of a right education is the examination of words. Thus, we have to define what is meant by the words Mediterranean diet. And I think that this is very important because either intentionally or unintentionally, more than often, Mediterranean diet as a term is misused. So, for several of us in the scientific world, Mediterranean diet is the dietary pattern found in the olive-grown areas of the Mediterranean region in the late 50s and early 60s. When, dear colleagues and friends, we are talking about Mediterranean diet, we do not talk about the Mediterranean diet as it exists in several countries, in several parts of the world. We are talking for the dietary pattern found in the olive-grown areas in the late 50s and early 60s. And why that? Why in the late 50s and early 60s? Because you know that after the 60s, there happened a lot of socioeconomic changes all over the world. Many, many things they have changed. And why in the Mediterranean area where olive trees grows? Because without olive oil, Mediterranean diet does not exist. So, having said that very briefly, I will present in a pictorial way what is meant by Mediterranean diet. I think that all of you know, but just to tell you that Mediterranean diet is a way of living. It's not only a pattern. That's why in this pictorial representation, there is a person who is walking. It means physical activity. And on the right, there is a glass of wine. Wine is a part of the Mediterranean diet, but how it is used, because of course, overconsumption of wine might be detrimental, even for a society, might be detrimental on a personal base. But in the Mediterranean pattern, wine is a cultural issue. It's consumed during meals by adults, not to forget the life, not binge drinking, but to enjoy the life and to share the life in small amount, no more than 1 or 2 glasses of wine per day. So, as you can see, olive oil is the main added lipid in the Mediterranean. And Mediterranean, and we will talk about that later on, is actually a plant-based diet without saying no to animal food. It's a question of how much and how often. Mediterranean diet is a diet which allows everything, but just in moderation some food. Again, I will repeat what you know, that Mediterranean diet is promoting good health. Mediterranean diet is associated with longevity. Mediterranean diet reduces mortality. And there are a lot of epidemiological papers which they provide us indication or they prove the Mediterranean diet could prove a lot of chronic diseases, could prevent a lot of chronic diseases. And on the other hand, there are several papers, rigorous papers, referring specifically to olive oil. And from these papers, we learn that adherence to olive oil consumption is associated with better lipid profile, is associated with lower blood pressure, and then even quite recently, a randomized clinical trial, and I am mentioning that specifically because this is methodologically the best way to assess to assess a hypothesis. So, in a clinical randomized clinical trial, it was found that the extra virgin olive oil could prevent coronary heart disease, could prevent diabetes, atrial fibrillation, and breast cancer. So I will not continue on that, but because I think that now everywhere in the world is Mediterranean diet is considered as a healthy diet, as a prototype of the dietary pattern which is healthy. That's why in the American Food and Drug Administration, as early as 2004, allowed the labeling on a bottle of olive oil to claim that eating about 2 tablespoons, that means around 23 grams of olive oil daily, and if you do that, you may reduce the risk of coronary heart disease. I think that we do not take a lot of profit from this claim. I do not see in many bottles in the United States to bear this claim. In addition to that, I wish to bring to your attention also that several years ago, the European Food Safety Authority allows for a health claim for the olives which they have high content in polyphenols to bear a health claim. And not only that, in the American guidelines of 2015-2020, Mediterranean diet is recognized. And they say that they take into account studies examining the association between Mediterranean diet eating pattern and health. That's very, very, very important. But the Mediterranean diet, as I mentioned before, is not only food. It's something even beyond pattern. It represents a culture. It's a way of living. Because that is for this reason that in 2010, it was Mediterranean diet recognized as an intangible cultural heritage. Because the intangible cultural heritage does not refer only to monuments or to marvelous objects. It refers to our daily living, refers to skills, to practices, to tradition, and to tradition ranging from the landscape to the cuisine. And being in the American Agricultural School, is worthwhile to mention that this refers to the production of olive oil and the cultivation of olive tree. There are traditional ways of producing olive oil or of preparing the olives or cultivating the olive trees. So here we see that in addition to health, also Mediterranean diet is also has a cultural expression. And I wish to read to you what was wrote in 1837 by an English traveler who visited Crete. He wrote, "The evening meals was a dish of wild greens, which appear to be their main diet. They boil and add olive oil, bread, olives, and sometimes cheese supplement their meals. A mother will rarely give bread to her child without putting oil on a plate so that bread can be watered in this fluid of life." That was sent in 1837 by an English traveler to Crete. This fluid of life. I have never seen a better, so short description of olive oil. So, indeed, in the Greeks, we are the bigger consumers of olive oil in the world. We consume 16 kilos of olive oil per capita per year. And then, from the IDRIA project, which is our national nutrition and health survey, we found out very recently that 80% of the added lipid, the lipids which we use in every day, 80% of that is olive oil. It used to be higher. But as you know, there are solid fat, which now they enter our diet. And I want to make a distinction because you heard the term lipid. Olive oil is not fat, it's oil. And you should, I propose, use the term lipid because it's other fat and it's other thing, olive oil. And really, we have a lot of problems with the people in the public health, not now, but 20 years, 25 years ago, because the general recommendation coming correctly from the North Europe and Central Europe for Central and Northern Europeans, reduce fat. Also in the United States, reduce fat. What is meant fat? In Greece was translated, reduce olive oil. Because they didn't know olive oil. So it was our lot for years to say that, look, we are consuming olive oil. It's not the same with lard, it's not the same with butter. So, when we're talking about nutrition and health, we have to consider that nutrition should be evaluated as a whole pattern, not to focus on the specific food items. And this is very important because from all the statistical analysis, which they try to evaluate the Mediterranean diet, we found much higher statistical association for the whole pattern than for the individual foods. And I am saying that because currently there is a big debate about the front of package labeling, in which we have a negative approach for olive oil because it's high content in calories. Yes, but how we consume olive oil, which is the pattern under which we consume olive oil. We consume olive oil because we eat a lot of vegetables. I remember sometimes in the United States I was asked, how you consume so much vegetables? I say, of course, I cannot eat eggplants raw or zucchini raw, 2 or 3 or 400 grams per day, but I can easily eat them cooked in olive oil in our famous ladera. Ladera is a secret of the Mediterranean diet because ladera, in order to be prepared before we sizzle onion, garlic, a lot of aromatic herbs, and then we put the vegetables or the legumes. But this is another story, which also is part of our culture. It's a part of our tradition. So we can easily say that the traditional Mediterranean diet is associated with longer survival. This could partly attributed to Mediterranean traditional food on which this diet largely relies. Keep in mind, we have to register the traditional foods. They are disappearing. The way we were preparing in the past, of course, we are proceeding and we develop new ones. But for several traditional foods, like our pitas, for example, they are unique in concept and in the use of olive oil and of plant food. And then slowly I move to the sustainability, because talking about local foods, traditional foods, we are talking automatically and going back to the 60s for local foods. Traditional foods, they are local, because at that time it was local production, local consumption. If you go, for example, to the Macedonia here, and you go to Crete, you will see that both in Macedonia, in Epirus and in Crete, they are using pitas. Different wild greens, different recipes, constantly the same. And to that, I want to add that because I have studied the pitas, the various pitas, and then the old ladies, sometimes there are pitas with 40 different herbs, 40. And then I ask them, why you use this one and that one? Why you put so much of this one and so little of that one? I said, because this is bitter and this is sweet and I have to mix because the taste is different. So there is a lot of gastronomy behind it. It's not by chance. It is not only that. Keep in mind that we have more than 150 pitas registered. And that shows something. The fantasy, the ingenuity of the Greek mind with 3 main things: olive oil, flour, and wild greens. We produce more than 100 pitas. This says something. So, when I started my presentation, I talk about culture, Mediterranean diet culture, the role of health, and sustainability. Because by definition, Mediterranean diet is a sustainable diet. It's a sustainable diet because it's a plant-based diet. They have in their smaller water footprint, lower greenhouse gas emission, because we do not consume a lot of meat in the Mediterranean diet. Consumption of meat is very low. So, and the way we were producing the Mediterranean food in the 60s was totally sustainable. But very recent year, it was a very interesting paper which appeared, which refers to the olive trees. Because the olive trees are not only a barrier to desertification and erosion. Olive tree is a sink for carbon dioxide. They absorb more carbon dioxide than they release in the atmosphere. So this is very important. This is very important. If we have if you have for planting olive trees where they are everywhere in the Mediterranean region. But the last 10, 20 years, the various scientists who were working separately, the ecologists, they were saying that it's coming climate, we're going to have problems with the climate and the environment. The scientists who were, the nutritionists who were discussing about the value of the Mediterranean diet, the economists, they were saying what you are doing, we have to do other things. And we never came together to share our experience and to say, yeah, come on, let's find a solution. Let's plan the future. But this now is requested because now we do not have a climate change. We have a climate crisis. And in 2019, it was published in the Lancet. The Lancet is an eminent scientific journal. The results, the report of a committee who was created mainly by the Lancet, but it was initiated in a way by the Scandinavian countries. They were collaborating for 1-2 years, a lot of scientists all over the world. And I will read what is written as a summary at the end of this report. Mediterranean diet has emerged as a pattern that promotes good health. We know that. Indeed, in epidemiology, it is rare to have so consistent evidence of the beneficial effects of an exposure as it has been shown for the Mediterranean diet. We discuss about that. It's a diet that maximizes longevity, improves health, related quality of life, and is ecologically sustainable and environmentally friendly. This is very important. This is very important for our policy, for developing nutrition policy, for developing agricultural policy. We have to rely upon that. It is not only that. In this paper, they continue and they say that they develop a universal reference diet where all the other diets of the world will be compared to this diet. And if you read this diet, you recognize that almost all the elements of the Mediterranean diet is there. So I will finish my presentation by telling you that the European Commission in December 2019 announced the creation of a European Green Deal, in which they strive to do something about the climate change. In the context of this Green Deal of the European Commission, in 2020, the European Commission again created the Farm to Fork strategy, in which they want to develop an environmentally friendly food system. Food system, we do not speak now only for food, sustainable diet or sustainable food, but for a food system that encompasses production and then from farm to fork and consumption, from the production to the consumption. This was on the May 2020, and a lot of discussion, a lot of committees. They are all around Europe discussing this issue. I hope they will take under account. They will take under account all the recommendations of the experts and all the publications, and they include in Farm to Fork the value of the Mediterranean diet, because if we try to save the Mediterranean diet, because Mediterranean diet, we like it or not, is disappearing now. this will be for the benefit of the whole humanity. And instead of being Mediterranean diet, a local or diet, it will be a universal one. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Tikopoulou. A wonderful way to close this conference. The organizing committee has decided to award Dr. Tikopoulou for her significant work on the health effects of the Mediterranean diet and contribution to science. Mrs. Tikopoulou, please. And I invite the chair of our organizing committee, Mr. Alexandros Georgiadis, President of Krinos Foods Canada Ltd., to present the award to Dr. Tikopoulou.